weirdest thing about this is that if you do the math on this, right, and you say, okay, like this is how much aberration is happening, then maybe the stars are moving at 30 kilometers a second or whatever. But then you have to assume like a bunch of other things, and it also wouldn't work with the distances they say the stars are at. So you'd have to scale everything down and make everything much closer. And it just wouldn't work. You'd have to shift the entire geometric. Like it would work for the apparent. It would work for the kinematics totally, but you would end up having like some crazy orbital velocities for the universe, rotational. The tangential velocity of the stars at their distance from Earth, if you presume the distances are correct at like 100 million light years or whatever, would be like a retarded number because they make that orbit in one day. Right, so they'd be spanning a circle of radius 100 million light years and going around that entire circumference in 24 hours.
Right, yeah. So the geocentric globe is out.
Unless you're willing to just completely abandon relativity in its totality and say that stuff can move at like a billion times faster than light, But it just, it seems kind of impractical for most people to swallow that. I also believe relativity is wrong. We can talk about that if you want. But this Michelson-Morley paper, it's important to talk about Aries in its context because it's actually introduced on the first page, and they make some really, like important, like not claims, but like explanations of what happened. So
I've got another problem though, like the Michelson-Morley with the Sagnac effect. The claimed reference frame is a choice, an arbitrary choice, because you don't have an actual velocity measurement from studying the phase shift of the light when it's recombined on the sensor.
That's actually a common misconception. So that's how they tricked everyone. There was a significant reading, and they rounded it down to a 0 because it didn't fit within the model, and that's why I'm trying to.
I'm acknowledging that there was a phase shift, but what I'm saying is that itself is not inherent to any velocity measurement, whether direction or rotation of any given magnitude.
Okay, so are you familiar with the Sagnac effect in 1913 when he?
That's what I'm referencing. I'm
so we know that
because,
because
the problem is they chose the star field as a reference frame when they could have chosen the moon as a reference frame and got a different velocity calculation. They could have chosen the sun as a different reference frame and got a different velocity calculation. So the reference frame that they assigned was a philosophical choice too. Just like the Globers who say that the Earth as a reference frame was a philosophical choice. You don't actually have a velocity measurement at all with Sagnac, the Michelson-Morley demonstration.
All right, I found the paper. Sorry, I had to grab it because I couldn't find it in my folder quick enough. So I'm going to change my screen share to this paper.
I mean, is what I'm saying holding any merit with you or not?
Yeah. So let me pull the paper up, and I want to get it in front of me, and then I'm going to address what you just. So
okay.
Sorry, it's in the wrong window. I have to restart the stream. There we go. Okay.
The point of me pushing back is just to provide some critical analysis for the audience.
Yeah. So the Sagnac effect is we know based on what was happened in 1913, 1914, and onwards, from George S. Sagnac, that we can definitely use the differential in light arrival times or light propagation times in a moving object to derive a velocity, because he showed that the phase shift was directly proportional to the velocity with which a table was spinning. What Michelson-Morley did is they said, well, this is linear motion, and it's this second order effect, and Einstein was like, yeah, so relativity is a second order effect, and it just happens to length contract the apparatus at the same exact amount that it would need to in order to cause a differential phase shift, and so the length contraction perfectly cancels out with the phase shift and makes it a big fat zero. That's what they went with. So in their explanation, it wouldn't work. Now, like you referenced the Sagnac effect, which is demonstrated later, we know it would work. So what's the conclusion, right? Like, what's your position on this?
My position is you don't have a velocity measurement at all unless you arbitrarily assign a reference frame to calibrate the phase shift itself.
My position,
Yeah.
Paul,
What was Einstein's proof?
So when you say calibrate the phase shift, what they did is they just took one measurement and then they rotated the degrees 90 degrees and took another measurement. So they had the arm like the forward arm along the direction of Earth's velocity, and then when they rotated at 90 degrees, they had it opposite the direction of Earth's velocity. So it doesn't really matter whether you zero it out at the beginning or what. You're just taking the difference between those two. Because there should be like a relative difference between, moving forward and moving back, because in one side the mirror is getting closer and on the other side the mirror is getting further away. So the path is longer one way and shorter the other. And that's how they did it. They had this thing on a giant mercury bag. They had like this giant concrete tank, like imagine a giant concrete swimming pool, and they filled the whole thing with mercury, and then they put this giant concrete pad like floating out in the middle of it, and on top of the pad they put this device so that they could rotate the device like nearly frictionlessly and have it perfectly leveled off, naturally leveled, and use that to get their measurements. So it was like a bunch of engineering went into building this. But if we read this first paragraph, let me see if I can zoom this in a little bit for you guys.
Yeah, well, what I'm getting at is where's the assumption of velocity?
Yeah, they have to. They're assuming because what they did, based on the geometry of the device, they did their math, and they said we need this many fringes. This many fringes will correspond to 30 kilometers a second of velocity.
Yeah,
So
that is the assumption. It's based on assumption of the velocity of light itself, and the assumption that the reference frame is moving.
Right. Correct. Yes, we agree.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's the problem for both Aether. That's the problem with both Aether cosmology from a stationary standpoint and standard cosmology of Earth with the globe. Neither of them have a positive claim here.
Well, the Aether they strawmanned the Ether. See, this was in an age where when they wrote about it, yeah, they said that the Ether was basically
what is ether? Don't tell me what
stationary.
They said. Tell me what ether is before you tell me what they said. What is ether?
Hold up, Neil. This conversation's been going on a while. Just let it roll, man.
Yeah, so they claim that there was this stationary luminiferous ether that filled the universe, and that the Earth was moving through it with a certain velocity, and so they expected to see the differential in the phase based on light moving through or against Earth's motion through the ether. So they were trying to track the relative motion between the Earth and the ether. That's why the title of the paper is On the Relative Motion of the Earth and the Luminiferous Ether, right? So they were trying to measure the relative motion between the two. Now, just that title, remember, relative motion, that means it can be the Earth moving or it can be the ether moving. There could be an ether wind.
How about nothing moving? How about nothing moving?
Well, we know that there's a movement. Because
how do we know that? That's an assumption, like we discussed earlier.
No, we can measure it. We can measure a rotation. There's a 15 degree per hour rotation. We can measure it with ring laser gyros.
That is an assumption. What you have is a phase shift differential, and you have a bunch of people looking around in the environment for an explanation. And you have some people that say Earth must be moving, and other people say it could be the stars above moving. In either case, it's a choice, a philosophical choice. You could also say that it's a result of no movement, and this is just the way it is.
Well, if there was no movement, the stars wouldn't move.
Well, why would you link the stars to this? Why not the sun? Why couldn't this not be a velocity measurement of the solar movement as the absolute frame of reference? Why choose the stars?
Because when you track this across time, you can measure the ether wind across time, and when you plot it across time,
that's affirming the consequent.
Okay, when you track the phase shift across time, it matches sidereal time, not solar time.
How do you know that?
from the work that's been done on it. Dayton Miller,
I know, but
Mickelson, Gil Pearson.
that is the problem. They affirmed the consequent too.
No. Dayton Miller, when he plotted his stuff, he didn't even know that there was a pattern. Once he graphed it against sidereal time, a sinusoidal pattern emerged. That pattern's not present at solar time like it is at sidereal time.
Exactly. They grafted against sidereal time. They could have done the same with lunar time. They could have done the same with solar time. They could have chosen an asteroid as the frame of reference, for all I care. They don't even have a rotational vector in the math.
Yeah, you can measure the 15 degrees per hour.
This debunks the toroidal geometry of the claimed ether without a rotation vector.
What do you mean there's not there is a rotation? We can show it precesses 15 degrees per hour.
No, that you look at the stars and see those go 15 degrees per hour, and you assign that as what the phase shift differential must mean.
No, well, in the lab frame, if we just take the frame of the lab
before the horse, my friend.
Well, whatever, we have to have some frame. Our local inertial frame.
This could just be a stationary feature of how light functions. Just like a magnetic needle points in one direction doesn't mean there's something moving either.
Well, why does the phase shift precess 15 degrees per hour? Because that is the measurement.
That the phase shift itself is not 15 degrees per hour. That is an affirming the consequent. They saw the phase shift and said, this could be due to something moving. Let's look around in the environment for an explanation. And that's the problem.
A ring laser gyroscope, if you spin it up and you just sit it there and you don't touch it, it will precess one full rotation in 24 hours.
It doesn't move though.
23 hours and 56 minutes. No, the device is not moving, but there's a preferred direction. Yeah, there's a preferred direction for the light inside. The light moves slightly faster east to west than it does west to east. And that
you could just say that the phase differential only appears in a certain orientation without any moving reference frame.
Yeah, but if everything's completely stationary and there's no movement whatsoever anywhere, then there wouldn't be a precession. The east to west and west to east rates would be equal.
Yep, that's affirming the consequent. Again, phase shift differential is observed. People look around in the environment for an explanation. There's no cause and effect relationship presented for ether cosmologists or for globe Earth heliocentrists. This is my position and many in the room, by the way.
So, do you know about? Ooh, this is the highlighted version. I'll have to.
I mean, I'll take a concession. I got to go, but thank you for your presentation.
Did you know that the generalized Sagnac effect the Sagnac effect has been generalized? It works with linear motion too. We can put a device.
It's a coordinate transformation process. It's purely mathematics and not physical.
No, it's not. It's a first order effect directly proportional to the velocity, not the square of the velocity.
The velocity that's assumed in the first place, which is not a measurement of velocity itself.
No. It's in the lab, bro. There's no assumption. We put the device on a conveyor belt and we translate it at a constant speed on a conveyor belt, and it shows up as a phase shift compared to when it wasn't on the conveyor belt.
Was it actually done on a conveyor belt? Did Wang actually produce a conveyor belt? Or did he work out the mathematics?
No, he did this at Naval Research Lab. He did this. He did it in two configurations. One was with the conveyor belt, and one was with the parallelogram, where he moved one arm of the parallelogram.
Right. You still have the problem of an at-rest state of a phase shift differential that's assumed to be the result of something moving.
So here's the difference. What he does is he says, "Okay, here's the device. We're going to spin it up. We're going to take the phase shift when it's just sitting still in the lab. Okay, we're going to take that as our 0 point, right? Because it doesn't matter what the number is, if it's a million or if it's a 1. We want the difference. We want the delta. So we take whatever the number is when it's just sitting still on the table or on the conveyor belt, and then when we move it on the conveyor belt, we measure it and we get a different reading. We take the delta between the moving shift or the moving phase and the stationary phase, and we get this linear pattern. The faster that we move it on the conveyor belt, the more of a phase shift we get. And when you plug it into the formula, it perfectly predicts the velocity that we actually know it to be moving.
That's a postdiction again. You don't know it to be moving in the first instance. When you have no
I know it to
reference
be
frame
moving
to
because
prove.
dude, with the lab as the reference frame, bro. I'm not talking about any astronomical reference frame. I'm not talking about space. I'm talking about in the
Right.
lab itself.
And I know, and at rest, you have a phase shift differential at rest as
So-
a control, right?
Yes, and then
The
we
assumption
compare.
is the assumption is that the phase shift is due to something having a particular velocity. That's not been proven.
We can
And you
verify that.
You cannot prove it's the stars versus the sun.
Okay, so I want to finish explaining what he did, and then you can tell me what you think
I'm
it
going to
is or
step
isn't.
back. Well, I really have to go now. So I'm sorry, but thank you very much. I mean, I'm doing this in the spirit of academic interest. Please don't take any of this personally, and thank you very much for coming in here.
Sure, bro. So we have the device. It's sitting on a conveyor belt, but the conveyor belt's not moving. We take a reading. We get a reading. Then we move it using the conveyor belt, and while it's moving, we take another reading. If we take the difference between reading 2 and reading 1, we'll call it delta. If we take the delta and we plug it in to the phase shift formula and rearrange the variables to solve for V, what we find is it produces the correct V that we know it to be moving in the lab because we know what speed we set the conveyor belt to. So, for example, if I make the conveyor belt move at 5 miles an hour and I take the delta between the 5 mile an hour device and the 0 mile an hour device and I plug it into the formula will also tell me V equals 5 miles an hour. So the result I get using the formula and the actual result I know to be happening in the lab are the same. That's the scientific method. This demonstrates that, we realize that the phase shift is proportional to the velocity.
No, that would be correlation.
No, this is not correlation. It doesn't matter what velocity I move it with. Any velocity I use, I can plug into this formula and predict what the phase shift is going to be, and then I can go and measure that phase shift, and I find it's the same as the one I predicted. So I can just make a prediction using this formula. I'll say, okay, if I move the conveyor belt at 10 miles an hour, I predict this will be my delta, and then I go measure the delta, and it is my delta.
Yeah, then you're gonna have to do the same with whatever else you apply it to. I mean, like if you're gonna do it with the stars, and you're gonna have to change the speed of the stars or whatever.
Well, what this proves is that we are definitely able to measure linear motion using interferometry. So their claims about Michelson-Morley, it being a null result because you can't measure it, is false. It's falsified. The fact that this works proves that the explanation for Michelson-Morley is a farce. That's the point. You're not supposed, under relativity, the way they teach physics, you're not supposed to be able to measure linear motion with light because in any inertial frame, the speed of light is supposed to be constant in all directions. And the relative motion between the source and the observer is not supposed to change the speed of light. It's still supposed to be constant. Even if you walk towards the light as it's coming towards you, you should still measure it happening in the same amount of time because they say your motion causes a length contraction through space.
Good morning to you.
But anyways, I hope you guys
sirs.
I hope you guys enjoyed the airy thing.
Yeah, that was good.
Good
The discussion-
presentation. Very good. Yeah.
Sporadic.
No worries.
I think you got your mic open, man.
Yep, sorry, just in the office.
We believe in ether not because we just think it's cool, but when we pore over the experiments that have actually been done, we see a consistent effect happening in all light measurements and even electromagnetism. I don't know if you guys have heard
Shut
it.
this freaking clown up.
I don't know if you guys have heard of the Faraday unipolar induction paradox. So there's a paradox with Faraday's law of induction. Anybody who's taken physics E&M courses knows about Faraday's law of induction.
I've just got
If you
one quick question. What's ether?
Sure. So that's a good question.
Yeah,
The
it was my
definition-
question an hour ago.
The definition I would give for it is it is the primary substrate. So number one, it's the medium through which light propagation occurs, electromagnetic
so
wave
it's a
propagation.
medium now, like water.
Yeah, it's a medium. Yes.
Are you sure
Yeah, it's a medium.
it's a medium?
Yeah, it's what
Do I
light
need to
propagates
grab a
through.
dictionary definition of medium?
Demonstrate it. And don't give me the freaking Sagnac or Aries failure.
What type of demonstration would you accept?
A sample.
I know what electricity
of a
is.
Composition sample. Like,
Right, so like you want me to give you like a cup of ether?
yes, please. Yes.
You got to
Love a
demonstrate
drink
it. It
of
has
ether.
to be real.
So It's like-
does it
bro, it's
exist
the same
in what
thing-
state?
it's-
in what
it's the
state
same
does it-
thing
is
as,
it
like,
liquid,
electrons,
gas,
bro.
solid,
No, that's electron.
plasma.
Hold on. You cannot show someone an electron. They're too small to see. Do you believe that electrons exist?
This is not questioning for us. This
We're
is you
talking about
proving what
ether.
ether is.
Okay,
Hold
so
up,
the
yeah.
point I'm making is you can't demonstrate an electron by showing it to you under a microscope. You can only demonstrate it by
No,
showing.
no. We're asking for
the effects.
ether, not for electrons.
I'm making an explanation, and if
Ether
you would let
being-
me finish,
No,
you
no.
would see how it relates.
You've got to demonstrate what ether is to the good panel. We don't want your explanation of electrons.
I mean, we bombard objects with electrons. Can you bombard objects with ether? And
How do you know what an electron is? I mean, you're bombarding it with something. I will grant you that, but what is your definition of an electron? That's the point.
Well,
You can't.
Please
Well,
don't
there we
sidestep
go.
it.
At least they're getting a result of something. I mean, like,
And we can get results. So for example, right? We know you're using the logic. Hey, we can bombard stuff with something. There must be something there because we're bombarding it. And
Don't sidestep a
radiation.
basic question. You could have just said,
so when I
don't know.
apply that same logic to ether, I can say there must be something there because effects happen, and I can demonstrate
Listen, you
the effects.
clown. We dealt with this with Witsit for a long time. What do you think? You're just going to roll in here and push out ether like it's a something?
Neil, knock it back about 8 levels, please. The young fella's been quite polite. All I want to know is, what is it?
So you politely let
That's
him
all.
piss down your back. No
Neil,
problem. I'll leave.
Neil, I didn't ask you to leave. I just asked you to dial it back a bit. That's all, mate.
So ether, if we are logically consistent, is a necessary deduction from the laws of logic from the scientific observations that we make.
So you don't know
If
what
you
ether
read,
is.
it's the medium through which light propagates. If you read, for example,
Well,
Maxwell,
if it's a medium, it'd be something you could put in a cup for us. Go and grab me a cup of ether, bring it back, show us, photograph it, and give it to T-Dub, and all's well.
if you just grab any cup in your kitchen right now, it has ether in it. I don't need to put it in there for you. It's already there.
Really? I thought it was full of
Yeah.
air.
Well, ether is ever present everywhere.
Unless I fill it up
across
with
the universe.
water or beer.
It's in there too. In fact, Fresnel drag we were talking
You don't
about
know what
earlier,
ether is. You can't give us a definition, can you?
I said it's the primary substrate.
Just be honest.
Uh-oh.
It's the electromagnetic medium through which, or it's the medium through which electromagnetic propagation occurs. That's the definition. That's like
What's it
asking,
made
tell
of?
me what water is. It's a fluid, right? It's wet. It has.
And what's
ether's
that
a
got to
fluid?
do with your claim of ether?
Well, if you're asking me what something is, I can only tell you what
You
it is
said
by
it was a
describing its
medium.
properties.
In what
You
state
said it
does
was
it
a
exist?
medium.
As a gas,
Okay.
liquid?
I can help you out, JC, before you drown in this, if you want.
It is a medium. You can treat it as a perfect fluid.
Perfect fluid. So it
One
would be
that
either a
does
gas
not
or a
impart
liquid.
friction. A
Is it gas or a
frictionless.
liquid?
I would say that you're trying to apply a state of matter to it,
Yeah.
which is incorrect.
What else is a medium?
Okay, so I would say that matter is made of ether, not the other way around.
Matter is made of ether.
And do you think it's made by free magnetism? By magnetism?
I think the reason that magnetism and electricity exist is they are modes of the ether. So
So you.
magnetic.
So you do. Sorry. Tell me.
Yeah, so magnetic and electric fields exist within the ether, and that's why I was bringing up the Faraday induction paradox. Is we can look and we can realize that there must be an absolute frame for magnetism and electricity too.
Yep, I agree with that. Definitely. But
Faraday's
do you agree
law-
that we live in a,
Hang on.
Do
So
you
what you're
agree that we
saying
live
is
in a
that
container world?
ether is chemical bonds. Is that what you're saying?
No. Everything that you've ever touched, tasted, smelt, felt, anything that is physically, materially real in this world subsists of ether.
Okay, so the problem that you got here, and all these guys are just going to continually drown you in this, is that once you try and sustain the fact that ether is a matter that exists, they're going to ask you to prove it by showing you a cup of it, or if it's in your hand. I'm just going to help you out here and just go a little bit higher level and say there is the reason why matter and energy exists, and there's someone that introduced energy and matter. So just think about that for a sec.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in God.
So for the natural to exist, there has to be some kind of supernatural, yeah?
Sure.
Right, there you go. So go off and have a think about it. If you keep coming back with this rubbish to these guys here, they're just going to ask you to prove what ether is, and you can't do it. But thinking about that, you can compromise with them, because everyone here believes that matter and energy exists, and everyone else believes that there has to be something supernatural to create it.
Yeah, right. Like you're saying the logical standard is they wouldn't.
And it,
Matter and energy exists. It has a supernatural origin, but you can't directly prove the supernatural origin. Show me God. They don't say that, so why would they say it for ether? I get it. That's why I brought up electrons, because we can't actually show people electrons either. All we can do is measure like what they do. We can describe properties that they have, but we can't say what they are ontologically because we can't see them.
No,
Seems like a
what
fair
we
comparison.
do is we
no,
we
it's not,
shoot
because you can
packets of energy.
direct electrons at something. Can you direct ether at something?
So you're saying
No,
the
we-
ability to manipulate it.
Wait, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Well, he's still proving his point. It's like, sure, you can still move it, but can you see it move?
So we know, yeah, we can manipulate
If you
it.
can't observe it, if you can't observe it, is it truly happening?
Yeah, we can manipulate it. So if you look at the work of what's the guy's Galiev, he's a Ukrainian researcher. What he did is he took he basically set up like the equivalent of an interferometer with tubes. One of them just being a regular open air section, and the other one being a tube that was made with shielded metal. And he, on the shielded metal side, he was able to like turn the device or turn the tube so that the orientation of it would be, north south versus east west. And he found that when he moved the tube, that that there was a laminar or turbulent flow that would happen of the light in there. So like when he turned it north south, since the light is flowing, like since the ether wind is said to blow east to west, right? Or Earth is said to rotate east to west. However you envision it, there's this east to west motion. The stars are moving east to west. Whatever. There's an east to west motion. When he orients it perpendicular to that east to west motion or against it, the conductors are known to resist the flow of ether, and so that's what creates the turbulence within the chamber. And he's actually able to measure that turbulence. And when he turns it the other way, the flow is laminar because there's no resistance because it's flowing open through the tube.
Therefore, ether.
Well, something's creating turbulence inside of a tube.
The joke. All a trick.
But
Right from the get-go. from your opening statement, Politrick. It's not an experiment.
Oh, right. I'm sorry you feel that way. I mean, we also know that space has definite properties, right? A vacuum
Space?
has, yeah, free space.
Outer
A
space?
vacuum. No, free space, like the space that resides everywhere around us that we sit in right now.
I thought that was the ether.
All right, so space is imbued with definite properties. If I take a vacuum chamber and I suck all the matter out of it, or 99.9999999% of it, as close to zero as I can get, we find that there are constant properties that emerge from that vacuum, such as impedance. There is something
No,
called
it's called
free
energy.
space.
And you
Well,
can't
there's-
suck energy out of a vacuum.
Well, so there's 0-point energy as well, but there's something called free space
No.
impedance.
Not 0 point. I said you can't suck energy out of a vacuum.
Well, there are energy fluctuations within a vacuum that is supposed to be zero, but it fluctuates.
Yeah. So in all these tests that you've articulated in the last 40 minutes, what we're looking at is packets of energy that have been disturbed by something or other. That something or other we don't know. So what we do is assign a name to it, and we run off with ether.
That's the same thing that happens with electrons, bro. That was my point.
Right. So ether's
No, it's
energy.
not.
So is ether energy? Is it?
Well, ether is the medium through which energy travels. So this concept,
So it's
right?
not energy. It's not matter. Matter's
No.
made of ether.
Right. So
Now it's
a
energy,
light
Goes through it.
Let me put it like this.
It must exist for light to travel. What happens if it doesn't
Yes.
exist? What does light? Does light just stand still?
well, light is a wave. We know that it's a wave. We can verifiably measure it to be a
Negative.
wave. A wave requires a medium. Anybody
Light
in the
is not
world
a
can get
wave.
out and anybody in the world can get an oscilloscope and verify that light is a wave.
Okay, so have you removed ether and then tried to shine light through it without ether there through something?
It's not possible to remove ether from the environment.
Oh my God! There it is. There it is.
It's too superfluous. Even if you shield something in a Faraday cage, there's still ether in it.
Clown.
The ether is much
Sounds
smaller.
like an excuse.
Yeah, the substrate.
Wait,
it's
I thought you sucked everything out of an area. 99.999%.
a vacuum just uses air pressure to suck matter out. Just because the air's gone doesn't mean the ether's gone.
You can't get the
What was
ether out.
that?
You can't suck the ether out, right?
No.
Sounds like the Holy Spirit to me.
JC,
Exactly. Hold on. That's exactly my point.
Why would
They're
you assume
trying
that you
to
could?
Lock it in with the Holy Spirit and make it divine.
Sounds like the Holy Spirit to me. Exactly, Neil.
Why would you assume that you
We
could?
need the Ghostbusters. They can
Listen,
catch
we
it.
heard this all from
Yeah.
Witsit.
Wait,
We
Yeah,
heard it
so-
all.
So if I take,
JC,
let me. So you're roboting really hard, right?
Help your side.
So it's like this. If you take a colander and you pour water in it, those little holes at the bottom, the water will pour through, right? And you can keep
Why
pouring
is
the water.
it every time you make an analogy, you try to compare ether to a medium of notes?
That's what it is.
Like liquid. Well, it's not, because you can't produce the fucking thing, mate.
You can use fluid dynamics to model it.
You're yet to
perfectly.
produce it.
Produce what? It's everywhere.
Ether.
Like-
If it's everywhere,
Okay.
get your vacuum chamber, suck the fuck out of everything else, and go, there you go, caught some.
I just told you there's okay, where does the impedance come from in the vacuum? There's a constant impedance of 377 ohms in every vacuum everywhere, and it's always the same.
I don't know. It's your claim.
That's the
That's
ether,
your
right?
story, bro.
Okay, so let's talk about this.
You guys
Impedance.
are aware of what an ohm is, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's the thing Buddhists say when they're meditating.
Oh.
So
No.
Impedance.
It's a measurable resistance.
If you just the word impedance itself, the reason it's called impedance is because it's a material property caused by the flow of electromagnetic current or of magnetism, whether it's electric or magnetic. The
No,
electromagnetic
impedance-
energy is being impeded.
Wait.
Listen,
That-
hang on.
That's the
Can
thing
I-
that's
can I
supposed to be
propose-
flowing through the medium.
Yeah, the
as an
electromagnetic
electrical
energy, correct.
professional, Can I just correct him on impedance, please? That's okay.
Well, impedance is an AC
Okay.
and resistance is DC, but
No. Okay, so impedance is a combination of both inductance, capacitance, and resistance in a
Right.
particular formula. Yeah. So just be careful what you say. Just don't go ramble on
Well,
when you
that's
have
in an
people in
RLC
here
circuit.
that know. Yeah. So just don't ramble on about shit in here when people are here that know what they're talking about. And if you look at the chat, I just posted something from my holiday venue that proves ether. It's a picture I just posted.
Okay, but once again, I'm not talking about like how you calculate impedance in an RLC circuit. I'm talking about what is the in a physics standpoint, what causes impedance, right? It's a material property. Every material, if it's not an let's say we don't have an RLC circuit. Let's just say that I am conducting current through a wire. The wire has an impedance value. And if I change that wire to a different type of metal, now it has a different impedance value. So every material has its own impedance value.
Stop. So that wire only has an impedance value if one particular current is passed through it.
Sure. But impedance, right? Impedance is the square root of the electric permittivity over the magnetic permeability. And every material has an electric permittivity value, and it has
put
a
that in a
magnetic
rap song?
permeability value. So you can derive impedance you can derive impedance for an object only using the electric permittivity and the magnetic permeability. You don't
So
need
neither
to.
of which is ether. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how
all
it works,
heavy
bro.
side. This is all Oliver Heavy side. This is Jabba the Hutt, and this is Witsit. We've heard it all before. You can't produce ether. Step off.
So if there
But come on,
is
guys, we should encourage him. He's talking about current events.
Yeah, if there is
current
electric permittivity that means there must be something substantive there to create it. Because emptiness, a lack of anything, would not create permittivity. It would not create
Can't have nothing,
permeability.
right?
So therefore, when we take a vacuum chamber and we conduct an electrical current through that chamber, there should be no resistance to that flow. There should be no permittivity. There should be no permeability. There should be no loss. Yet there is, and it's at a constant rate in every vacuum everywhere.
Therefore, ether.
Yeah, free space. Free space has its own impedance value. Free space has its own impedance value, just like any other material. Every material has its own impedance value, so does free space, and it's a constant. So why does that emerge as a constant? What's the property of space itself that allows for there to be a constant impedance value? What is there inside of a vacuum?
Claim. Why are you asking us questions?
That's the point. There must be something inside the vacuum to create impedance, and that is the ether.
Why can't it be the beether?
Wait a sec. So you did it without. So you did it without the ether, and then with the ether.
Crustacean. Wait, hey, Jesus Christ. Would the Casimir effect help your argument here?
The Casimir effect works too. That's a different thing. I mean, there has to be something, but
Oh my God!
I don't want to jump off of this. I don't want to jump off of this though, because if there was truly nothing in the vacuum, if it was truly empty, there would not be a constant impedance.
You don't
value.
want to jump off this, it's because we all know, and every single person sitting there saying it's going round and round in circles, we all know you can't prove or produce what is ether.
But it's whatever's
If
impeding
I can't see it, it
the
doesn't
energy.
exist.
When you say what it is,
if I can't see it, it
I'm
doesn't
describing
exist.
it to you. I'm describing to you what it does.
It's like gravity.
I'm describing it. I'm giving you material properties of it. Right. I'm giving you its impedance value.
Right.
I mean, what do you want? Right.
It's like
what
gravity.
Do you do? It's the same thing you do for electrons. When I say, tell me what an electron is, show me an electron. Right? You can't show it to me, but you can tell me.
And this has got what to do with anything. Stop trying to sidestep. Produce the ether.
I'm holding
please.
you to a consistent.
No. You're not holding anything. You're holding your dick. That's about all.
Dude, it's
Cut
not
with
a
this shit.
sidestep. He's comparing it to something you believe in.
Yeah, you can shut up too. You
correct. You're like you're being logically inconsistent.
No, you're being a weasel. We asked you a simple question. Please produce your ether.
Do you believe in
And-
electrons? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with ether?
Question proofs have fuck all to do with you producing the evidence. Put it forward.
Because if you believe in electrons,
Put it forward. Stop
I can use
talking
the same
shit.
standard and apply it to electrons.
No,
and
you're
make
not
you
getting a
hypocrite.
standard. Stop talking your crap. Put your evidence forward.
Yeah, so
Let's
if
yap
all you
yap.
have is personal
More whack whack.
attacks,
Come on.
yeah, it demonstrates the weakness of your position.
It doesn't demonstrate anything. That's what the problem is. You're not demonstrating. That's the bit you're lacking, son. Put it forward.
I have a whole list of experiments that demonstrate it, and all you can say is it doesn't
Yeah,
demonstrate
all of your
either.
experiments, none of them actually proved motion in the fucking first place. So you're
they're
all
not
going there.
and
We
they're not
did it.
I
And
can
most of them
measure
are just
motion with
observations
with
anyways.
interferometry, bro. Ruyong Wong has done it multiple times in the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory. It's documented. What do you mean you can't measure it? It's been done. It's
So
even
you've got an
published-
interferometer, and what's it proven?
It's proving that if you move that interferometer through space, you
So
can
if you
measure-
move the device, you've proven the device moves. Congratulations.
No, if you move the device, you can prove that the device can measure its own motion through space.
So let me get this straight. If I drive my car forward and the tachometer says I'm moving forward, it's also an interferometer. That's basically what's happening. You've got a device that proves it's moving when you move it. Oh my goodness. Awesome. You've picked it up, you've moved it, and it says it's moving.
Yeah, so-
Congratulations.
So just
So if you don't
because
move
you
it,
don't-
does it pick up motion?
yeah. So your lack of understanding
Question,
is not an
does
argument.
it pick up motion if it's not moved?
No.
Excellent. So you've got no proof of motion. Congratulations. Thank you. Now, what is ether?
It does pick up a reading when it moves, however, that matches the known velocity.
Yeah, that's great. If it's getting moved, it should pick up that it's been moved. Awesome. Now,
it
what is
should?
ether?
Why should
What is
it?
ether? Don't sidestep. What is ether?
It's the medium that the light wave.
It's a
propagates
medium.
through.
Excellent. So if it's a medium, you should be able to pick it up and get a cupful. Go and get some. Take a photo of it. Put it in the
We
slideshow.
already did this.
Yeah, you've
Hey,
already
if
sidestepped it.
Can
You're
you
a
give me a cup full
weasel.
of electrons? Can you give me a cup full of electrons?
You're not producing evidence, mate.
Why are you using electrons? Just prove your ether.
Because that's their thing, Neil. It's every time someone questions these etherites
I
about
am using
getting
the same standard.
You're not using anything, you're being a slime. As I was saying, Neil, every time one of these little etherite shit stains comes along and says ether, 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 and someone says produce it because he's claimed it's a medium. So a medium like water, like air, we should be able to test for it, use it, modify it, manipulate it. We cannot do that. So he has to now scientifically prove this shit exists. But, as I was saying, every time they come along, their first response is, oh, can you prove electrons? Get me a cup full of electrons. I'd like a fistful of electrons. If we haven't heard it before, mate. Now, try again, JC. Start producing what you're claiming.
If your question's valid to me, it's valid direct back to you too.
All of your questions, see? Sidestep. Again, I don't think I need to answer that,
It's
so
not a
I'm just going
sidestep.
to go, if it's, what's thrown to me sticks on you, just like glue. Come on, grow up.
So the point that
it
you're
sounds like
missing,
gravity to me.
Yeah, I think the
Are
point
you sure you've got the right definition? Are you sure you've got the right definition? Because I always thought that ether is what you get trapped in when your wife can't decide between two alternatives.
LOL. I think that you're missing the point that the reason
You're missing the point. Stop. You've claimed medium.
Finish, bro. Bro.
No,
are
you
gonna let me
claimed a
talk?
medium, you produce it.
A conversation is when
Ether is
two
a
people
medium. Was your
discuss
words, not mine. Yours. You
Not for
claimed it was a
nothing, they let
medium,
you-
now produce it.
And they let you talk unimpeded for a long time as my blood was boiling.
Yeah, so if I ask, the reason I'm bringing up electrons, let me try to finish this sentence, is because
We don't give a shit about the electrons. It's a sidestep.
okay,
We know what it's for.
it's not a
Produce
sidestep.
the medium you claimed. That's
Yeah,
it.
If okay, If I ask you to produce electrons, the way that you do that,
Don't give a
is
shit.
by-
Produce the medium you claimed.
It's by sending them through the ether.
Okay, I'm trying to show you that the way that I produce ether for you is the same way that you produce electrons for me. That's the point.
That's a joke. Same thing with it. Constantly done.
Okay.
They can't
But
prove it.
you
You show me electrons. Show me atoms.
Is that a concession? Is that a concession that you can't prove the ether?
I'm saying it's too small to see because what you want is to
Wrong.
optically
It's a
demonstrate
concession
it.
that he can't prove it.
No, you're saying show me.
T-Dub nailed you.
No, you haven't, brother. Optics.
No,
do not
I didn't
work
say I
when you
did.
see
I
ether.
said T-Dub did.
Okay. When you say show me, that word show, you mean like visibly,
So-
right?
Okay,
You're saying
Jesus,
optics.
listen carefully. Your claim was ether is a medium. If that's the
Correct.
case, you should be able to produce it for us. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm asking you to define what you mean when you say produce or show.
So that's the level of fucking slime you are now.
No, it's not
Measurable
obvious
in
because
some capacity,
we can measure it. That's my point. I'm demonstrating measurements, and you're saying that's not good enough.
What unit? Like kilojoules, or kilograms?
Well, I gave you an
What,
example
crayons?
of impedance. Impedance is one example. I also gave you the example of phase shifts.
Impedance. Is
Yes,
impedance the way
impedance.
we measure energy and matter?
Impedance is the resistance to the flow of electromagnetic energy. So you
So I
can.
want a measurement. I don't want a measurement of the impedance of something that you can measure. I want a measurement of the ether.
Yeah, he also said that matter
what does
was
that
made
mean?
up
A
of
measurement of the ether? Like, tell me, what do you mean a measurement of the ether? Give me what that looks like.
How many-
Like, what do you mean by
you know,
that?
How many watts or how many kilograms? Calories.
Yeah, because we could do that with water. We could do that with even air.
Water is matter. Water is brute matter.
Oh, so you're saying that ether and matter is made up of ether? Because I heard you say that.
Yeah, so you can't show me a measurement of any of those things for electrons either. That's the point. So if we use the same standard of proof, that's why I'm asking you, define what you mean by show.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
No, I'm saying I can, but it's going to be using a standard of proof
So you can prove
that
electrons?
is for something on a small scale, such as an electron.
So you can prove electrons exist?
You can prove electrons exist.
Okay.
So now prove ether exists.
Okay, by using the same standard of proof for electrons, I can adequately prove ether exists.
So they're just electrons then?
They're not electrons. They're something different.
Well, how do you
What are they?
separate the two?
Well, because their properties are different.
You're doing the same test, the same thing that you just said, the same way of testing them.
Oh, properties.
I
Properties.
said the same standard of
Yeah,
proof.
properties should be physical. I should be able to see properties.
Yeah. When you say see, do you mean with your eyes or do you mean measure with some type of device?
I don't know. Let me see. When I usually say see, I mean I want to see it.
Well, you can't see electrons. You can't see any of their properties because they're completely
I'm
invisible.
not talking about electrons. Why do you keep talking about electrons?
Because if you can't see electrons and you believe in them, how can you say you can't see ether and it doesn't count?
See, that's it. That's his logic, Neil. Because you can't see something, he doesn't have to define what he's talking about.
Oh my gosh, this is absolutely
No,
ridiculous.
that's exactly your logic. That's what you just told him. Because he can't do something, you don't have to do something.
Do you agree that
that's
there are things that
exactly
exist
what
that we
you
can't
just
see?
said.
Hey, are
That
there
is
things
what
that
you
exist
just
that we can't
said.
see?
Because Neil can't do something, you cannot. Or you don't have to.
That's not what I said.
Fucking oath it is.
You incorrectly inferred that, and that was not my intended meaning.
Well, if it's not your intended meaning, don't fucking say it.
Are there things that exist that cannot be seen? Yes or no?
You in a fucking minute if you keep going. Anyways,
So you can't answer that question? That's a
So
basic
why you
question.
what's ether?
Yeah, I know
Let's
what
get
you're
back to
trying to
it.
do.
Stop sidestepping. What's ether?
I already told you.
Yep, and you fucking sidestep that.
No, it's the medium through which electromagnetic waves propagate.
So produce it then. It should be something
That would
that's
be air.
Okay.
yeah.
What do you
exactly.
mean when you say produce it? Can you define that for me?
So now I've got to actually define. If I've got to define something, fuck you.
What's entire
wrong?
purpose.
Don't you like having to define things? Define,
Yeah.
please. I don't
The
want to mess it
entire-
up.
The entire purpose of invoking electrons is to hold you to a consistent standard.
But we're not.
So-
This is a burden of
Claims
proof
here.
reversal.
That's burden of proof reversal.
No, You're making a claim and you're trying to back your claim by trying to refute something else. That's
No.
logical.
It's not by refuting something. I'm not refuting electrons. I'm stating that you are asking me to demonstrate something for you. And I'm saying, okay, I have demonstrated. And you say, that's not good enough. And I say,
You
what
haven't
is the
demonstrated
standard?
anything. That's the
Yeah,
bit
I
you're
haven't.
missing. You've got this conception that you've demonstrated something. We're still waiting for it. All you've given us is, I infer this from such and such an observation. I've
Right,
inferred
that's
that
what
from
happens with
such and such an
electrons, too.
observation.
It's all
Stop.
inferred.
So it doesn't exist then. It's just imagination. You've got no proof of it actually, nothing physical, nothing tangible.
Well, then, if I don't have proof of ether, you don't have proof of electrons. That's the point.
There we
Hey,
go.
stop! I didn't claim electrons. Thank you for the straw man.
Yeah, this ain't no electron.
Actually, I asked you if electrons are real.
And I didn't answer. Because I don't give a fuck about that.
Other
That's
people
nothing
in here
I
have answered. I'm
claim.
talking to
I
all of
claim the earth is flat.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
measured
so-
that way.
So you're saying that you want to say that the reason that there's this impedance or loss of impedance or loss of energy through a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
That's the result of there being ether present, right?
Yes, it's being absorbed by the medium, just like it would be
Okay.
absorbed by any material.
Prove it.
Okay. What would you accept as proof? Because if I use a measurement,
problem.
and I say, hold on, I'm trying to finish. If I use a measurement and I say, hey,
Stop.
I can measure
Just
the
put
impedance.
forward your proof.
Okay, there is impedance in a vacuum, therefore there must be a substance creating the impedance, and I am positing
prove
what that
Prove
substance
that.
is. I'm labeling that as ether.
Prove it.
What the
Prove it.
substance that's doing it, I'm telling you that's what ether is. It's the substance
Prove it.
that creates impedance in a vacuum.
Prove it.
Scientifically prove it.
By measuring the impedance in a vacuum, I prove
How do
it.
I do
That's
that?
circular reasoning.
And
bro.
around we go.
How do I do that so I can go set this up?
Holy shit.
I've been playing too long, dude.
First, prove you have a vacuum. You can't. Right? Because you can't remove all of the matter or energy out of a confined space, can you? But for all you know,
God.
it's a single atom that's been expanded, and that's what's giving you the permittivity, dude. I mean, it's amateur hour around here.
Right.
I rest my case.
True. That is true, bro. Yeah. Well, he did concede 99.9999999% of all the matter.
Oh, so you don't have a vacuum. So you can't remove the variable that you would need to in order to have nothing in there to then say there's something in there which isn't the other nothings. And good grief.
And where's the
But
vacuum in
zero-
nature? That's what I asked.
But 0.0000001% of matter isn't enough to do that.
Also remove the interaction between the walls of the container and the space. Can't do that either.
Uh-oh.
So you don't have a space void of other interactions to then say there's nothing in there for me to have this permittivity, which then means I have to postulate something's in there. Good grief, bro. Nice try, though. You're lucky I was asleep this whole time, sucker.
I tried to wake you up, AI. I sent
Dang.
you a few messages.
Fuck,
Yeah,
why
but you
didn't I think of
should
that?
have rubbed my shoulder. You should have rubbed my shoulders.
Yeah, why didn't you just turn him over, Neil?
Because I'm saying, why is AI not piping up here? This is insanity. He's dealt with this with Whitsitt. He's letting this freaking guy come in here and spew all this nonsense. I'm glad to hear that you're sleeping.
Oh, man. Oh yeah, but for those who don't know, if you have a vacuum chamber, first you can't have a true vacuum in there. You have a near vacuum or an extreme vacuum. That's about it. Second, you can't separate the walls of the container from the space. So the interactions between the energies within the molecules and structure of the container, plus whatever material is left inside the container, can't be excluded from this idea that I have permittivity, therefore ether. Doesn't follow. You don't have the conditions in the first instance to carry the conclusion, which is an actual vacuum. You don't possess that to deal with it. Sorry.
Yeah, but what about electrons?
Adam.
You can't see them. You can't see atoms either.
How did you guys split the first atom then?
No, atoms are made of ether.
Young Einstein did that. That's how he put the bubbles in beer.
Yeah, see, AI, you know what they're doing. They're trying to liken it to the Holy Spirit. That's the end result of what they're trying to do.
Someone called the Ghostbusters.
I said ghosts hold you down to the ground. I already gave you the reason why it worked.
Ghosts? Ghosts.
Yes, ghosts hold you down to the ground. This is the reason why it works. I'll go through this, record this. So, the very first person ever was born, just popped wherever. They flew into the air, and then they died because there was no air. So it turned into a ghost. The next person was born. He didn't want that to happen, so he held that people down. And they aged and died. Now there's 2 ghosts, and then one more person is born. So now there's 2 ghosts available to hold the one person. So there's always an extra ghost to always hold people to the ground. That's how it works.
I like it. Goddamn.
Oh, I get you now, brother. And before people evolved, when the rocks were their cousins, the rocks were held to the ground by the ghosts of the other rocks.
Exactly.
Michelle Fowler would be proud.
Yep. So debunk me. So if you can't debunk me,
Ghost cousins.
my reasoning is correct.
Now, just out of curiosity, was Ares' failure a legit experiment?
What was the observed natural phenomena?
Speed of light.
No, I give props to the guy's presentation. It was a good presentation. I enjoyed that Aries failure bit. Yeah. Well, I called it Aries success.
Yeah, that bit was cool.
What does Ares' failure have to do with ether?
That's what he started out with.
I don't know. Propagation of starlight. I don't know.
Sorry,
No, Ares' failure.
He said the sky moves, not the earth.
I don't know that it was related to that, but anyway.
Okay, but Ares' failure has true mediums, doesn't it? Doesn't it have a tube filled with water?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it water like you can drink it, you can pee it out, you can squirt people with it out of a gun?
Yes.
Therefore, ether.
Yeah, you can shoot rioters with a hose with water. Yep.
Well, I thought the whole point of that presentation was that, therefore, Earth not moving, right? But I don't know. We got onto ether somehow. I don't know.
It's always going to go to ether. That's the end result that they want. They want to take you to ether. So everything sounds great, and then here comes the luminiferous ether.
Well, he told us it was a medium, and I'm here, and I thought, you know what? I'll ask my friend DeepSeek. He knows heaps of stuff. Physical environmental medium, a material substance that allows waves, particles, or energy to travel through it. Examples: air for sound waves, water for light, and how about this? Vacuum, a medium for electromagnetic waves like light, though it lacks matter. So there you go.
Well, don't let Quantum Eraser hear you say that.
Hey, he can take it up with DeepSeek.
Well, he did also say that light was a wave.
Yeah, when he said that, I'm sitting there going, "Oh shit, is QE nearby? This will be good."
Electromagnetic waves. Get it right. Which DeepSeek just reconfirmed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So where did he go? He ran away, or you just kicked him?
I didn't touch him.
No, he ran himself away.
Completing his task. His burden for his proposition is that he needs a vacuum chamber, right? That has an actual vacuum in it. So he's going to go find one, and then he's going to bring it back and prove us wrong.
Good luck with that.
Hey, so here's my theory. You ready? So when you remove all the surrounding matter, a single piece of matter expands to fill the available space, right? Its field strength increases over the area, and then its properties change. It increases the amount of electrical permittivity and resistance and impedance and all these other factors. They increase, right? Because this emergent property occurs when its field is no longer squished, which reduces its ability to do those things by the other matter that's in the chamber. Now, I know I'm right because there's extra expected impedance in a vacuum chamber. Oh, you see how fun affirming the consequent is? I can make up any freaking thing I want.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that. He's doing that right from the beginning anyway.
It has to be that. It has to be that because you can't have a real vacuum. So it has to be whatever matter is left over in there doing exactly what you just described.
Exactly.
Air.
In fact, if you create a big enough vacuum with a single piece of matter in it, a single piece of matter under no other pressure or field forces will expand indefinitely until it reaches hypervelocity and will actually expand faster than the speed of light. And when it goes faster than the speed of light, it sends temporal waves latitudinal to the direction of the expansion, which causes inverse fluctuations that rip and tear the fabric of boobly, and then new dimensions emerge and an entire new universe is born. Oh man, I'm like Carl Sagan. Holy crap.
Every time I use my vacuum chamber, I'm in a new universe.
Pretty much, dude. And if you turn your vacuum chamber off, you're responsible for genocide of an entire new world.
Yeah, if
Oh my.
if you build consensus on this, you can have a point.
I know, bro. If I get like 17 retarded scientists that are like, anemic and have zits and can't think straight half the time because they're too worried about girls, I might, be able to publish a paper and be really recognized by the community of how new universes are born by AI.
Can we include a section on how things are held to the ground? And I would like to contribute to that.
some new soup you need to invent.
Sure.
I'm gonna add my ghosts. Ghost hold people down and rocks and everything.
Oh, dude, today was very interesting. Dawn was coming. Well, the moon was out high in the sky, a little bit bright, and then dawn was coming because the moon was right over my head. Then I passed out down the parking lot because I was
I'm
working
gonna
till
be remodeling my
working all the way till
bathroom.
dawn. What's that?
AI, this is for you because I'm going to be remodeling my bathroom soon. I have a question on it. So I'm going to be putting a tile floor in. I want to know basically the square feet of it. I was going to put dots on the ceiling in my bathroom and then take measurements to the dots to figure out if my floor is straight or not. What do you think?
Hmm.
They actually do that with self-leveling, similar to that.
Yeah. I mean, you could pull parallels off of it, but you need to know. I mean, the problem with that, what you just said, is that like you can kind of tell right off the bat whether the floor is not too bad. And so there's actually a thing. I'm not saying you necessarily do this with a floor, but in some instances you can do what's called parallel, because if you level a floor, right? Let's say you have an old house and you come in and you say, okay, I'm building this thing in here. I'm going to level it, and you do that, and then you step back and you look at it, and it looks retarded. The reason is because everything else isn't level and plumb and square. So you made the one thing that sticks out like a sore thumb.
Exactly.
So sometimes you got to go a little slant ways. But the thing is, dude, the most important thing when you're doing a bathroom floor, a lot of times, sometimes, is that you need a level surface for your toilet and you need a level surface for your shower pan. Because if you don't have that, you're going to feel really awkward sitting on your toilet and your shower pan isn't going to actually drain properly. In fact, the house I'm working on now has that problem where the mooks just put the
Yeah, you do
floor.
that with the water level, with the levels.
Yeah, they put the shower pan, parallel to the floor, and so all the water drained into the corner of the pan and not down the hole.
Why wouldn't you level your shower pan?
I know, right? And like if you have a crooked floor, like a lot of old houses do, look around here, almost all old houses are 3-inch differential in the rooms. Like one end of the room is 3 inches different than the other side of the room.
Jeez.
Okay, that's pretty common. So what do you got to do? You got to build a little level spot, right, and then put your shower pan on top of that. Rather, what was done here was they put the shower pan flat on the diagonal floor, right? So parallel to the diagonal floor, and then they added like pieces of strips to then tilt the top of the pan to the door, like the glass door. So
Oh,
they
they
leveled
shimmied
the
it.
glass door, but not the pan.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
So then
So anyway, I'm just
go
gonna
ahead.
measure the floor. I'm not gonna use the dots. It seems like if I just measure the floor, it's easier.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna look at the sky to determine if the ground is curved or not, it's probably best to just measure the ground instead of looking at the sky. I've determined that now.
Yeah, part of that is like regardless of the ceiling that you have in there, if your shower pan isn't level, right, the water, the way the pan is designed, isn't going to work properly. The water isn't going to flow because you need slantways, right, for the water to flow down into the drain hole. And they designed the pan to be level, then the diagonal of the slant to be counter to the level. And so it only works if the pan is installed, yeah, you guessed it, level. Because the expectations of the physics of water is that if it's higher on one side, it's going to flow, right? So they operate with water as if all the world is oriented horizontal and the surface of water is flat and level. And so that's why they put a little slope in the pan, expecting the water to flow down and into the drain. Because we all understand how water works, and we understand that Earth is covered, and at least what we're told, 70% of the known territory is water. Water's flat and level, and according to the principles of the physics of water and hydrostatic equilibrium and all the other caveats I just described, that means that the surface of water is flat and level, extended over 70% of the surface, and that, you know, sets the benchmark standard for level throughout human antiquity, also known as sea level. And since all elevations and depressions are taken from sea level, that means that you have a mean line of which the extent of the height and the variance down from the height to the depths are within two parallel planes above and below a base horizontal plane, which gives you three lines which are congruent with a horizontal. And if you have a tolerance over the surface between two parallel planes where the extent is much greater width-wise than height-wise, you have a functional definition of flat. Therefore, the Earth's flat.
But why should it take so long? Get to the point. Okay.
But do you believe in satellites?
I've been in a satellite once. Yeah, I've been in a satellite once, and then, you know, I put my debit card into the machine and I got some cash out.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you didn't know that the little kiosks and little things, like for example, inside, like you go in a grocery store, there's a little bank in there. It's called a satellite branch. Didn't know that?
Ah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Tecnologia.
Oh man. No, the only problem with falling asleep in your car, which is quite nice, with all things being equal, is that you wake up with that sun just coming straight through your windshield, turning you into a fried chicken. Don't worry about me, though. I sleep in my car all the time. No big deal. Walmart parking lots, gold. McDonald's, gold. I do a lot of jobs where I work through the night or into the night, very late. That's what I was doing last night. I was set up all my tools, building some stairs. Nice crisp night, cool little breeze, not hot at all. Kind of, you know, it's dark out at night, obviously, around these parts. So it's kind of like cozy. You got this little envelopment of you know, your light only goes so far. You know, I put on my lights, right? But I can't see the houses across the street. I can only see my little zone. You know, why is it that when I put on my light, like dude, I got this light, bro. You ready? It's got LEDs, man. It's got like a bajillion LEDs in this little rectangle. So you turn that sucker on, and the area where you're at is bright as heck. But I still can't see the houses across the street. I'm very confused because this Glober once told me if there's a light above the ground, you would see everything. And I'm like, damn, dude, I wish I could get one of them lights, because then I would just need one at the job site, and then I could just see everywhere and everything all the time. It'd be awesome.
But could someone at one of those houses see your light?
That's a good point, though. You got me, bro. You killed where I was going with that. Good job.
You're not going to see it because the light's not pointing at the houses across the street, pointing away. So the houses across the street will just see a dark forest. They won't see anything.
It could help in a war.
Yeah, but this analogy doesn't carry when it comes to Glober rebuttals, because Glober rebuttals are talking about a grand scale in the hundreds and maybe even thousands of miles. The problem with that is that the cumulative effect of the atmosphere is that it wanes off and dithers away the available luminosity all the way up until opacity. And by the way, opacity means you can't see through the thing. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true, because opacity could be a scale. Opaque means you can't see through the thing. So once the opacity reaches 100%, that thing's like a brick wall, and you're not seeing through it. So if there was a light of any intensity behind something that's opaque, could you see it? The answer is no. So their claim, if the Earth was flat, can't be true because I'd see the sun all the time, just doesn't follow. They have a lot of assumptions baked into that they don't even know they're making, because they never actually thought about it. Oh, man, forgot I have air conditioner. Hey, that's air conditioner that I'm not getting cooked anymore. Dude, how does air conditioning work on a flat Earth?
Whoa, there's vents in the firmament.
Same way as it's always done.
Explain.
Dude, you guys ever had a McDonald's McGriddle? It's like a pancake bun. It's like a thick pancake bun. Whatever inside, like your meat and stuff. Then on the bottom is another pancake. They kind of like got a little syrupiness to them. They're pretty good.
We're
No,
not
I've
that
never seen
privileged
those
in
things.
Australia. Nah, yeah.
I'm upgrading my pancake Earth memes to McGriddle memes.
The only thing I did get to sample, T-Dub, when I went to the States years ago, was bacon and egg biscuits from McDonald's. So I think bacon and egg scones, they were pretty tasty.
Oh, you can get bacon and eggs in a McGriddle, bro. So it's bacon and eggs in a pancake batter bun, homie.
Nice. We did homemade sausage egg McMuffins for dinner tonight.
Now, speaking of pancakes, interestingly enough, pancakes are called flat cakes, right? Or flapjacks. Now, pancakes are usually called flat cakes because they look pretty flat. Now, interestingly enough, you can actually measure the scale of a flatness of something, and it's usually done in an index to 1, where 1 is idealistic, and then, like 0.8, 0.7, 0.999, approaching flat, et cetera, et cetera. So they did a pancake, and I think it was like 0.97. And then they went out and they measured Kansas. The University of Kansas, I believe, did that. And they found out when they did all the measurements that the old saying that, Kansas is flatter than a pancake was actually true. That the scale of Kansas being flat was like 0.989 or something like that, where the pancake was only like 0.97. So Kansas is actually flatter than a pancake. And interestingly enough, Kansas isn't even the flattest state in the United States. Florida's flatter. And interestingly enough, there's other states that are also flat. And interestingly enough, we also got the Great Salt Flat Lake. Oh, so all these flat spots on the United States, right? Very weird if the Earth's a globe. Oh yeah. So what they decided to do is like, oh, you know what? What if we measure the Salt Lake? It's no longer a lake. It's not filled with water anymore. It's now just a salt flat in Utah. So they say, okay, we'll take a laser and we'll do laser transit on it. They're like, oh, what we could do is we could set up a storyboard, or we could set up a laser, and then we could shoot the shot. And then the guy's like, no, I got a better idea. What if I take the laser, it on my truck, and then I drive out there, and you can watch it the whole way, right? Rather than just try to do a single shot, so we can get the whole span in view, right? And the other dude's like, dude, that is sick, bro. We're definitely doing that. And he's like, all right, bro, I got you. He puts it in his truck and he drives off 35 miles. And they can see the laser the entire time, when it should be below, at the extent of the thing, 400 feet displaced from the hidden height, which should be there if the Earth's a globe, but it's not. Not only do we have these territories being flatter than a pancake, we have them validated by laser transit that they're not curving, which we already knew because water is level and it covers 70% of the Earth, and that means, all the points are between two parallel planes arranged horizontally, which is the functional definition of flat. So, the Earth's flat.
So, what is your flat Earth model?
Yeah, I have a flat Earth model. Want it? Here's
With all
Earth
these model. Flat region. Yeah.
Yeah. My flat Earth model is flat model. So the model of flat is all the points on the surface are arranged between two parallel planes. That's the model of flat. So if someone asks you for the flat Earth model, that's what you say, because that's how you model flat.
You're talking about like a elevation profile.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
So look at any functional mechanical definition of flat, and what I mean by mechanical is that it actually exists within the structure of the object, right? Is defined like that. Now there is an ideal definition of flat, which is like a geometric ideal where all points are on the same plane, right? No variance in height or depth or anything. Now, we know for a fact that in three-dimensional reality that can't exist, right? So there's going to be variations, of ups and downs apart from the plane. But all those points are going to rest within two parallel planes, which, if you look up the definitions in any of the machining books and any of those other types of things, like that's how you define flat. How you get the tolerance for flat. So if you're going to model flat, that's how you have to do it. So next time someone asks you for your flat Earth model, you give them that answer.
Okay, so is the bottom plane, right? Is that just an arbitrary thing? Like, how do you determine that?
So you have a mean line, right? And then you have the top plane representing the, let's just call it the height above that, and you have the bottom plane representing the depth below that. The maximum extent of the height and the depth. So, for example, in the Earth, you would have sea level, right? And then you would have, I think, the tip of Everest and then the bottom of the Marianas Trench, right? Which is a span of 13 miles. Now you take the 13 miles and you do your little mathy math over the 192 million square miles of the surface, right? And so if you have a variance of 13 miles, right? And you have 192 million square miles, right? And you notice how 13 is really tiny and 192 million really biggy. And then you have a horizontal base of sea level, right? Then that surface is very, very, very flat, right? So if I'm not mistaken and memory serves, when you do that, you get like a 0.0054 for the Earth, and a Starrett surface plate, which by the way is an engineering plate that you buy, specifically engineered to be flat, so that you can put metal, other things on it to do like a flat standard. You pay you buy one of these things, they're like $5,000. Engineered flat table. That's for a small one. You want a big one, you're talking, more money. And guess what? That's like another decimal place flat. So I think they're like in the 0.00005, right? So yes, the Earth is not as flat as an engineered surface plate, but it's still flat, bro.
I think it goes farther than 4 decimal places. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at ours. Get close to the 5th one.
Yeah, I just know that when I did the Earth, it's one less, I think, if I remember correctly. I use to people all the time. Like, for example, Neil deGrasse Tyson might go on his show and say, the Earth is actually, the relief is actually makes it smoother than a pool ball. Right? So if you took that smoothness and then arranged it horizontally, as you should do, because you're using sea level as the benchmark standard, then you end up with a surface that's very, very, very flat.
Ooh. Super flat. Wait, no, it's super flat.
Oh, man. Oh, I also got a logical argument against the something or nothing false dichotomy. In case you guys.
I thought you were going to drop in with that earlier, but you were.
Nah, I mean, I didn't. There was no point, to be honest, because his crescendo was the vacuum, and once I described to him that he can't have the condition he needs to prove his case, I mean, it's pretty much over. I mean, truly, if he comes in, think about it this way: if an ether proponent comes in with that argument, they better have a Nobel Prize with them. Correct? Am I right or wrong? Think about what I just said. If an Ethereum comes in with that argument to carry his conclusion, they better have a Nobel Prize. Why do I say that? Does anyone know?
for being the first to ever
Prove it.
create
Yeah.
a pure vacuum. Perfect.
Correct. Now, some people might have said, "Oh, because they're the first to have proved ether." No, because they are the first to have created an ideal vacuum. That's Nobel Prize stuff, bro. So if you don't have your Nobel Prize for being the first person in history to create an actual vacuum, separated right from the container itself, which is what you would need, then I mean, you ain't got nothing to open your mouth and yap about.
You get a Nobel Prize for the gauge you created to measure that vacuum too.
I know, right?
Oh, yeah. An ionization gauge.
Oh,
But wait, you can't use that because you need something to ionize. Shit.
can't buy an ionization gauge, so I'm not sure what that does.
Ionization gauge?
Yeah. Pads introduced that earlier to us. It's an instrumentation. It's an instrument used to measure super low vacuum states. It won't work in a high pressurized system. It has to work in a very, very low pressurized system. And it'll work by so it'll expose itself to the environment that it's trying to measure. It'll ionize some of the particles and then measure the current that's produced through the ionization, which is proportional to the pressure system, which it's then going to tell you it's measuring.
Make me one of those.
Holy shit! No, I don't know how to do that, man.
We want to use them in our clean room where we have all our.
They use some sort of filament. I think it's like similar to a light bulb or something. I don't know. I mean, I've seen it. I saw a basic diagram of one, and it's like looks like a light bulb.
Vacuum tube. With a plate in it.
Yes.
Oh, I guess there's air in there too. Oh, that doesn't work. What are you measuring? The air in the vacuum tube or the stuff on the outside?
According to the benchmark of appropriate titles and standards, I need to fine you 17,000 credits for calling a near vacuum tube a vacuum tube. You're officially fined. Payment due immediately.
It is a vacuum tube. You seal it up, you turn it on, that burns up the oxygen, and then you've got a vacuum.
Oh, so the oxygen just went into the nether dimension?
Yep.
Into the ether.
Yep, more proof of the ether.
Wait a second.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
You know what that just reminded me of, Radwin? So, oh man, what was it, dude? The plot of the Doom video game 2016. Okay, the plot of that game was, yo, I'm an energy company. You know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to get oil. I'm not going to get wood. I'm not going to ports into hell and then conduits the nether dimension energy into the normal world, and we can power everything with that energy. Nothing bad's possibly going to happen, of course. Isn't that like the plot of like every movie? Like we're trying to find some mysterious energy, and then they unleash the demons, and everybody gets killed.
That's the plot.
Oh, it's Radwood. It's the dude. It's the gravity ghosts, bro. They're gonna try to find ether and they're going to unleash the gravity ghost. And instead of holding people down, the gravity ghosts are then going to be like, doing this and that, and people are just going to be floating away everywhere. It's going to be chaos.
Yeah, they're going to keep the ghosts busy, and they're going to forget about holding people down. I'm changing my name to Gravity Ghost.
Bradwin, if you were so inclined, you could make a children's book, right? You could probably draw the pictures. You could have AI draw the pictures for you. You could make the gravity ghost that just wouldn't do. And it was like, oh, gravity ghost, what's wrong? You're not holding your people down. Oh, well, I'm upset. And you could have it like, you could have a little hand turning the pages of the book. It'd be hilarious.
It would probably sell.
As a children's book.
I'm going to tell my grandkids that when people die, they turn into ghosts, and ghosts are what hold you down to the ground. So there's always ghosts standing next to you. I'm sure they'll get a kick out of that at 5 years old.
You want them, you want them to sleep, right?
And they're twins.
Oh, man.
I'm going to tell that to them before they leave my house to go back to their parents' house.
That's me, man. You don't like your kids.
No, what are you talking about, dude? She just believes in Dark Souls theology. Now, if you don't know what Dark Souls is a video game phenomenon in which the game itself is super hard and punishing, but there is ways to conquer it, and the way that you do it is by perseverance. And then once you conquer it, you feel a great sense of accomplishment. So he's forcing his kids to go through the struggle so that they come out the other end chiseled like fine diamonds.
I'll make sure I tell the kids that when they yell at me on the phone or when they come over to say shit to me about it. Say, I'm chiseling your children into fine diamonds.
Starting a new tradition.
Oh, they come over to talk about the superheroes, and they'll watch cartoons, and I'll say, "What's that?" That's a spaceman, and I'm like, "Yeah." I just let them go.
No, wait. You got to take them camping.
I do say you can't go to space. They're like, well, I said, that's a cartoon. I tell them that stuff, but we don't argue about it.
Yeah. But bro, you got to take your grandkids camping around the campfire at night time. You tell them the ghost gravity story.
Scare the shit out of them properly. Yeah.
And then tell the parents, I got to go. I'm going back home. You guys have fun tonight.
Yeah, I got a work emergency. Yeah.
Oh, that works. They know. They know how I am. I got to go. Got to go head out to a plant.
Whatever backfires on you. And then every time you see grandkids, they're like, "Tell us more about the gravity ghosts, Pop."
They're always watching you, no matter where you're at. They're with you at all times, watching everything you do. You get no privacy.
All right, gang. I'm going to check out PNR for a bit before I head to bed. Talk later.
Yo, is this the gay channel?
Can I add like source and like not getting banned here? Is that possible? Hello? Hello? Damn, is this like all bots? Like the fuck?
Hello.
Hello? 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 Guys, it's me. It's me, guys. Saudi, man. Guys? Why are you guys sad? What happened? You should be happy I'm here, you guys. It's me. Oh, 102. Did you guys get destroyed by a globe torrent? It's okay, you guys. It happens. Not to me, though. I'm the best flat earther. I'm a guys and let you vent. I'm gonna let you vent and come back.
Hello. I heard a question for the flat earthers.
What's up, Zay? What you say?
Hi. Um, I believe in conspiracies. I don't believe like everything we are told.
Okay.
Is that a good start?
I don't know. What are you trying to start?
Well, the biggest conspiracy of them all is that the nature of our universe and the so-called thing that we live on is not what we've been told. That's like pretty much the biggest conspiracy, I guess, right?
I don't know. I don't know any of the computers, so can't say.
No, there's bigger conspiracies than that.
Yeah.
Okay, what is the bigger conspiracy than them lying about the shape of the Earth and the universe around us?
Lying about the nature of human interaction. Lying about history.
Okay. Well, didn't Napoleon say that history is just what a bunch of people have agreed upon?
Yeah, the victors write the history.
Right.
That's far more damaging than the lying about the shape of the Earth.
Is it not in relation?
To an extent, yeah.
So, most of the world did believe that we lived on a flat plane. I'm pretty sure through most of recorded history, most civilizations did believe that. So it is still kind of new, the fact that most people now believe we live on a so-called globe, right? To say that the Chinese and the US and all of the space agencies around the world are secretly working together to lie to the public sounds a little bit far-stretched. Well, far-fetched, not stretched, sorry. But I suppose it is possible, right? It is possible because, you know, nothing's impossible. I mean, these same people say that the universe came out of an expansion that was completely random, and then they say that a living organism was made out of random components that were not alive coming together and somehow ending up creating a living organism with genetic memory and genetic data. So if that is possible, then it is also possible that people could lie on a mass scale, right?
Oh, yeah, you have to understand that they've had the time and the money. They've spent billions of dollars on the best brainwashing techniques.
Yeah, but it also seems pretty risky because if they lie about see, this is what I don't get. Why isn't it a risk? Because if they're going to lie about the Earth, it's kind of hard to lie about it because people can measure it and people can test it, and
Most
it
people
seems
don't
like
care, though. As long as they're
yeah,
getting a paycheck, they don't care.
but it seems dangerous. wouldn't it be better for them to admit the real truth of the Earth shape and then just make up a lie about how, and they could say, well, the Big Bang created the Earth, but it created it flat as a flat plane or something like that. I don't know. All I've seen is that flat earthers have been having some momentum for about 7 years or whatever, and nothing has really changed. It's pretty much the same stuff going on. What has changed? NASA's still operating. Elon Musk wants to go to Mars. Somebody said flat is not a shape. No, but a flat circular or a flat square Earth would be a shape. But I don't know if it's rectangle, square, circle. You're not claiming a 3D shape. Give me a minute. Okay, so anyway, okay, you don't claim a shape, you just claim that that we live on a flat plane. A flat plane with hills and mountains that I guess but still you say it's a flat plane that we live on. You don't claim a shape. Okay? Well, you have to prove it. If we live on a flat plane, then you should be able to measure that it's flat. We should be able to measure that it's flat. Okay, let me see what's been sent. Results and observations. This is ridiculous. Retards. Doesn't make sense. I've been on a plane, dude. Didn't look flat to me. Refraction. sense. Gosh.
Very aware of.
Context.
If you ever listen to Old English, it's from the Saxons. It's very Germanic.
That's right.
Heck yeah, man.
it
Read
started-
one of them old books.
Oh, it's hard work. That's more modern English, like Shakespeare and stuff like that. That's closer to modern. But even before that, it's fucking so hard to understand.
But the ministry.
No, it's just languages change over time. Listen to these kids talking about skibbity toilets and stuff, right? Even look at words that have come to us from the 80s and the 70s and stuff like that. Like, that's just a short period of time. So the language today is different from when... Listen to people who used to speak on the radio in the 30s and 40s or 40s and 50s. They sound totally different. They use different language. They use different words. Things adapt. They're not created. You can't force a language on anyone. It doesn't work that way.
Well, yeah, but then you can read a book from the 50s as you can today, so I'm not understanding.
Oh, yeah, because the 50s is ancient, bro.
Well, I don't get it. Why that was said.
English didn't exist in the 50s.
My goodness, dude.
What?
No need to start name calling, bro.
Right. I wish I was funny. I'm not very funny. I apologize. I'll take it back. English wasn't.
You just said that somebody just told me English was different back then.
Yeah.
No, not in the 50s.
No, not. It wasn't different back in the 50s.
2025.
I said people spoke differently. It's part of the progression of language. People start speaking differently, and then new words come into it.
I'm not talking about accent though. At the moment, I'm talking. About,
oh my god, man!
Oh my god! He's talking about dialects, dude, not accents.
Right. Exactly.
Word of the evening is etymology.
No, etymologies of science, the SI, okay? The SI, which is the System International, standard.
I don't know what you... What? Are you talking? What are you using? You're using words, but... Are you attempting to communicate?
You know, if you guys want to go this route, I'm just trying to have an intellectual conversation with you. If you want to go the route of just defacing me right away,
Right. No, we just have to understand.
Where are you saying the
Democratic method, bro?
Dude,
Find our terms.
Dude, check this out, y'all. Angle. Nobody knows where you're getting your information from. You're not being very clear in what you're trying to say. You're just blurting out assertions, and it makes no sense to most of the people here. So pardon them if they can't understand you. Maybe you need to try to parse out what you say a little more.
Well, I was trying to, but I have two people coming at me at once, and I can only answer a question so quick. And that was a short question, and then it got fired back again. I'm doing my best here. I'm not trying to.
I didn't come at you, dude. I didn't come at you, man.
I didn't say it. So there's two guys at me. I see. This is the thing. I'm not trying to have a go with you.
All right, y'all. I'll help you out. Y'all. That's the end of that discussion. Talk about flat Earth or get yeeted. There you go. Mercy kill.
I got a flat Earth click killer. I got a flat Earth. Just fucking put her in the rifle. Done. Headshot. Got one.
All right. Let us know what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's hear
it. So the boat goes over the horizon. Okay, and then so we all know that it's that the boat goes over the horizon disappears, right? That's what is said, right? For whatever. Okay. Here's the deal. They have an international standard, which is that's why I mentioned that, because it was through the context of this in which I found this. But anyhow, the international standard of a vessel and a pilot and what is mandatory through international waters and the way. And here it is. So a vessel that has so much length to it, right, needs to be seen at a distance from its bow from a light, right? So the light has to be, here it is. The max I've seen so far at a vessel at 150 yards, right? The actual light has to be off its bow at 22.5 degrees ahead. Okay, so that's 22.5. If you multiply those, that's square, obviously, because you got 45.90. But anyhow, 6 miles ahead, okay? 6 miles ahead. And it says everything I'm saying verbatim, okay? Word verbatim. 6 miles ahead, straight ahead, in a beam, non-breakable, 360 degrees around from there to 225 degrees. That's a record right there. But it's an international standard that is a must.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so it's a light off your front bow that has to be seen at 6 miles from your boat. That a beam of light, not non-breakable, must be seen at 360 degrees all the way around from there, right? From 22.5 degrees from the top of the where the light's at off the boat, right? And then from 180 where you're at, seeing 180, right? Your equilibrium right there is your 180, 0 to 180, right? If you go over 180, what do you got? 225. It says verbatim over the horizon, through and over the horizon. It uses those words.
So you can shine a light through the physical geometric horizon, then, according to this.
Clearly you can't. They're telling you what you needed to pilot the vessel, right? Because if you couldn't do that, then they wouldn't tell you to do that.
If you couldn't do it, then they wouldn't tell you to do it. And they're saying that you're to shine the light through the horizon.
They use the words through and the arc. That's the words they use. I get it for you. Actually, you guys can look it up for yourself. It's a vessel.
Neither are possible.
What's that? Well, it is, because that's the international standard, and
to shine a light through a physical object.
Bro, do you hear what I'm saying though, or not?
Yeah, I do hear what you're saying, but either I'm really confused or you're not making sense, because you're claiming that the standard states you shine the light through the horizon.
It is.
The
Right.
standard would be referring to, I'm assuming, a globe. Therefore, this would be a physical geometric horizon, or the Earth's curvature.
Are you still reading literature?
So how are we shining a light through that curvature?
Because through and over, because you're passing it. Get that part? Light is passing it.
Well, light's not passing it
When you go-
if you're on a globe, because it's not going through anything. If we're on a flat surface, 100%, yeah.
You drive a car, you go through the light or over it?
Well, again, are we talking about a ball or are we talking about a flat surface? Because on your ball,
The boat literally floats level, dude. What do you mean?
the book that you're
I'm
citing
confused. Can we start from the start?
Yeah, he's citing. He's citing from a sailing, something to do with sailing, from a manual that says that a light on a ship has to be able to be seen from a certain distance. And
With 6 miles, yeah?
Yes, and the way that light is seen is by it shining through the horizon
and over the arc,
or over the arc. Now, my point
Wouldn't they just make it higher on the boat?
No, but the boat's only so high anyways, right? I mean, how high would it have to be?
Didn't you say at a boat at a certain length? So if it's a boat at a certain length, it would have to be like a certain height. Do you know what height they put the lights at?
Well, let me put it this way. It was yeah, I know it wasn't very high. It was pretty average, about all the other ones. I don't know why.
I don't know what average means. You got a number?
I do. I just gotta go. I'm gonna go get the link for you guys. Okay.
Cool. If you can get all the numbers, and then we can work it out.
There's no boat that's like 100 foot out of the water or something. I don't know where we're going with it.
Some of those cargo ships are.
Yeah, but when they put the car, I'm saying, right, I get that part. But there's a reason why they send them back and forth. They don't send them empty, dude. Anywho.
Yeah, I'm confused again.
Because they're that high, so they can stay buoyant.
The book that you're referring to, or the manual you're referring to, would be referring to a globe, yes?
No, these are just standards. The globe is not mentioned once.
Okay, so when it starts talking about going, what'd you say, through or around a horizon?
Yeah, I'm going to time out for a minute because I'm distracted answering a couple of you guys right now, and I just want to go grab the information for you. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's what it says. I didn't change any text, or I'm not trying to do anything other.
Hey, you're all right, man. We're not saying that. We're just trying to get our heads around what you're actually saying. Yeah, well, that's all right. Come back when you got the info.
This is very awesome. What's been going on tonight? We're all bonding. We're bonding.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm confused because, if they're talking about through or around a horizon, and we're looking at something to do.
Well, not around. It didn't use around. Sorry, it didn't use around.
No, what did you use? What was the word?
It was through and across.
Through and across.
I need a diagram.
The arc of the horizon, right? The arc of the horizon. And if you think about that,
hang on. What's the arc of the horizon? Because the arc of the horizon would be referring to a ball.
Look here. I'll explain it to you like this: the arc of the horizon. Here's the deal: the horizon is what? Only tangible through your eyes, and I'll prove it right now.
I'm tired of the double.
May I please, just real quick, just let me take 2-3 seconds, I promise. If I asked somebody to anchor on the horizon and they said yes, I said, okay, can you anchor on the other side of the horizon, on the north side? Then they said yes. And I said, okay, can you...
Is he chopping out for anyone?
He's out.
Yeah, you're cutting out, dude.
Thank Providence for that. That just happened. Woosah, don't you love a peaceful silence?
Until you broke it.
Yeah, so this is where I think it says the arc of the horizon. So this is inferring a ball. This is inferring a curved. You just said from the manual, the arc of the horizon.
Okay, never mind, man. It wouldn't be possible to have a straight beam, uncut beam to go to 225 degrees in now, would it then? That's what they say to do. I mean, if they're telling you something that you have to do for international regulation and it wouldn't be able to work, that would be pretty silly.
Wait, you keep double speaking. You keep saying this is a standard, but it's not, dude, because you already said you can't do it. No one
say that. I said that once.
You keep double speaking.
I haven't said that once.
You said this is some standard. This is some standard.
It is.
What's the
international standard? Right. Yes.
So show me light going. Okay, what's the horizon? What's the horizon?
Hey, Matt, just real quick, in case you don't know this dude, Ya Engel is not a glober. He might be a little bit confusing to listen to, but he's flat Earth.
No, I realised he was flat Earth. I'm just trying to, because he's reading from this citation, yeah?
I was just letting Matt know.
Yeah.
I'm actually not a flat earther either. I'm more of finding the absolute than or what's behind the story.
You're wrong, heretic.
Okay. Well, anytime I've spoken to him, he seems flat Earth adjacent.
Well, because that's the thing to go against, because that's like, that's the what's in front of everything, right? I mean, they got, lots of fucking, how would you call it, theater for it. So, I mean, that's their thing, right?
So, didn't you say when you first come in that this was Yeah, I just want to ask, didn't you say when you first came in that this was a flat Earth killer argument? Is that what you said?
Yes. Well, yes, of course. I was using that flat Earth context for you. It was context, man. There was context.
Oh, wait, we got a new customer. Okay. Hang on, guys.
Who's against the flat Earth and who's for it?
Go watch a race or somewhere, wherever I want.
One sec, y'all.
Let's see if we can talk to Sage for a few minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to go.
I like to involve myself.
Good.
So
Evolve.
Who's for flat Earth? I want to hear some argument because I'm kind of
me.
You're for it? You believe in it? Why do you think the Earth is flat?
No, I know it.
You know, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Why do you know the Earth is flat?
Because we see it that way, we use it that way, and we measure it that way.
You measure it flatly?
Yeah, man. Yep. From a horizontal, we get we can either use that to go down. So from the horizontal, you can use it in plumbing. You can use it in building to get perpendiculars. You can use it to build roads. You can use it to fly airplanes, sail boats, all from a flat horizontal surface. You got a globe.
Right. But it's not entirely flat. Like, if you were to walk,
what do you mean?
If you took a measuring tape, and
so you didn't hear me say horizontal reference plane.
Like an infinitely long measuring tape, right? And you walk.
No, we can do it with
your elevation won't change.
Hello, we can do it with measuring tools, right? So in the building trade, we use things called theodolites and things like that. So you can go over a known flat surface like a lake, something like that. Use that theodolite with a measuring stick, and you can pinpoint your height above the lake on one side and your height above your lake on the other side, and get no drop over distance, no curvature. It's amazing. These things you can do yourself too, so you don't even need to listen to anyone about it.
Is this like
you can just go out and
a big thing in Australia?
All over the world, man. All over the world.
But like, I mean, I'll show you specifically. Is there like a
Yeah, it's pretty
problem with
flat,
the
man. It's like
educational system, or
yeah, we got it's something wrong with the education or something right with the education because we're using critical thought and we're just not listening to people say you live on a globe and then they give you no evidence that you live on a globe and you just go through life believing them. So we get taught not to do that.
I don't know
We
what
get
type
taught
of-
to question things.
what type of class you had that was telling you we live on a globe and didn't tell you any reason why. But
Okay, so let's try it out then. So did you get told you live on a globe?
I did not get told I live on a globe.
Where did you go to school, man?
I was never told the words "you live on a globe." I don't know.
Okay,
Did they tell you
the
that in
world
school?
is a sphere. The Earth is a sphere. Did you get told that?
Not to my face. It's pretty insinuated.
Okay, so did they give you any evidence that you live on a sphere?
Did they give you any evidence that the Earth is flat, other than?
No, this is. I'm asking you. You started asking me about my education, and then I wanted to know. You obviously you went through mainstream education, and what they do in mainstream education is you teach you to live on a sphere. Now you said, what kind of education would you get if you get told you live on a sphere? And I asked you if you got told you lived on a sphere, and you said, well, not directly, but it's insinuated.
Right.
If it's insinuated,
I never mentioned my
because
education.
the previous conversation, hang on a minute, because the previous conversation was, I was asking you, did you just believe it without any evidence? And you said, you didn't really give me an answer. I thought, well, if you've been through mainstream education, then they would have told you live on a sphere and they wouldn't have given you any evidence for it. Is that true?
You haven't really let me answer at all, have you, though?
Yeah, well, that's why I said, is it true at the end? And then I left a pause, and then that's when you talk.
You want like a yes or a no? I don't think it's really that simple.
Okay, well, explain it. Explain it then.
Let me go. I'm wondering, like, I never brought up my education. I asked you.
I know, I'm asking you about a sphere. I'm not asking you about your education. I'm asking you about a sphere. Did you get told you live on a sphere at school?
He's trolling.
Yeah, he's trying to.
Yeah.
I can't tell if this thing is serious, bro.
Yeah, did you get told you live on a sphere? Let's have a serious conversation.
I can't.
You're the only one that can't answer any questions at the moment. You seem a little bit frazzled, like you want to answer it, but you can't answer it because once you answer it, you'll know that you got told you live on a sphere without any evidence.
I feel like
How about that?
I just feel like it's a very simple question. Like,
okay, do you think you live on a sphere?
yeah, obviously we live on a fucking sphere.
Yo.
So do you have any? Hey, don't talk over the top of me.
Hey, don't talk over the top of me, mate. Don't talk over the top of me.
See, you can't answer the questions, so you turn into an absolute
Come on
retard.
now, mate. You have a whole bunch of neo-Nazis in your country. You need to worry about something else, buddy.
Viral. There you go. You're on mute. So
Well,
back to the
that's just
question.
abuse of power, if I'd say.
All right. So
You haven't let him speak. You haven't let him speak, have you?
You said, yes, I believe I live on a globe. I live on a sphere. So what evidence have you got that you live on a sphere?
I've got the evidence of third grade maths class. Shout out fucking Mr.
Okay, let's go through the math then.
Right. You answer a question for me. 2 times 2, quickly now.
What math have you got that you live on a sphere?
What math? What do you mean math? Nobody said math.
Okay, you're a useless conversation. Maybe let's go and talk to your friend. We'll go and see if we can talk to your friend. What's wrong with these people?
Yeah, he's definitely trying to troll. I was going to suggest maybe he should try to use the slope-intercept formula.
Yeah,
that's way over his head. That's way over that guy's head.
Let's try Joshy. He wanted to chime in. Joshy, have you been told you live on a sphere?
Yeah, dude. Are you good?
Yeah? All right. What evidence did they give you when they told you live on a sphere?
Like the NASA and like the pictures and stuff. Duh. What else?
Yeah, they're just words, but you can give me some evidence. You don't
words.
Like
I'll give you some
NASA.
evidence.
Is that evidence or what evidence did NASA give you?
Can I share my screen? Like, are you able to?
As
like,
long
give
as
me
you
something
don't
to my
fucking.
screen? No.
As long
I
as you don't put
bro.
fucking rude, dirty moron shit on there, yeah.
We already know what we're going to see. We're going to see the live Earth from the ISS.
He wants me to give him evidence, and I'll just show him, bro.
Yes. Go, Joshy. I believe in you, man. I reckon you. I reckon you
I don't
can
have
do
the
it.
permission. So, like, are you able to give it to me, or like, nah?
No.
Was that a no? Who said that? I don't.
Yeah, no, we can't. That's admin only can do that.
Then I'll send a picture in the chat.
You're gonna send a picture of a globe Earth?
The Earth, bro.
Okay. So how can you?
I still can't send pictures, so I don't know how you want me to like.
I know what picture you're gonna send anyway, but that's okay. So how can you?
You can't even see what I'm looking at.
That's fine. I've seen all the pictures.
All right,
It doesn't matter.
If you know what picture I'm gonna send, let me know what picture. Let me know right now.
All right. How do you know that? How can you confirm that
No, I'm asking
is the
you,
place
like,
where
what
you live?
picture was I gonna send? Like, can you tell me?
DM it to me, man. I'll post it.
No. I want you to tell me what picture I was gonna send since you knew.
You were gonna send the blue marble.
The blue marble? You mean the Earth?
Yep. Oh my god.
Oh my.
No,
Are you equipped?
not the Earth.
Are you equipped to have this conversation?
Bro, you said a blue marble. I just corrected you. Like.
Yeah. So
I think you
the
should be
photo of
taking it
the
that
Earth
serious,
called the photo of the Earth called the blue marble. I'm actually having fun with you guys. I think you guys are quite funny. So I'm having a quiet laugh here
It's the
because
Earth,
you still
bro.
can't answer. You still can't answer whether you know or whether you've got any evidence that you live on a globe or not. That's you've been through your whole life, your whole education system. You got told once when you were in primary school, and you never questioned it ever again. Isn't that amazing? And you're laughing
I just
at
got
us.
a question for you. I'm not laughing at you. I haven't laughed at all.
Funny.
May I ask you?
You're the only one laughing, bro.
Yeah, I'm laughing because I'm enjoying this. I think you're funny.
You think I'm? Oh, thank you so much. I actually get told
You
that.
have 6 different
told that a
sides
lot?
of the picture taken with your blue marble. Do you have one
Hang on,
side
Neil.
only of the sphere? Because a sphere.
I got a question for the
would
both of
require
you.
at
I got a
least
question
6
for the
different-
both of you now.
Yo, just hang on, dude.
All right,
Please.
my fault. I'll let him speak.
No, not you. I was talking to you.
Then who else?
Just chill for a sec, dude. Please.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah.
sorry,
Did you
moderator.
send it to me?
What?
Did you send me the picture?
Well, I don't feel like I'm obligated to anymore since we're kind of past
Okay,
that. and
don't worry
we're
about it
talking.
then. What? Okay, so you're not willing to share your proof
No,
with everyone?
why are you still stuck on that? Okay, I see why you
Okay.
weren't liked in school.
Why were you looking for excuses not to share your proof, dude? Isn't that
Like,
funny? Isn't that funny?
I'm just
You make
saying,
a claim.
like, I'm not
you claim
we're
you have
past
proof,
that already, though, bro. So,
and then
like,
you use an
it's like,
excuse to not share it. Oh, I've got no obligation to
dude,
prove my
I
shit.
don't, bro. I don't.
That's
I
really
have that.
compelling.
The guy was speaking.
So
I was trying to listen to him speak. Y'all stopped him from speaking.
So that's really compelling.
Well,
I've
you
got the
weren't
proof.
really
I just
trying to listen.
Dude, chill,
Yeah, you weren't-
bro.
Got the proof,
bro,
but
You weren't really
Wait,
trying to listen
hold
to me
on.
talk, bro.
Wait,
You started,
Can we tone it down a second?
insulting me.
Y'all angle was saying something. He got interrupted. I think you were about to say a globe is 3-dimensional. So why are the pictures 2-dimensional? That's what you were saying, right? Y'all angle.
No, he wasn't saying that. But
To have a full picture of its surroundings, you would have to have 6 different sides of a sphere to actually get a full sphere picture, right? Not a circle, 360 degree
So
picture is what you have.
pictures are 2 fucking dimensional, right? Like, like, come on, bro.
Okay, what flip your paper over? Is there anything else?
Okay, so let us
What
do
the
it.
fuck does that mean?
Just let us. Yeah, hold on a second.
Big boys handle
Okay,
this.
so those pictures from space, so-called, how validating any of those?
What'd you say?
How would you go about validating any of those claimed pictures from space?
Why are you showing me a picture of fucking?
Okay.
Okay. First, no. First of all, come on, bro. We never said
I
a
can
picture
do that.
validates anything. Timbo was
Guys,
the one
I think-
that said a picture.
I think we should all look in the VC chat and reflect back to this one video, and like just really think about what we're talking about right now. Just like reflect, please.
I think.
Awesome. That's an awesome video.
Okay. It is an awesome video.
It is a very awesome
It's really great.
video. I think
it shuts all your guys.
What, the gif of the guy spiraling? Is that the
No. The video I sent in the VC.
Oh my god! I think profound mental retardation is very common in this server now.
Yeah, probably.
I think.
Yeah, I know it is. Yeah, you're here. We talked to dozens of people like you every single day. You're correct.
Timbo, please check your DMs. Timbo, please check your DMs. Heretic, I'd like you to check your
spamming
DMs.
retarded bullshit in your DMs right now. Please check it. He needs attention. Please give him attention immediately.
I'm putting real proof in your DMs.
Anyhow,
right now,
what's the proof? Yeah, put the proof in the side chat. Yeah, shut up, dude. Stop trying to run the conversation. So
you're trying to run me down. You won't let me get a.
Let me just get to my computer so it's easier to mute you and control your voice.
You won't let me get to a coherent thought.
I'll take care of this.
No. We're having an argument.
Okay, he's cooked.
Just silent.
Bye, Felicia.
That's a power trip. That's
It's not a power trip.
Bro, I will report this to the authorities of the server. You need to stop right now. You need to stop right.
Yeah, we're just trying to listen. You don't moderate the room in charge of anything here, so stop acting like you run it. We're trying to get some clarity and some coherence here on the table. So,
do you have any of that from these retards?
I know I'm not, but I mean, let's see what we can do. Yeah, I am controlling the conversation, exactly like I said, Sage. That's right. It has to be controlled. I mean, ideally, you guys would exercise some self-control, but since there's no chance of that happening, I got to do it. So, anyhow, any information substantiating the claim that the Earth is a globe. Joshy, I'll give you the mic.
How you gonna say you're controlling the conversation when we're the only ones?
Oh, who gives a shit? Move on from that. So, I'm trying to focus the conversation right now. That's why I'm barging in and taking control right now, because you guys, you're talking off topic and about stuff that doesn't matter. And we got this guy spamming in the chat. Yeah.
I can do what you're asking.
Try to focus. No, not Donald. Talk to you a million times. I'm trying to talk to new people right now. You can have your chance when nobody else is around. Trying to focus the conversation to the point. So you've made the claim the Earth is a globe. How do you know that? Just respond with that, dude. Stay on track and you're not going to get muted. We're just trying to keep it on topic. That's all. Joshy, you're good to go.
Bro, I thought you said when nobody else was around, bro. Just mute
I was talking to Donald. He wanted to jump in. We've talked to Donald 100 times. We're giving somebody new a chance. It's you.
Mute me again. No, this is not anybody new. Are you fucking
All right, it's fine. We'll give Sage a chance then. Sage, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
First of all, guys, I would like to thank everybody here for the opportunity.
Okay. Well, I'll give Joshy a chance again. Joshy, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
Bad. This is really bad for you, bro.
Yeah, on your part, it's pretty bad. Pretty simple question that you just can't answer. I don't know. Doesn't look good on you. Sage, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
Okay. Can you give me more than 5 seconds this time?
Well, if you're going to answer the question, then yeah.
Okay. You're asking me for what? You want to know how do I know the Earth is a globe? Can you tell me how the Earth is flat without saying, "Oh, measure it"? That's not an answer. That's not a coherent answer.
All right, so you went straight to a deflection. So you don't know that the Earth is a globe.
No, it's not.
I'll ask Joshy again because you deflected immediately. So you obviously don't know that the Earth is a globe. Joshy, do you know that the Earth is a globe?
The scientific proof is in the chat, bro. Watch the video.
Okay, the scientific proof is in the chat. Okay,
it is in the chat.
All right. So what was the dependent independent variable for this scientific proof of a shape?
Can you watch the video? You literally just replied after.
So you didn't.
Me saying watch the video. You didn't watch it.
All right. So this is your video. I assume you've watched it, right?
No. Yeah, I've watched it plenty of times.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay, so you know your proof, right?
I've seen it many times. Yeah.
So you know your proof, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then tell me the dependent independent variable of your scientific proof of a shape that you got from your video that you saw many times.
Something like that.
Well, okay, start with a dependent variable. We'll dumb it down even a bit further.
A teacher?
Start with just the dependent. Yeah, I am. I'm schooling your ass right now. So start with the dependent.
Nobody. You're schooling my ass right now.
Shit, we'll take a hypothesis. I mean, come on.
Yeah, please.
You're having a paper video representing you, dude.
I didn't say that was me. but I'm just saying that was just a video. I was just saying.
Do you have the dependent variable? Have you watched your video yet? Go watch it. Here, I'll give you a minute to watch it and come back. After you watch your own video, you can tell us what you found in it that proves the claim that the Earth is a globe. I'll try Sage again.
I have
hey,
a question.
Sage,
Why are you asking?
Okay, he's immediately deflecting. I don't know.
Do it all night, Heretic. All night long, bro. Do it all night long.
This is fun.
Well, it's the GPS system that gives it away anyways. It's a grid, right? You only need 2 numbers to find your way on the Earth. That's it. It's a grid.
Show me a number in nature. Show me a number in nature.
At this point, I kind of feel sorry for these guys.
Yeah, they're absolute boneheads. That's clear.
No, they have become what they hate.
Yeah, they're kind of acting the way that they think that we are, like abject retards.
Oh, they have no problem.
Sage just had another minute on Moot. Like maybe that's been enough time for him to figure it out. So, Sage, did you find any information substantiating the claim that the Earth is a globe?
You won't let me speak for longer than 5 seconds. Did you read my chat? Did you read my chat a second ago?
No, I'm not reading bullshit.
Independent variable.
No, I'm not reading your shit. So go ahead. If you've got any evidence, go ahead. You can speak it now in the VC.
I'm trying to make a coherent point, but you keep.
That's fine, dude. Cook. Don't sit here and whine about how you can't make your coherent point.
It's not whining.
Just use your mic time to make your coherent. Dude, you're whining. Just use your mic time, not to whine, but to make the coherent point. Okay. Go ahead.
Listen. Okay. Let me speak for 10 seconds.
That's what I'm going to do. You're going to use your mic time.
Let me speak for 10 seconds without muting me. Okay. I have a question. How the fuck would it?
Okay. All right. So questions isn't what we were looking for. I was looking for evidence that supports the claim that the Earth is a globe. The one that you made, that claim that the Earth is a globe. So questions doesn't help. Try again.
How does a dependent?
Okay. So doing it again. All right. Fine. You want some clarity on my clarifying question? All right. Go ahead.
All right. Go ahead.
The gimmick, or we'll run out soon.
You're just having a power trip. It's
keep whining, dude.
Argument.
Keep whining. All I've asked you is how you know that the Earth is a globe, and you're doing everything you can to avoid that question for some reason. It's almost like you don't know it.
But you haven't.
It's almost like you actually think that this whole song and dance is actually fooling anybody here. Like anybody's actually fooled. Anybody actually thinks, oh, he does know the Earth is a globe. The gimmick's not working, dude. Like Alpha just said.
It's a very funny power trip that you're going through. I hope you go well.
I just want to use the power I have in this forum to hopefully hopefully extract some globe proof from a glober, a globe believing person like you. Hopefully you've got it. That's all I want to do. If you'll do that, I'll just leave you alone. Go ahead.
Right. So we have people that are trying to speak in here like Donald, but for some reason you just keep power.
Well, I want you to speak, dude.
I just told you I'm done speaking. You're just power tripping.
All right.
So let Donald, I want to hear Donald speak. No.
Right.
Let Donald speak.
That's a concession of no proof. Thank you.
Let's let Donald speak. I want to hear Donald.
No.
Donald is the only one here that wants to speak, right? And
Donald's
you just
server
don't want to
muted.
hear him.
He can't.
Well, that's more
messed
power
up.
tripping.
That's really messed up.
So you guys are desperate enough to resort to Donald.
To resort to Donald, are you so desperate that you're server muting anybody that talks?
So you guys, do you even know Donald?
Bro, do you know everybody in here? You know Timbo?
I'll take that as a no.
That is Donald Clover.
You know Timbo, bro.
This internet stranger is your desperate last-ditch effort for globe proof.
Yo,
so that's how fucking destitute you are for globe proof. That this guy on the internet hopefully has some. Maybe he's got the thing that I'm being pressed for right now. Just let him off Moot. Maybe he can do it. Please, anything to get me out of it.
Dude, you're clearly in the wrong, and you just won't let him speak. What's wrong with you? Who do you think I'm talking about?
I'm clearly not in the wrong, dude.
You're clearly
I'm trying to set this forum up so that you guys can offer your globe proof, and you're doing anything but that. How is that wrong?
Can you not server mute me?
Let's see.
I'm letting.
That's not possible, dude. No, you're not actually dictating the terms here. You'd think you would have figured that out by this point. Look, I've told you what you need to do to stay off of server mute. Just speak to your globe proof. If you just do that, no mute. If you don't do that, I can't honor the term of no mute.
Well, I just like you to unmute Donald.
Yeah, okay. So unmuting Donald has nothing to do with you backing up your claims, okay? So again, I gotta mute you. I'm telling you, if you don't want to be muted here, I've given you clear instructions. Just stick to your globe and prove it.
You just get cheese. You get cheese. Cheese.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, there'll be no problem. Go ahead. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, just clam up when it gets to the point. That's why you guys talk about everything but
Why are you trying to like continue?
Joshy, why do you make a point and then try to use another person as a human shield?
You, bro. Can you stop?
Yeah, throw Donald in there. Let Donald take the heat. Not me, please. Donald, you go.
You sound like a big baby.
You're literally trying to bait somebody else into the conversation, which you cannot support your own argument of.
Yeah, I want to hear what you know. I don't care what Donald has to say. I've talked to him 1,000 times. Let's hear what you have to say. We've never heard from you before. Not that I know of.
By the way, Donald's off mute. If he wants to fucking speak, he would.
After many...
I muted him just because these guys were shilling for him so hard.
Nah, bro.
And also, I was told not to speak.
Oh, so you're a bitch.
Yeah, facts. We're trying to talk to the new people because obviously the new people are supposed to bring forward the evidence that the Earth is a globe based on their
Okay,
own.
how about this? I'll give you one.
Based on their own mind.
How about instead of me
someone
trying to
else's
prove
mind?
my point, I'll give you guys one. Try and change my mind.
No, we don't need to. You haven't provided evidence that the Earth. Because you haven't provided evidence that the Earth is a globe, Josie.
No, we clearly have a difference in our thought. So why don't you try?
No, well, obviously, but you haven't provided evidence that the Earth is a globe. So you haven't shown to the audience. You haven't shown to the audience how you know the Earth's a globe. We're being live streamed on YouTube, by the way, Josie.
I don't care.
Yeah, what's being recorded. So everybody knows that you can't provide evidence that you think the Earth is a globe in any way. I don't need to change your mind. You haven't provided evidence of the thing you think exists.
Okay, but I believe.
If you can believe it, listen, you can
guys
believe
all
in.
believe in the flat Earth, so I want to know why you guys believe.
No, you can believe in the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny and globe Earth because it doesn't exist in reality.
What?
I can answer that question really quickly.
Okay.
Because you don't have any evidence supporting a globe.
Yeah, I wonder how that works.
Yeah, facts. Well, that works as no evidence, and we can just hand wave dismiss that you think that we need to disprove something that doesn't exist. Simple. Does not exist. Why do I need to disprove it? You didn't prove it. Like you're talking about a flying spaghetti monster and saying, hey, disprove that. What doesn't exist, so why do I need to disprove it?
What?
What? Yeah.
What's your question?
What do you mean, what is my question?
Because it doesn't sound like
I'm unmuted. I just wanted to say.
Very good globe proof seat.
Oh, we get
top notch, top shelf shit.
They're getting worse.
Is y'all angle like this? Sounds like he's a bit off, dude.
But you remember him? He used to be like Couch Beast, and he had a few other names. Yeah, Angle, what were they before? You know him for sure. You used to talk to him at 24/7.
Probably. He just sounds a bit discombobulated, like he doesn't really know what's going on in the room. He's not reading the room well. Anyway.
You've kicked him out many times for that in the past.
Probably.
I think he's got the same mic he had 3 years ago.
That his main shtick is not being able to really know what's going on. Oh, we got Guido hats. Welcome.
You guys were wanting the actual literature, weren't you, for the the light on the vessels?
I don't know what that has to do with the price of rice, but
well, Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was wanting a link for what you were talking about. Yeah.
Okay. I'll put you a couple of screenshots as well. But yeah, I'll go ahead and put that down for you. Okay, bud.
Can you put it down for all of us? Because I would know. I would like to know where you think light is.
Yeah.
What is light? What is light?
Depends on what type of light we're talking about now.
Can we talk about the relevance to the forum topic?
Well, this was relevant. I'm just getting back to them because it got lost in the argument, right?
What was the relevance to the forum topic?
Actually cut me off and wanted to get in on a conversation with these guys, and they said okay. We were talking about how you could see light over, or they make it a regulation to see light over the horizon. Anyways, dude, I'm just saying that's what was going on. Okay, I'm not trying to argue with you.
Light over the horizon.
The information.
Yeah, he was confused and trying to explain something, but he has a link or something. He just hasn't.
Light over the horizon in regards to what? Hello. So nothing really, right? I mean,
it had to do with something about how it's like a regulation that they do where. I think he's got a link now. So a second.
Yeah, what does that have to do with the forum topic?
You sound as confused as I was.
Good grief.
Yeah, because he didn't explain it very well. So yeah.
Because I was interrupted. Then they wanted, because I was going to go look for the information. Okay, that was.
That's really not answering the question.
Yeah, it's a complete non-answer. It's interesting.
Yeah, what does that have to do with the forum topic? Because I was interrupted.
It's just...
No, because we were talking about this conversation. Never mind, dude. I'm saying I have the information for it. I'm letting them know they can go find it. That's what I'm doing. I'm not trying to change the subject here. Yeah. So.
Wow.
Never mind, dude.
Hey, going anyway, Miggy?
Pretty good, yeah.
No, I'm gonna call bullshit.
On what?
He says he has the information, but he's gonna let us go and find it.
Or what?
Hey,
bullshit. By the way,
bullshit.
Yeah, that's great. You guys are having a complete separate conversation from anything that we have to talk about in here. Right. Matt Will East and Yaw Angle, you guys are having like a totally different conversation about God knows what.
What? We were talking about this before you guys were talking about this, dude. Like, I'm serious. We really had a conversation.
What even is this, dude?
Okay, the man thinks the horizon. The man thinks the horizon is a physical place that you can shine light through.
Not a physical place.
He's all kinds of fucking confused.
I said that, dude. The only thing I said is what they said.
Yeah,
Stop,
it's kind of discombobulated with him.
And say I can't talk. That's not right. Why do you just ask
the guy's
me?
always been a flat earther as far as I've known him, but he also is like this.
Right? To see why are you telling me who I am? Right to him, I'm right here. I can speak for myself.
Yeah, I don't think he has to tell us who you are, man. We could just hear.
Hear what, bro? You talked to me for 2 seconds by telling me you can't talk. What the heck?
Yeah, the whole point that you're bringing up is talking about some light to the horizon. In regards to what? Flat Earth, globe Earth, like.
I haven't even been able to talk to you, bro. At all.
You're doing it now. Use your airtime to tell me what it's about instead of just yammering on about something that I interrupted. Wow. Just tell me what the point is.
I'm not interested. I'll just leave right now. I'm good.
Fucking hell, bro.
Yeah, this link is way too long, dude. If you could at least tell us kind of what page you're looking at and stuff to try to explain it.
Now you want me to speak?
No. Just like
conversation. I want to have a conversation. That's it, bro. That's it. I don't need to be told.
I think it's
because I'm telling you, I want to represent myself, bro. I'm a legit dude, and if you respect me, I'll respect you. That's it. That's all,
dude. What the fuck are you talking about, and what does it have to do with the topic?
Here, right here, dude. Start it again. Why? We can move on.
Jesus.
Right? Okay. If you want, I'll move on with you.
Let's move on then, if that's what we're doing.
We'll just move on.
Let's move on until you can get your argument cleared up. And then we can have a good conversation about it. All right, Yor? Or All good?
Sounds amazing. Thank you, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Cheers, man.
You actually, I see what you did there, Timbo. You're the whisperer.
I took some lessons off T-Dub.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
see past the Matrix.
Yeah.
What else we got in here?
I think Donald was in here, wasn't he? He wanted to talk about something, but we had those other two.
His
numpties.
His whole globe evidence got stolen when they robbed his house. So I don't know if he's going to be able to provide anything anymore.
So I mean, I repeated it. So I did it again.
And it's a painful process to bring it back again.
I've already done it again 3 times, actually. I've done it 3 times in the last year.
Painful process resurrecting the globe proof from a house fire.
Yeah.
No one ever said anything about a fire.
In the globe chat or in the chat, please, some pictures,
What?
and then I can. Will you guys grant me some some pictures in your chat, and then I could drop some right to the point there along the line.
Why do you always have to talk through everything? Every conversation, just paint
what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can't do that. The admins of the server have to do that.
He's talking right through you, Timbo.
I'm just explaining it to you. So you got to do some time in the, I think it's the main chat room, or keep on posting message. Well, don't spam, but the longer you're in here, the more perms you get. It's automatic. It's not us that dish it out like the other server.
I'm gonna put them on mute just for audio clarity. Alpha, you might have fun talking to nature and God.
That sounds like a great idea.
So, do you want to explain my beef, Keither, or should I explain my beef?
Keither, who's that?
Whatever this guy's.
Did I miss something
obviously
here?
Like flipped over, so I'm like trying to read this guy's name while I was flipped over.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Whatever your name is, can you explain the beef, or should I explain the beef?
You're right. Off of...
Yeah, you did.
Oh, you're talking about Heretic.
This is that. Yeah, he doesn't get it that it's flipped around. But remember this guy the other day? He kept saying that it's like an isolated conspiracy or something like that.
Oh, that's this guy.
Yeah,
okay, you did not rephrase what I was saying, so I guess I'll have to say it. So my issue with Flat Earth is that it's used as a gateway conspiracy into other conspiracies. Now, I don't have a problem with that. I just want some honesty because I'm a conspiracy theorist myself. So if you want to use Flat Earth to open people to conspiracies and this and that, that's fine. Just be honest about it.
It's the marijuana of conspiracy theories.
How honest can we be with you by us telling you that we're honest? Like, and then you don't believe us when we say that?
Well, yes, because okay, I guess I'll explain the other part too. So, there's no way you believe in just the elites hiding.
Wait a minute.
You obviously believe in a larger conspiracy.
Hold on a second. You're just saying you don't believe in it, like as in you're divining our thoughts. How can you do this? What magic is this?
Well, I would say because I think that you're not that retarded.
You think
that you wouldn't be able.
Wait a minute, but you're thinking, right? Like, why are you thinking for me? I can think for myself. Thank you very much.
All right, fair enough. And you're lying for some sort of. That's what I'm accused.
Wait a minute. How do you know that?
I'm making the educated guess.
Educated guess. Can I make educated guesses about you and just say that you are what I think you are?
I don't think you know what I represent.
Well, then that's exactly what you should be like to me.
You are making a gross assumption. A gross assumption you are making right now. You are speculating and you are trying to generalize something that you think happens on everything. You have no point.
And proof. Repeated in encounters with flat earthers, constantly involving other conspiracies than just the flat earth.
In here.
No, not in here.
Okay, so then why can't you just wait until you find out what we're about and then go ahead and say, okay, this is what it's like in here. But you haven't done that yet.
Or just post proof of a globe. That's what we're all really in here looking for.
I have gotten people in here to admit that they believe in larger conspiracies. We didn't go into those because the YouTube is right there.
Okay, so now it's like... Yeah, now it's like
have people in here admit it. Yes.
Yeah, that's great. Now it's like, so the point about this conversation for the topic of the room is that we want to know if people think that the Earth is a globe for whatever reason, or if they are saying the Earth is flat, we want to know how they came to that conclusion. So, which one of that are you? Pick a
That's
lane,
not
sir.
what I'm talking about. But to answer that,
Pick a lane, sir.
I'm not.
Which
talking
one are you?
about the water levels and this and that. I believe the Earth is a globe. I'm not talking about.
Okay, you believe the Earth is a globe, and now how do you? How would you
care about you being honest?
How would you? Okay, so you're not going to want to talk about the topic then.
That's it.
You have a choice. Either listen, nature. You can do this, man. Talk about the.
Told me that the Earth is flat. That's not going to.
You're not going to listen. That's why the mute button exists. You can't talk through people. Yeah.
Bye bye. This is fun.
All he's to do is just talk about the topic.
They want to talk
Everybody
about
want to come in
everything
here.
but the topic.
No shit, dude. They come in here like, I don't want to talk about that. I want to do what I want. No.
Or feelings or something as well. Like my feelings.
Yeah, projecting. This is like the third person that's been psychoanalyzing this room today. What in the hell is going on? I don't think that you guys are in here for this. I think you're in here for something else. Like, dude, why are you thinking that? Like, we would tell you what we're in here for.
He asked me how I felt earlier. I told him I am very feel. I am very feel.
And then you give them the opportunity. You say, why don't you ask us what we think? And they start talking about something else.
So strange.
I have noticed that many people have this problem that they come in here with the thought Earth is a globe because they were told so the whole of their lives. However, they can't justify why it is. And that's why they try to go around the point and just start another topic of conversation while they can't just justify their own argument because they don't know. And they're just saying, oh no, Earth is a globe. And you ask them, why? I don't know. Let's talk about lettuces in my garden. You know, it's just illogical.
Yeah, no problem. Corvo, your mic is like zoomed up to like the highest levels that Discord can handle. So I don't know if you know that.
Am I loud?
Yeah, you're really loud.
Oh, sorry.
Almost, almost to the, and you've got an echo too.
Yeah.
Hey, it was loud and clear. Conroe, Texas.
Are you on
4-4 out?
Are you on push to talk, Corvo?
Yes, I'm on push to talk.
Okay, yeah. When you're on push to talk, when you push it, it tends to echo.
Just saying you're coming in a little heavy. So we have Guido. Hatsis.
Guido Hatsis.
Guido Hatsis. Are you there, man? Guido? Want to have a little chatty chat about the topic? Maybe not.
Since it's quiet, by the way, Yaw Angle does have a presentation. I heard it a bit last night, and it was pretty cool. I can't steelman it entirely, but it's basically boats have navigation lights. On the bow, they have a color on one side, color on the other. On the rear, they have a white light.
Hey, Oblivion.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Maybe you can translate for him.
I'm getting there. Trust me.
Okay.
And in the nautical regulations, these lights must be at a certain height or angle and to be seen a specific distance from each other. That distance is the key. The distance.
9 miles, yeah?
Well, the
height. Crescendo?
The height is
miles.
The height is a key. For what?
Both.
Okay. For what?
Above the horizon.
Come on, Matt.
Oh, my bad.
For what?
Like I said, I can't steelman it entirely because I don't recall the height and the angle.
For Christ's sake.
The distance. But he did. He did cite it last night. I heard it.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff happening, but I don't think there's a lot of evidence being produced.
I get it.
Yeah, well, that's the point. So I'm asking what is being produced so that we can talk about it. Seems like nothing at all. Or am I missing something? Are we talking about some measurements occurring? Or not? For God's sake, somebody say something.
I don't know, man. All right, I'll tell you what I know. There's a manual somewhere with some standards in it for shipping.
Yeah.
And then just wait. And then he was talking about
lighthouse.
lights,
It's a
angles
lighthouse.
and stuff like that. No, I couldn't work it out from there. I couldn't work it out. Yeah.
Timbo, it's the Coast Guard. It's a flat Earth book. It's a flat Earth book. It's the Coast Guard's lighthouses, bro. Lighthouses are visible. It's measurable how far they are, like how far they are in linear relationships.
I thought because he mentioned boats, and they have a light on front of the boat, on the bow of the boat. That's all I got from it.
Yeah, it's public
And
information.
They have to be seen at 6 miles from each other, so each boat knows how far away they are from each other. But I don't know.
The light from the boat to the lighthouse, right? Is that what's being talked about?
No, he's not talking about that. That guy is talking.
Holy smokes!
No, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's grasping at straws. He's trying to troll. He's trying to.
No, he's not trolling, man. He's not. He's been around for a while.
Listen, he talks. He was double speaking. He's talking about an arc, right? So
but we couldn't understand the argument. So we were, I know, but we couldn't understand the argument. So we were asking him to go and, I didn't understand it.
Well, just ask Great Angelo to clear it up for you.
You couldn't understand the argument yesterday, and he was as discombobulated today as he was yesterday? For God's sakes, dude, I don't think we're going to be able to extract a coherent argument from him then.
It's never happened.
But I mean,
that's
true. He gets all worked up about stuff, and I'm like, dude, what are you getting worked up about? You didn't say anything.
Then you're arguing about talking or not talking, or who's muted, or who's treating people like what, and like the conversation's just lost.
That's very correct. That's a correct assessment. He is non-responsive. He is very non.
I'm very keen at following people in their conversations, but it sounds like this is something that's just so discombobulated, man. There's nothing. I'm not getting it. Like, unless you guys have.
No one knows what's going on. No one knows. No.
I think that's how he likes it.
You're not the only one that doesn't understand.
I don't know, man. Like, is he saying something important? Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, it's impossible to tell.
I was interested when he said he had the link, but then when he posted the link, he didn't explain any of the links. And then I'm like, okay, whatever, dude.
Cool beans.
Is that the Great Angelo?
Yeah,
it's him.
The Great Angelo, thank you.
Oh, sorry, it must be my accent.
It is.
He's the same dude that says, "May the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your navel."
Yeah.
No, it's it's may the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your armpits. May the crabs of 1,000 whores infest your navel.
Oh, I got it wrong. Okay.
Yeah, it's much more important to get those crabs in a region somewhere where they're more effective.
Yeah, but what history recalls is.
What about your mustache?
Yeah, but check this out. What history recalls is that there was a question being asked to you: do plumb lines curve?
I was here late, so I missed the entire conversation. I won't comment on something. I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, do plumb lines curve?
A plumb line coming from a plumb bob? No.
Oh man!
Welcome to Flat Earth,
idiot.
All that for that. Too bad. Sage wants to be unmuted so he can do the same.
He got his feelings hurt before.
I'm just going to
just out of curiosity, why did you guys mute Yoangle? Although I'm very much in favor of it.
Well,
he wasn't making any sense.
He never
yesterday
does.
And today. So I couldn't understand what the whole thing was about. We're trying to extrapolate some sort of coherence out of what was being proposed, but
what do you expect with someone who only has an 8th grade education?
I don't know. Not.
No, he definitely doesn't. That's all he's got.
That may be the case, but all I care about is the argument put forward. I really don't. Yeah. Unless you say you're some sort of academic, which, of course, that makes a difference. Because then you need to know your stuff. Or at least...
I know my stuff.
Oh, I've heard you say that before, but...
Well, I'm talking about, the stuff I study, not necessarily the stuff I talk about in here.
Bullshit artistry.
That hit me sideways.
No, I'm an entomologist. I study bugs.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's great.
That's why they call me great.
Do you know bugs?
I never known one personally, no.
Damn. You never known a bug, but you study them.
Yeah, I kind of sneak up behind them and surprise them.
All
do you
then?
Do you really?
No. I work on a very, very narrow group of insects that most of you guys don't know anything about, and most everybody else doesn't know a lot about.
Okay, these insects, are they alive or are they post-mortem?
They're alive. I don't collect anymore. I haven't killed any insects for collections in probably 8 years.
I mean, if you'd like, you can get on a one-on-one call with them, Matt, and just go ham on asking them questions if you like.
No, I was just... back freckle.
Dude,
hey, he's got a back.
By the way, what kind of car do you drive?
He's got a back freckle. I promise.
I have an electric car. Now that we're getting into my personal life.
Oh shit!
I have a Nero from our Kia. Yeah, Hyundai.
You're trying to save the planet, huh?
No. It was given to me, so I'm going to go ahead and use it.
Oh well, then okay.
Do you know that the Earth is a globe?
I'm aware of it.
No, wait. I want to know if you know. What do you mean you're aware? So you're aware that the Earth is a globe, are you?
That is the general consensus that I seem to see and follow. I don't see much proof showing or evidence showing that it isn't a globe.
But do you see any evidence? Because you're talking about consensus. I want to know about the evidence that it is a globe.
Well, okay, here's the reason why I went with consensus, and the way I phrased it is that based on that, there's no evidence that it isn't a globe. You could say, well, you see that the Earth is flat in front of you. You're absolutely right. It looks very flat in front of me, so I have a very difficult time coming over that horizon and trying to figure out if there's curvature beyond that, because I can't see that far.
No,
especially with my eyesight.
Wait, you're not looking at the forest because of the trees. I got evidence that it is flat. It's
okay. What's your evidence?
The horizon.
No, the horizon appears flat. You're absolutely correct, but that would not be enough to make a consensus because other people have seen beyond the horizon.
What do you mean? Wait. Everyone observes the horizon as 0 degrees of change of slope, right?
Yeah, forget about the math behind the horizon, because if you want to go that route, we could talk about
what you see. I'm talking about.
It doesn't matter. I already told you. I go by the consensus. I'm not looking at what I see. If I tried to trust my eyes, I'd like to finish.
You're talking about consensus, and the consensus between me and you is we see a horizon, right?
We see two different kinds of horizons. You see one kind, I see another. We both have our own opinion on it, and that's fine.
No. There's one horizon.
No. I see an entirely different horizon. My description of the horizon is entirely different than yours. I see boats disappearing behind that horizon from the bottom up.
What is a horizon?
Any kind of obstruction that is between you and whatever it is you're looking at that's beyond it. A horizon doesn't necessarily have to be flat.
Like a rooster. Like a rooster's an obstruction.
If you're close enough to the rooster where you cannot see around it, yes.
Okay, like a triangle, like a like a dollar, like a
If you're
dime.
close enough to a dollar or a dime, that you cannot see
if I'm
around
holding
it.
a dime in my index finger in my.
No, there wouldn't be a horizon there. There would be an object between you and whatever you're looking at behind you, but it wouldn't define as a horizon. You have to understand that object has to fill enough.
What is?
Okay, never mind. You're going to talk over me. Guys, have a nice night. We've got a guy here who doesn't know how to respect conversation, so I'll see you later.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye.
That was sassy.
Hey, we could talk to you. How about you, Zevite? You have a. Yeah, your levels are up like extremely high. I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn them down. Is that better?
Yeah, but now you're go up one level above that.
Alright. Is that better?
You went from super low to super high.
You're winning, Alpha. Alpha Veritas, you are winning.
How many is that? 2? 3?
3 different ones.
3 different ones.
Same group of morons, though.
I'll tell you what, nobody's going to be sleeping in this chat. You imagine having a headset on, going to sleep with. Don't do that in here.
I'm driving and I've got my headphones on. It's fucking painful when they do that.
Yeah, I know. Fucking mookies.
Timbo, you're winning. I love you guys.
Always, mate.
That's right.
Can't lose when it's truth.
Yeah, because they're not arguing with us, just the truth. That's why they always lose every time.
They're arguing with themselves.
Dude, it would be a terrible position to find myself if I became the very thing that I hated. I pray that none of us becomes the things that we hate.
That was deep.
It's not that deep, all right? I know I'm simple, but whatever. Just have some proof for your globe. If you know you live on the globe, then you should be able to tell us about it. And we'll all know. And like there'll be joy. Like there'll be some joy in that. I want some joy. I want to know where I am.
I just struggle to even get them to talk about it.
Yeah.
That's facts.
Like that English lady that came in this morning. She didn't want to. She wanted to talk about fucking psychology.
Yeah.
How annoying was that?
I saw you putting in the old, trying to break through that numpty.
Was trying. She was frustrating.
She didn't realize she was getting mansplained. She was totally mansplained. That I was gonna put a little spice in there, but I was thinking I better fucking not do that right now. The firing line is hot.
AI was having none of it.
Dude, freaking we gotta pull our buddy CB aside, man. And be like, dude, come on, bro. Come on, brother.
With the 304 stuff.
No, I'm just like jumping in when you're in the middle. I'm like, dude, god damn it, CB, like fucking let Timbo finish.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't you guys. It was her. She was. I just realized. I went.
But she's so triggering, man.
Like
that's
nothing
the thing.
out of this.
She's so triggering that everybody wanted to get a pound of flesh out of her, and
yeah. That's it.
I just wanted to hear you finish what you were saying. So, but she's so extremely triggering that everybody just had to extract something. Like, dude, she's not gonna be here for like 5 more minutes. So let me just say what I gotta say.
Yeah, let me get it out.
But there's, you got Scott Mackey's and all that coming in here.
Hey, Biola University tenured. I don't know if he's tenured or not, but Professor Matthew Learns was in here and bounced out real quick. Maybe he thought we were going to talk about triangles.
He followed Great Angelo.
He left. I think he thought we were going to talk about triangles.
No, he just listens every now and again, and sometimes he chimes in, but not always.
Triangles.
Is Twonger ever going to use his mic, or is he just an eternal chat skank now?
He's on vacation, I think. He says, wait till I get back, then you guys will be sorry. But probably won't happen.
I thought him and Joe were the same person.
He's calling on patience for you, heretic. All we need is just a little patience.
Are you a bass player, Miggy?
No.
It'd be a lot cooler if you were.
Well, we can just imagine it. like we can imagine the Earth being a globe.
Yeah. I wish I was funny, bro. Yeah. I'm not a musician myself, but the Earth, where we are, what we are, who we are, how do we find purpose? What's going on Flat Earth? What's the goings on Flat Earth?
All I yet to hear you say goings on. That's kind of a cool name, right? Goings on. Goings on.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. I'm going to steal it. That's why I'm here. I'm here to steal my brother's songs.
Be right back.
Triangles. How many angles in one triangle? Dude, I've been in here for 3 hours and the conversation has been crazy. Like, we've been all over the map. I know you guys were here. You were here with me. The characters and the plot and where this conversation went was epic. Very funny. Life is definitely a tragedy, which is funny. It's a comedy. Not like a clown, though. Right? Not for your amusement.
It's been extremely stupid. We can't even get them to talk about it.
Yeah, it would be funny if it wasn't so sad. Laugh now and cry later is a false dichotomy, but damn, bro, people think it's true.
Well, I guess we can let Donald up since that's what it's come to. So few take it seriously anymore. Take the globe seriously anymore.
All right. I'm gonna meet Donald. Hello, Donald.
Well, hello. How are you?
I am well. Godspeed to you too, Donald. What you got, man? What's up, Donald? I heard a lot about you.
Okay. I mean, I believe the Earth is a globe, and I believe I can demonstrate that.
Perfect, dude. Perfect. Go on. Please go on.
Oh, okay. Do you accept that parallel lines will never cross on a flat surface?
Wait, are you asking me a question?
I'm asking you to agree to an axiom.
Okay, what's the axiom?
That parallel lines will never cross on a flat surface.
I'll agree.
Okay. So, why is it that we can only draw parallel lines? No, okay, so we can only draw parallel lines on one direction on the surface of the Earth. The other direction, like going north to south, east to west, you can draw parallel lines to the equator, but the other way, like to the poles, the distances get shorter and shorter between each line the closer to the poles you get.
Did we just go ahead and see one of these parallel, or one of these sets of parallel lines that you drew on the Earth?
I mean, you don't have to actually draw something.
Gotcha.
You can.
So it's just so it's imagination proof. I got it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's geometry. All geometry is imaginary.
Okay.
No, that's not true. That's not true. No.
All math is imaginary.
No, geometry's not math.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
What is it?
It's Earth measurement.
No, geometry is more than just the Earth.
There's geometric geometry.
He said you draw these lines on the Earth, and this is how they end up. We ask him if we can look at it. He goes, "Oh, it's imaginary."
Yeah, that's
all geometry is imaginary. The only way to prove something is through math and logic. Those things are imaginary also.
No, Heretic is right, and if you missed his point, it could be over your head and under your feet.
Yeah, dude, Donald, you said demonstrate, and then you just went straight to your imagination.
There are no
geometry.
There are no Heretic. All he said was there was no lines on the Earth. You can't take into the Earth and show me lines.
Well, it's premise, right? Lines over the Earth. They do this, they do that. Okay, let's see some of these lines. Oh, they're just imaginary.
Geometry is a demonstration.
He also said that you can draw parallel lines around the sphere east to west and not north to south, but you can. You just draw them north to south.
Yeah, but if you measure the distances, they get closer the further to the poles you get. The closer to the poles you get.
What, the distance?
Show me that. Show me that in real life.
Show you that. Just go measure it. I've measured it. I've measured it.
How do you measure distances? How do you measure distances between imaginary lines?
You drive around the country. I've driven around the country.
On imaginary lines?
Well, no, you can trace, imaginary lines on top of real lines, like highways. Highways are like real lines.
Show that. Show it.
Show that. Yep. So
show me how you did it. You said you've driven around the country and you've discovered that the longitude lines get smaller as they go to the poles. Can you demonstrate that, please?
I mean, you want me to demonstrate my experience?
No, I want you to demonstrate your measurement.
You can repeat it. That's the evidence.
Well,
you can repeat it.
Obviously, just obviously, if you say those imaginary lines get smaller as you go to the poles, that would mean that you would have done some type of measurement, wouldn't it?
Yes, I've driven across the country many times.
Okay, so what did you measure and how did you do it?
I measured the distance and the speed between points, and then I connected them.
Okay, can you show me that?
No, but you can repeat it yourself. You can do it yourself. That's the evidence, is that you can do it yourself.
And how are we doing this? Go show me.
You
drive. Tell me how we're doing this. Give me a method.
You drive.
Okay, I'm gonna start from here, and where am I gonna go?
Anywhere. It doesn't matter.
You just go anywhere, and then you say you've measured longitude lines.
No, you drive in.
No, so not what you just said. So here's what you do.
You can go.
Okay, that
you can go anywhere. It doesn't matter, but it makes it easier if you go in straight lines towards the poles or parallel with the equator.
How do you know you're going towards the poles?
I mean, you can use a compass if you want, but you can do it a bunch of different ways.
So if you use a compass, how do you know that?
How about we use the sun?
Hang on.
Let's use the sun instead.
Hang on. If you use a compass and then you drive, let's go south, how are you measuring the distance between the two imaginary lines?
My odometer.
I think there's something in the water that's happening that's mushing with everyone who believes in the globe's brain.
Yeah,
I can measure distances with my odometer. That's what it does, is measure distances.
You've not measured the convergence of imaginary lines with your car, dude. Stop it.
I have.
You haven't. You're calf again, as usual.
Nuh-uh. You can always win an argument with the power of nuh-uh.
Yeah, I can, because he didn't provide any of the measurements. He just said you have.
You can do it yourself. That's the evidence.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, and then I said, do what?
I mean, do your own research, right? Do
Doesn't
your
make
own
any
research.
sense anyway. You said they're imaginary lines. They're not measuring distances between.
All lines are imaginary, buddy. All lines are imaginary.
Okay, there you go. You just negated everything you said.
No, geometry is imaginary. Math is imaginary. All of these things are imaginary. You just don't understand. You just don't understand what a reification fallacy is. You're committing a reification fallacy right now.
That's hilarious. I think that you've been doing that by claiming that you can measure the distances between imaginary lines with your car, dude.
Yeah, I can measure distances.
Between imaginary lines.
Well, I mean, those imaginary lines can be laid on top of real things like highways or cities.
So, okay, so you're the one reifying then.
No. I'm using the measurement from the odometer, which is extremely objective.
Between what and what?
Between any points. I've driven all over the country.
Any points? That's not very specific.
I mean,
so
yeah, how do you know they're the points you're supposed to be measuring?
How do I know where I am is the place where I'm supposed to be measuring? Is that what you just asked me?
I said, how do you know those 2 points that you're measuring are the points that you're supposed to be measuring on the imaginary lines?
No, you are. You're saying where I am. How do I know where I am is the thing I'm measuring?
Yeah, just give us longitude A and longitude B, and then just show us how you used your odometer.
I don't need longitudes. I don't require longitude.
Imaginary lines, which you're not reifying in any way whatsoever, converge with one another.
I don't need longitudes. You don't need longitude.
Didn't you just say you were using...
Threw away the entire claim then. Never mind.
Didn't you just say you were using a compass? You were going to use... Did you hear me finish? So you said you were going to use a compass. So with that compass, you're creating a longitude line, right? Because you're going to drive north or south.
I said you can, but you don't have to.
Okay,
in America,
so you can't. If you can, then you need one to measure between the 2 points.
You don't.
And you said you can, but you don't have to. So if you don't have to, you've got nothing to measure between. You're
just, that's nonsense. So in America, the highway system is set up in a grid pattern from east to west and north to south. That's how I can know that I'm going east to west or north to south. Is the highway that I'm on can either go east to west or it can go north to south, and I can pick which highway I want, and I can get on that highway.
So you have no highways heading southeast.
I don't care about southeast. I'm measuring north, south, and east, west.
Okay, so how do you measure between 2 points on 2 imaginary lines?
My odometer.
From what point to what point?
Where I am and where I was.
And then you're doing what? And then you're doing what?
I'm connecting the lines.
And doing what after that?
Measuring the angles.
Oh my God, man.
And if the angles are greater, of all the triangles are greater than 180 degrees on the internal angles, then it's a concave or convex.
You said you weren't using triangles.
When did I say I wasn't using triangles?
How did you measure the angles between 2 points that you don't know where they are?
I don't need to know where they are, but when did I say I wasn't using triangles?
Oh my God! You go, Mick. Go ahead, man.
I don't get it, man. I was just going to say, what's really tripping me out is, Donnie, you're saying that the evidence.
Please don't call me Donnie.
Nah, whatever. You're
going to get called Donnie for that, dude. You should know how this works.
You're saying the procedure that everybody can replicate is the evidence itself. But traditionally, evidence is the output of a procedure having already been done. Right? So how are you conflating the two? It almost sounds like a stupid, like a really bad mistake to say that, to equivocate the two. What are you doing, man? Like, why don't you just give us? Why don't you just give us what came out of your procedure, right? First, and then that would incentivize anyone to say, oh, oh shit, look at what came out of the procedure. Here, I see value in this output of this procedure. Let me go try it myself. Not that, oh, here's a procedure. It looks fanciful. I like the mathematics behind it. I like the method. So I'm going to go try it without knowing what the fuck it's supposed to do. You see?
Andy didn't even explain the procedure.
Yeah, I didn't even use a method, dude.
Well, there you go.
Literally.
Yeah, so I mean that's torn apart from the get-go, unless of course you can actually demonstrate, provide some output that you did get from something that you did do supposedly. But at this point, it doesn't look like it. So, show me otherwise.
Here comes the repeat. He's going to repeat it now. I measured them in my car.
Ah, he's fucking deafened. God fucking damn it. Fuck. I'm like playing a video game at the same. I'm playing a video game at the same time. I wasn't looking.
He wasn't going to hear what you had to say either way. It didn't matter.
In one ear, out the other. Yeah. Anyway. Oh shit.
I guess we're scraping the bottom of the barrel. Well, we said that for a long time, but I'm not sure there's much bottom left.
What about banter? Banter. Hello, banter. Welcome to the server.
Donnie had to pause the VC to take a copium hit.
I mean, you're acting like a child.
Yeah, said Mr. Imagination.
Said Mr. Reification Fallacy.
Which reification fallacy did I use?
When you're telling me that I'm wrong by saying that geometry is imaginary, that's committing a reification fallacy because geometry is actually imaginary. And so if you're telling me that I'm wrong by saying that it's not imaginary, then you're committing a fallacy by saying that it is not imaginary.
Wow, was that ever fucking jumbled? You're going to have to formulate a coherent statement because I can't respond to that shit.
That you don't understand, it did not make it.
Well, you switched it. You switched it. I mean, 1 minute you're saying that geometry is imaginary, the next minute you're being accused of calling it imaginary, and it's not. Like, you got to say something coherent. I can't respond.
No. You told me I was wrong when I said it was imaginary, which means you think that it's not imaginary. That's the reification fallacy.
I didn't say anything about whether you're right or wrong. I said that renders your lines imaginary. Therefore, you'd be the one reifying.
All lines are imaginary.
There you go. Therefore, you'd be the one reifying by saying you went around with your car measuring them.
You can still use them to make measurements.
Okay, you said you're going to measure the distance between them, these imaginary lines. So that's literally a reification.
No, I'm measuring the distance between the places I drove. That's what I'm measuring. The lines are a way of describing where I was and where I was going. So that's the reification fallacy you're committing. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you just drove between places.
Yes. And I wrote down the distances between.
And then you just drew lines out of that, and then said they converge. The Earth's a globe.
Well, I mean, it was a little more. So it's not just that they converge. It's that they only converge north to south. They don't converge east to west.
Show me.
Show you?
Yeah, show me
the
lines.
Supposed to show you.
Okay. You don't even know? You're already confused. You already forgot what you just said.
I'm not confused. You're asking nonsense questions. So, am I supposed to show you geometry?
Because you did make a nonsense claim, and I'm asking you to back it up. So that is nonsense. You're right.
I can show you geometry, but you're just going to say that it doesn't...
Why do you think that that's what I asked you to do?
I'm asking you, you said show me the...
Let's do a quick timeout, reset, all right? Okay, so you drove from A to B, from C to D, A to whatever.
Lots of different places. I've been all over the country.
Yeah, and then you showed that these imaginary lines, by driving all over these places, were converging towards one another. Just show me that.
How? How am I supposed to show you that without using geometry?
Well, I guess that's your problem, Donald.
But geometry is the thing that I'm trying to show you.
No, it's not.
It is. This is the problem. I can demonstrate stuff with geometry.
You're not trying to show me anything.
Are you saying that does trigonometry work? Does trigonometry work?
Why are you pivoting to that? I thought you were just going to.
I'm not pivoting. It's geometry.
Odometer, dude.
It's not. Oh my gosh.
Well, okay, yeah. So geometry, not necessarily trigonometry.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm asking. Does trigonometry work, in your opinion?
Why does that matter? Why don't you just show me the measure?
It's geometry, and if I can measure...
Why do I have to agree to anything?
Jesus.
Why do I have to sign
You
forms?
asked me a question, and then you just kept talking.
Why do I have to fill out forms and sign them and give you my name and my address and all this shit? Why can't you just show me what you did?
That. You don't have to do any of that.
You're asking me if I agree. Why do I have to agree to any terms? Why can't you just show me what you did?
Because
why is it
math is based on
axiom. To agree that water is wet in order for you to
Oh my God, why are you pivoting?
Pivoting from what? The thing that you brought up that I'm asking you to demonstrate?
I never said anything about water. That's what you pivoted to. You pivoted to water. I never said anything about water.
Dude, so it's a metaphor. What the fuck?
I need you to answer this question. Does trigonometry work? Can I find the position of something using trigonometry?
Why are you asking me questions, dude?
Because I need to know whether or not you understand that trigonometry works.
All right, so you won't be providing anything then, because it's just going to be an endless line of excuses and deflections and diversions.
This is the one question.
Reasons.
After this, no more questions.
Ask anything,
after
dude.
this, no more questions. After this, just one question.
If you drove around taking measurements using your car and your odometer, just post that. You don't have to ask me anything. I don't ask you questions before I launch into Black Swan or something. I just do it. I don't need you to agree to anything. I don't need you to fill out a form. I don't need you to give me your address. I don't need you to confirm that you consent to this or that or agree with trigonometry or geometry or Plato or, Pythagoras or any of that. I just
I only asked for one of those things. I didn't ask for all of those things.
Point,
how am I? Okay,
Donald's really clear that you have a bluff. You're asking C-lining questions. You're trying to distract from the information that you don't
lying.
have.
Now you're just lying.
Prove me wrong.
Now you're just lying.
Post your shit, dude. Just prove me wrong.
What am I supposed to post? A picture of my odometer? What is that going to demonstrate?
You don't know. Okay, so that just answers the question for me. You definitely don't have it because you don't even know what you should post in order to show me what you did.
You asked me to post pictures of my odometer. What is that going to demonstrate?
I didn't say that, so now you're straw man.
That's exactly what you said. No,
okay,
I'm not.
Well, go back into the live stream and clip me saying, post pictures of your odometer.
No, I'm not going to do work for you. I don't care.
You're not going to do something that you can't do, because that's what you do, is you make claims false that cannot be substantiated with evidence, right? And this is just another one of those.
Dude, how am I supposed to show you that what about my odometer? What am I supposed to show you about my odometer?
How am I supposed to show you the evidence of this thing I just claimed?
No, that's not the evidence. The odometer is not my evidence. That's just a measurement. That's a measurement, not the evidence.
Okay, show me the evidence. Show me the measurement.
The evidence is that you can do it. The evidence is that you can repeat it.
So again, you won't be showing what you did. Because you're telling me to go do it. Now you're like, oh, go do it yourself.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Oh my gosh, you are such a gas. Okay, I'm done talking to the lying liar who lies. I'm done talking to the lying liar who lies.
Right. Okay, well, stop talking to yourself, Donald. Take it easy with those voices in your head.
That's fucking redundant, man.
He goes on deafen, but he stays in the chat. What the fuck? He's going to protest us by staying in our chat, but he's going to deafen so he doesn't hear anything. What a crazy character.
Which number of his personality was that one? Number 3.
What's that?
Which number of his personality was that one?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Crazy Donald, Stoned Donald, Wimpy Donald. I think that was Wimpy Donald. Oh, you are lying liar of the liars. Oh.
Yeah, the victim Donald.
The kid. Yeah. 12-year-old Donald. Fucking weirdos.
He always says, you're asking me to do, and then he says something you never asked him to do. I really hate it how they try to set up terms for offering their proof too. Like, first, you've got to agree to something. No, I don't. Subjective, not subjective. I could just deny everything. It's irrelevant. Whether I take your proof on board is completely irrelevant to whether it's proof. So they ask me things like, do you agree with geometry? I just kind of want to start saying no.
Yeah, just to see what they say.
Yeah.
You don't agree with geometry, what?
Yeah, because it just doesn't matter. The proof shouldn't have anything to do with what I agree with. I just deny absolutely everything. Wouldn't matter. Their proof would still stand if that's what it is. They don't need my agreement to make a logical proof. It's like just a stalling tactic. It's like they're more interested in converting you. Like, well, if I can't get you, if I can't sign you up with the church, then I'm not interested in spending my time on this. Yeah, what Grisp said. First, go through my agreement ladder. Nope, not consenting to nothing. Proof or beat it. It's sort of like almost a backhanded way of like asking your permission for them to lie to you or something. Let me establish a false premise. Then we can go forward from there.
Yeah, you agreed to my bullshit before.
Yeah, exactly. It's so slimy. Like, well, we've got you. See, it says here on May the 23rd, 2023, you signed our terms of service agreement. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That's what it feels like. Why am I agreeing to things here, dude? Like, what's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, you agreed that parallel lines would not cross over.
Yeah, they won't. It doesn't matter if I could just say, "Oh, I disagree." Who cares? Makes no difference. They obviously won't in reality, regardless of what some idiot on the internet thinks. What? Why do you have to ask me that? I would have given you my proof, but you didn't agree to any of my bullshit first. So it's your fault that I won't be proving my claims today. Just sign here and here and here and here and here, and then you're done. Then you win a candy bar for Globe Proof. And we own the rights to misrepresent you in any way we like. I'm just going to start calling them a Globe lawyer when they do that. The Globe lawyered up. It's got to get off on a technicality, best it can do. don't actually have any evidence. What we need to do is discredit the witness to get the case dismissed. Sign here and here and here. Oh, you agreed to it. My bullshit thus follows. Welcome, Slim.
Hello.
These times are slim on globe proof, I'll give you that much.
Oh, wow.
That's too bad. Have you come across any yourself, sir? I'm gonna take that as a resounding nah.
Are you talking to me?
Well, you're Slim, right?
It's ma'am. It's ma'am. No, I'm a girl.
My apologies, ma'am. I will not misgender going forward.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm not even trans. Like, I'm not even a trans girl. I'm just a girl.
I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. My apologies. So, have you come across any glow proof?
No.
Me neither. None. Oh man, I was hoping you might have it. Just getting a bit desperate out here. Starting to worry that there isn't any, to be honest.
No, it's all speculation.
Yeah, that's off topic. We wait till Sunday for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, guess that's a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, just let it die.
I mean, I'm trying to keep it alive, but it's not getting much support out here.
You're fighting a little too hard.
Yeah. Anything. Come on, there's got to be something. Something we can prop this globe up with.
How many people... Never mind. It doesn't matter. Never mind. Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, what's that?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, I've been finding it's getting harder and harder to actually get anybody to make an effort to defend this.
Yeah, well, I feel like what typically happens is you get a Glober in here, and then you all tend to overtalk them and then, like, jump down their throats so badly that why would they want to come back? There is no discussion. It's just grown men arguing like children. So, from my experience, at least, listening in on here, y'all tend to really attack the Globers. So, yeah, I mean, who would want to debate y'all?
Okay, complaint noted.
It gets frustrating.
Well, I mean, it depends. Depends on what kind of panel we have and who's talking and what sort of bullshit is being deployed, and all sorts of things happen. Sometimes you have long, like, fruitful discussions, and sometimes you have a shit show.
I feel like typically that's where the mods would jump in, but the problem is it is your mods sometimes. So, I don't know, when you don't have anybody moderating the group, it kind of is overwhelming to exist in.
Someone's got to mod it, that's for sure, especially around these parts. The politics kids definitely can't control themselves.
Yeah, for real. Especially when it's not age verified. Like, you've got literal children joining your call. Like, what do you expect?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be goofy. Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're just here to clown. They're not taking anything seriously. They're not taking their globe seriously or us seriously. They're just here to play around.
That is not true for me. I'm actually taking this stuff very seriously.
Really? You fooled me.
I mean...
Therefore, you haven't produced anything that seems to be like evidence for the case of the Earth being a globe, so... There we are.
That's just not true.
Well, that just is true. You were trying to measure between imaginary lines, which doesn't exist, so your
All
measurements
lines are
just...
imaginary. All lines.
All lines are imaginary, but yet you're trying to measure from those
I
lines.
can use lines to measure. I can use geometry to make measurements. Geometry
that's
is
great.
imaginary, but I can use it
Outside?
to make measurements.
When you walk outside, you're doing it?
No, when I drive around the country, I was doing it driving around.
No, you drive around the country. So what line are you using to measure from?
The line I drive from point A to point B, that line.
Yeah, driving from one place to another is not a line, sir.
Are you kidding me?
No. Are you driving on a line?
I'm driving in a straight line. What are you saying?
Not.
Well, if I'm driving down 35, I am. So
no, you're not. Not even driving down 35, you're not driving in a straight line.
For extremely long stretches of 35, it's very, very straight.
Yeah, really?
Hey, Donald, really, could I just ask, is driving from A to B imaginary?
No.
Okay, so not a line then, thanks.
No, not a line. Lines are imaginary.
Now that you're driving all over the country, how do you know that space you're driving in between is a curved surface?
Well, after you do this several times in several different directions, then you take all of that data and you draw the distance between the two places and their positions.
So, okay, we got distance. We traveled over the distance. So how do I know the distance that I traveled is a curved surface?
Well, I was explaining that very thing. So, when you do this in several different places, you can plot them, and when you plot them, you can measure all of the internal angles of the triangle.
We're not talking about plotting stuff on a chart, on a computer screen, on a piece of paper.
The geometry.
We're not talking about that. That's where imagination comes
geometry.
in. That's where your imagination. That's where your imagination comes in. We don't need imagination.
Geometry.
We need hard evidence that the Earth is curving on its surface.
Geometry is evidence, dude. Even if it's imaginary.
No, it's not. What is it evidence of? Your imagination?
No, it's evidence of measurements, of the results of measurements.
Is geometry imagination?
No, geometry is imaginary. It's not imagination.
Oh, really?
That's very different.
So it's imaginary.
Yes, we made it up.
So do you use your imagination to think about it?
Well, yes, but those are...
Okay, so it's imagination, like I said before.
That's a category error.
No, you're the one that stated the error, if it's an error. You said it was.
Yeah, I told you that you committed an error.
So you're the one causing the error? Because you said it's imaginary.
You committed the error. You committed the error, not me.
You said it's imaginary, yeah?
Yes, geometry.
And you have to use your imagination to think about it, yes?
Yes, but that's a category.
Okay, so it's an imagination.
It's a category error.
Well, then you're the one conjuring it up. So why would you conjure up a category error?
The thing doing the conjuring is not the same as the thing conjured. That's the category error.
Yeah, the thing that's conjured is an imagination that you actually are plotting between 2 points.
So you just don't understand how words work.
Yeah, I do. But actually, you don't understand that what you're doing is you're traveling over the surface of the Earth and then going to a piece of paper and then imagining you're traveling over a curved surface.
No, I am measuring the surface of the Earth.
Who cares about the distance between the 2 points? We're concerned with
if it's measure things.
We don't give a shit between point A and point B. We want to know if point A and point B is curving in between those 2 points.
But I don't have only point A and B. I have C and D and E and F.
Who gives a shit?
And H and I do.
Is it curving between those points?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because of the internal angles of
internal angles. Are you working some math out on a piece of paper, Donald?
Yes, that's how you do calculations.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but you're not proving that the outside world is what your math is showing.
You are wrong. That's the only way to prove it. You can only prove things in math.
Oh, okay, so that's a big issue right there for everyone.
How is that an issue? That's just a fact.
No, it's not.
Proof it. Math is where proof.
You're gonna have to use those numbers you're putting on a piece of paper and comport that over to reality. In other words, if you're saying,
that's the opposite. No,
it's not, because people that build things use numbers to build things. Donald C.
Stop lying.
Donald C.
Lying.
You gotta have numbers to build stuff. Donald C.
Stop lying.
Yeah, sorry, but we're talking about the physical and natural world, and you're not.
Stop lying.
Sorry, Donald. No reality for you, except for imagination.
You are lying. You have lied about what happened.
Let's imagine that the Earth is a globe on a piece of paper, right, Donald?
You just lied.
Let's just imagine.
You just lied.
Yeah, imagine with me, Donald.
This person would stop and address the accusation, but you are just continuing to move on.
Well, we're not going to imagine with you, Donald. You can imagine the Earth being a globe by yourself.
You cannot defend yourself, so you're just moving on because you know that you lied.
No,
you
it's simple,
lying
right?
Liar who lies.
It's simple. We don't have to imagine the Earth being a globe. We can demonstrate that it's not one.
Liar who lies.
That's how it works, Donald. We're only showing everybody that you imagine the Earth being a globe, and you have admitted it.
Lying liar who lies. That's what I'm putting in your notes.
That's all you got, Donald? Liar. That's it?
No. That's not all I have, because you lied about what I did say. So
you keep saying that, and you're not giving us a demonstration how the Earth is an actual globe. You're just saying it works out in math. Well, that's not going to do.
Demonstration, buddy. Trigonometry is a demonstration.
No, it's not. It's an imagination according to you. It's imaginary. Yeah.
That doesn't mean I can't make measurements with it. That's freaking
What are you measuring? Your imagination?
I'm measuring the surface.
Oh, you're not doing that. You are not doing that. You're just going from point. You're going from point A to point B. You're just telling me I traveled the distance.
The distance between those 2 points.
Yeah, that's all you're doing. That's
I'm measuring the distance between the 2 points. That's my whole argument. That was the
your argument doesn't include curve, Donald C.
It's a It's the result of the calculations at the end. You calculate.
Yeah, you're calculating curvature. Sorry, we're not measuring. A calculation is not measuring, Donald C.
All measurements involve calculations. That's a very silly thing to say.
If you're gonna tell me you measured something, then I would at least give you that. But you're not measuring anything. You're just calculating.
I am. I'm measuring the distance between places on the surface.
Yeah, but you're not. We're not concerned with the measurement from point A to point B. We're concerned with the curving surface,
That's how
which
you
means
measure the surface of it. Is point A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
You're not going to calculate. No, sorry, calculations aren't going to do.
All measurements are calculations.
No, incorrect. No, incorrect.
Calculations, silly.
No, incorrect. A measurement is not a calculation. You should already know
demonstrate a single calculation or a single measurement that doesn't require calculation.
Measuring your foot.
With what?
I don't know. A ruler.
Okay. Do you think that calculations were not involved in making that ruler?
No.
Yes,
because you first.
Do you think?
No. It's the ruler making the ruler is not. That's what's in contention.
Do you think that we have a universal foot everywhere?
Yeah, measuring
the distance of a foot.
Yeah, a unit that's
make a ruler.
You're talking about a standard, but we're not using. Listen, dude.
You're a very silly human.
Yeah, we're not talking about the standard. We're talking about the thing that's used in this.
To make the ruler.
Donald. We're talking about
the
thing.
Silly human.
We're talking about the thing that's being used in the measurement, which is the foot.
My odometer.
The foot. I'm talking about my example. The foot that's being measured. We're not talking about the actual ruler that's using to measure the foot.
That's a comparison. Measurements have numbers. So
you're trying to measure the curve. In this case, it would be like the foot.
Half of your foot. How would I measure? How would I calculate half of your foot?
No, it's not calculation. Once again, you're mistaken. It's a measurement.
If I wanted to cut a board,
you measure your foot,
half
Donald.
the distance of your foot. How do you measure?
Everybody that goes to the shoe store will measure your foot.
How do you measure it? How do you measure it?
Yeah, with a ruler.
Oh, do you think there were no calculations involved in making that ruler?
Yeah, so why do you keep going back to the ruler? That's a standard.
We're not talking the ruler.
Yeah, because that's what you're using to measure.
No, it's not.
Foot.
I never brought up a ruler ever. You brought up the ruler the first time. I don't
wait a minute. Rulers. People at shoe stores don't use a ruler? Is that
no, they don't. They use this giant freaking machine thing that has
it's not a ruler.
Hey, you don't know what the definition of a ruler is.
Is a calculation a comparison?
Calculations are comparison? I don't think so.
Okay, then they're not measurements. Go ahead.
So you're
not measuring
you cannot
any
make a
curvature.
measurement without doing calculations. It's impossible to do a measurement without making.
You are not measuring any curvature, Donald.
I am though. You're just
no, you're
wrong.
not. You're imagining curvature.
No, I'm not. I'm measuring.
And they're doing some calculations to support the claim that the Earth has
All
a radius,
measurements
diameter,
require
circumference.
calculations. If you want to measure the surface, you have to use calculations.
No, people that measure things that work in professional fields like carpentry, engineering, and all those things that they're using is helping them understand that certain things. Yeah, certain things need to be used in calculations, but then they're going to have to measure. They're going to have to measure to compare what they're doing. You're not doing that with your example. Are you saying, okay, well, the Earth is curving this much in my calculation. Let's go outside. Let's go outside and figure that out.
Again, stop lying.
Oh, I struck a nerve.
What's happening?
Struck a nerve. You can't do that, Donald.
Just stop lying.
You're not doing that. You're not measuring, are you?
Lying.
You little weasel.
I'm not going to have a conversation.
You little weasel. You're not measuring.
I'm not going to talk to a lying liar who lies.
I struck a nerve.
You're lying
because you're not measuring.
Strike a nerve. You're just lying.
Settle
You're just
down.
Lying.
Don't drink another Red Bull, man. That's not good for your blood pressure.
Calm.
No, I don't think so. That you just broke the mic, like the sound of it was just. I'm not doing anything. Okay, let's get back to spurging.
You need to calm down.
So you didn't take your calculations and measure the surface of the Earth, did you?
I measured the surface of the Earth.
Yeah. Now with your calculations, you didn't. You didn't compare
every measurement requires
the calculation to the surface of the Earth, Donald C.
I measured the distance with my odometer. To make an odometer, you need calculations.
Yeah, the distance isn't what we're concerned with. I'm talking about the curve, Donald. You didn't measure the curve.
The only way to do that is by measuring the surface.
Yeah, and you didn't do that with your calculations.
I literally drove on the surface to measure it.
Yeah, so the curve is not what you measured. You measured the distance between point A and point B, point B and point C, point C and point E, all that shit. You didn't. You didn't measure.
I calculated, and a curve came out of the calculations.
No, a curve came out of the calculate. What did it have? A baby? Did it have a baby?
The curve was the result of the calculations.
No,
you just conceded, dude. You just calculated it. That's you. You said you were measuring
that's how you make measurements. That's how you
make measurements. You weasel.
Oh my god!
That's not how you make measurements. You actually measure.
You're so silly.
You measure
don't
the
understand
Earth,
how
Donald.
anything works.
You measure the Earth. You don't calculate the curvature. You go outside.
Right? So every single motion you sense because of your inner ear. But they tell us that there's a motion that is magnitudes of times more than any motion you actually feel during your daytime, up to millions of miles per hour, and they're telling you you don't feel it, but you feel every other minute motion. Does that make sense? Per hour, and they're telling you you don't feel it, but you feel Does that make sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're traveling through space at 1.5 million miles per hour and don't feel it?
At what again? 1.5.
Yeah, it makes no sense. So I rest my case. Thanks for listening.
Do you drink sparkling water?
No.
Oh, okay. Still water for you. So there's an argument here about gas pressure. You're familiar with like soda, like sparkling water and soda and stuff like that? Kombucha? You drink kombucha?
Kombucha? No.
Oh, damn, girl. You don't drink what do you drink?
Water, juice.
Oh, okay. W.
Yeah, sodas, not so much.
That's good. I like that. You sound healthy. What about like sparkling wine?
No.
Oh wow,
No, no,
so
no.
so wholesome. All right, well, chat. Should we hit up with the gas pressure argument too? Let's just wrap it all up.
Gas pressure? Oh god.
Well, you're familiar with like sparkling water, right?
I mean, sure.
If you open the water, like let's say you have a bottle of Perrier or something, right? And you open it up
Mhm.
and you leave it for like a week. Is it still going to be sparkly? Like bubbly?
Probably not. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Or like your car. If you have a car, your tires, which you probably don't even fill up with air. I'm not gonna lie, but you understand. Like you have to. If some crazy boyfriend comes over and slashes your tires, you're gonna lose all the air. So
Oh yeah.
there's two examples right here where you need a container to have the gas pressure. So the gas pressure would be like the bubbles in the water or the air inside the tire. The tire holds the air, the container like of the bottle holds in the bubbles. And so our argument is that to have gas pressure you need a container. So I would say that the air that you're breathing right now outside is also contained inside of a container. We don't think outer space is real. Outer space is a fictional setting for books and video games and stuff like that, but we don't live in outer space. The Earth is not in outer space or anything like that. Why? Well, we're inside of a container. And you might have to pinch yourself a few times. So that's pretty wild to hear, especially if it's your first time. But gas pressure requires container. No different than the bottle of water, no different than your car tire. We are inside of a container. That's how you are able to breathe right now. I know that's a tough one right there, girl. But it's true. You might see people trolling flat Earth online where they show like a flat Earth pizza or some sort of circle, like you described, in outer space. If you ever see that, you'll know automatically it's troll because flat Earth does not go in outer space. They don't go together.
All right.
Are you? The chat says you're Latina. You would be doing the tire slashing. Low key, that's probably true.
Maybe.
How many tires have you slashed before?
None. Zero.
That's cap, girl.
No, I've never done it.
You probably did it with your nails. We know them nails is long and sharp. Dude, honestly, Latina's a W, bro. I'm not gonna lie. But anyway, do you have any questions for the flat earthers?
No, not at the moment. But like, if I'm confused about something, I'll definitely ask in chat.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna put some stuff in the chat as well. There's a meme right there. If you ever see anything like this, are you seeing the chat right now?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. If you see like see, this is what a lot of people do. They think of the solar system where you have a bunch of planets, a bunch of like spherical planets, and then like one flat Earth. That's definitely not what we think. The reason why I asked you earlier about the universe, can you draw the universe? And you're like, well, I don't know what I would draw. Exactly. Like, for the reason, like, you can't leave the universe and be like, look back at it like 2 Chainz and be like, oh, okay, well, it's shaped like this. So that's how we feel. Or that's how I feel about the Earth, too. You can't leave because there's a container and then look back and say, oh, it's shaped like a circle or whatever. I think the Earth is a lot like the universe, where people ask us, where's the edge? Don't know. Just like we don't know where the edge of the universe is. What shape is it? Don't know. Just like we don't know what shape the universe is, etc. So, chat, somebody else speak up. What else you guys got for us? Flat Earth Ranger. We got Felix, QE, Amish, Sunny, Pads. A lot of people here, guys. What kind of questions you got for her? Oh, you look at the flat earthers are all shy. They got a 304 on the panel.
We're not that shy. We're not that shy. So,
well, Shuddy, I know you're not. I know Sonny's a Chad for sure.
Wait, I have a question actually.
All right.
You said, you say you don't believe in space or what?
Yeah, hell
You don't
no.
think it's real? Okay, so you don't think that the people that claim to have been in space are saying facts, like they're lying to us, or what? Like,
If
I don't get it.
If like 100 people said they went to Hogwarts or like Narnia, would you believe any of them?
No, probably not.
Yeah, exactly.
There you
It's
go.
the same
So like
thing.
all these people that like make rocket ships and shit like that, like
Well, okay, so I could speak on that. So I used to work for the Department of Defense in a military industrial complex, worked in a big machine shop. And when you're in the machine shop, like let's say somebody is making rocket parts, they are only making the part that they are making for the rocket. They're not making the entire rocket. So when you're in a situation like that, it's completely compartmentalized. In other words, one person making a part over here on a machine doesn't know what the next person next to them is making. They're completely separated. So when you're in a situation, and same thing with the military, if you're in manufacturing like I was in the military, you don't know, you don't have a right. Like a lot of the information, like we have big packages that go along with the part you're making, so they know like which mine the ore came out of. They know which foundry melted the ore. They know which place like put it in a cast or poured the metal to make it a certain shape. Like like we have metal stock, which are like long round pieces of metal stock or square pieces of metal stock. So there's a package that goes along with this manufacturing process, and a lot of times those packages are big, thicker than a dictionary.
Oh my!
And they say on the top, "For eyes only." So that means the person working on that part, you're the only one that can look at it. You can't replicate, make copies. You can't make drawings. Like you're the only one that can see that information. So like you said, like people making the rockets, they're completely compartmentalized. No one gets to see what the other person's making. So there's not really one person. Now, let's say at the top of all of that, you have someone that's in charge of the entire shop. They might know what the entire process is, and they might know what the finished product is, which others in the shop might know what the final product looks like. Like I built torpedoes. Like I know what the torpedo looked like when it was finished. But even those people at the top, they can't tell you that this rocket is going to outer space. They might think that that's what's being done with it, but they don't have proof of it. In other words, there's very few people that would actually know for a fact, like let's say a rocket, that rocket is going to space. They might believe it's going to outer space, just like you do, but they don't have proof. Now, what Creation Bear was telling you earlier about the gas pressure, we know we have gas pressure here on Earth. So gas pressure requires, by definition, a contained system. That's why when we measure gas pressure, it has to do with the volume, like pounds per square inch, like in your tire. Pounds per square inch or pounds per meter squared, or what do they call it? Kilos per meter squared. Like those types of measurements are all concerned with a certain volume inside of a contained system. So in order to have constant volume for a pressure system, you have to have, for constant pressure, you have to have constant volume. So you can't have gas pressure in an open system because, just like CB was saying earlier, if you have a can of pop or soda, it has gas inside of it. You open it goes psst, and it lets all the gas out. And then the bubbles continue to make, because it's got carbon dioxide bubbles in the soda. So they will continue to gas out and go outside of the container to equalize. So that's the same thing we have here on Earth. We have a pressurized system, so that requires containment. So if someone's telling you they're going outside of the container, they're like saying they're inside of a closed can of soda, and they're saying they can go back and forth in and out without releasing the gas pressure. So what we're saying is, like you said, you believe that they're going someplace called outer space. But in actuality, we don't have proof that they're going to outer space. We only have a story. And like we said, we talked about, like when we were in school, all of us, we all believed the Earth was a globe, just like you do. We only got a story, an explanation, but we never got evidence for. In other words, they never told us, how can you have gas pressure in an open system? So anywhere we look out in the world, in reality, we know gas pressure requires a container. So if somebody's telling you they're going outside this container, you know they're full of shit. Because of the laws of gases, it's never been violated. So entropy will occur in an open system, and the gases will escape. It's pure, it's plain and simple. So when somebody says they're going outside of the system and going to outer space, all you got to do is ask them, how can you have gas pressure without a container? It doesn't exist.
Nice.
Have you ever heard of hydrostatic equilibrium, bro?
Here we go.
Curiosity?
Yeah, gases will try to seek equilibrium inside of a contained system. Yeah, that's true.
No, hydrostatic equilibrium, bro.
Hydrostatic equilibrium. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like when a fluid, or a fluid or a gas is like at rest, essentially.
Yeah, does that occur in an open system?
Don't know what you mean.
No, I'm asking you. What will happen in an open?
I don't know.
Okay, in an open system, well, we can demonstrate what happens with gases in an open system. They escape to fill the available volume.
Hydrostatic equilibrium, that refers to pressure exerted by a fluid, gas, or liquid at any point in space within that fluid, assuming that the fluid is incompressible and at rest. Are gases incompressible?
Doesn't say incompressible, does it?
Yes, it does. I'm looking at the definition right now.
Read on that.
So, incompressible and at rest. Are gases incompressible and ever at rest?
Can you link it, please, bro?
Yeah.
So I can just read on it?
Bro. Hydrostatic equilibrium has nothing whatsoever to do with this discussion at all.
Okay. Fair play.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you link what you've just been reading about it, though, so I can have a look?
Yeah, you can have a look.
Appreciate it.
I'm shocked that you didn't know it since you brought it up.
I just asked the guy if he knew what it was.
So, why would you bring it up, though, if you didn't know what it was?
I just thought he might have elaborated on it a bit more. That's all.
There you go. 37 minutes after the hour.
Perfect. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Yep. Danny Faulkner tried to pull this on me back in 2016, and I reverse slam dunked his ass. Quicker than you could say hydrostatic.
Was that like did Vi get that? It was her question about the rockets. Did she understand?
She's still here?
Yeah, she's down there at the bottom.
Is that where she belongs? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, brother.
It's the family show. Sorry, chat. Is she? Well, if she chimes in, I'll help summarize it for her. Like I got a pretty good summary ready to go. I mean, that was a lot, but we also have people joined as well. Solano, Pads, Neil, Mike, Migo, Mark, Ranger, Elbow, Cooper. Oh shit, Bar Grunt. What's going on, everybody?
What's up?
Do you want to play a game?
Solano the second, welcome to the chat.
How y'all doing?
Good. All
Pretty
right.
good. You been here before? First time? What?
Nah, I've been here. I've been listening. I was gonna play Globro on y'all, but I can't. Lying is painful.
Yeah, I know, bro.
Can't do it with a straight face, huh? Yeah, it's pretty difficult.
Nah, it's way too difficult, man. I think I've been tuning into Nathan for about almost 10 years now.
Damn.
Yeah, so I've listened to QE and Nathan for a very long time, and I've never ever popped in, or this is the first time I'm ever like really speaking.
Let's
That's
go.
pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Hey,
You know what?
On to Marco.
I would say we've all gone through a lot of learning in the last few years. I've been on Discord for like 6 years. 6 or 7 years, something like that, and around the whole topic for 8 years. And since I've come into the Discord and the original and the 24/7 2.0, like we've all gone through a lot of learning, and we have QE to thank for that, because QE, believe it or not, like as harsh as he might seem to some people, if you are of the mind and you're willing to listen instead of just babbling on about some religious beliefs that you have about the globe, you can learn a lot from people like QE. And I would say that from people that are the most gruff or might seem harsh, I've learned the most from those kind of people in life in general. As long as I'm willing to listen, I got to be willing to listen, though. I can't think I know it all and be learning at the same time. That doesn't work. And QE senses that very well. So
he's been pinning the tail on the flat Earth donkeys, Lately, I mean, but I guess that's because the globe is defeated. But I like his approach now, because he's holding pretty much us accountable for what we're putting out there.
Yeah, rightly so, because we can go off onto these tangents that don't stay with logic or with the actual facts. So we got to be careful we're not talking BS, just like the Globers. So yeah.
No, it really is a religion. They. Now I can almost tell an anti-flat earther just off the rip. Once they start using certain terms, or double speaking, it's like second. It's like instinctual now. When you can, you just know by the way they speak that they are anti-flat earth. They're not someone that's curious, like this young lady that was just speaking before.
Exactly.
Damn, bro. First time on the mic? Let's go.
Yeah, man.
W, bro. Hell yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I know QE's in the corner all proud and shit.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm just a lurker. You know, I'm even in even in real life. You know, I don't like big crowds and stuff like that. I moved to the country, to the south, and I got chickens, and I like the woods now. You know, I've been around people my whole life.
Okay.
I don't mind listening.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, you guys are amazing. I love this crowd. You know, do you guys know of any events coming up, like flat Earth events? I know. I don't know if there was one in Texas or North Carolina years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been to one yet, actually.
Yeah.
Yes. CB and I are on the West Coast, and I've been to like 3 in the last like 5 years. I've been to 3 flat Earth get-togethers in Orange County.
Look, you don't need to
And,
flex in public on us, Sonny.
Yeah,
You don't got to flex on
you're
us.
probably the only people I'd consider being around.
True.
So there's nothing like it when you get to a get-together where people are barbecuing and they're drinking and having fun and they're all flat earthers. Of course, the get-togethers I went, there were some Globers in there too. It was really interesting because, you know, we had Globers popping in like but when you're like sitting around a group of people, like some people have cameras out at the beach looking at Catalina, like, you know, I took a really good photo of Catalina 30 miles away. But when you're in the group like that and you're just talking, you go from group to group and you're all of the same mind that what this earth is flat, stationary, and contained. Like, there's nothing like that feeling. Like, you get an aha moment like I've never had before when I was at these get-togethers. It's really incredible.
Right, because I don't know. Sometimes I just don't know what to talk about. I've been interested in this stuff since I was about just life in general and curious since I was around 7 years old. I started waking up.
Damn, bro, it's early as hell.
Wondering what's really going on. You know, so it's pretty awkward when everybody over here is talking about football. I don't know anything about football. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How old are you now? You don't have to say, but it's funny.
Yeah, I'm 39.
Nice, Chad. In his prime
Yes,
now.
sir. If you say so.
No, I think a man's prime is like 35 to 45.
Yeah, got that dad strength.
Yeah.
That old man strength. It is different. It's different. But if you're not my age yet, man, and you're younger, definitely take care of yourself. You know, go out there, run, exercise, or you don't even have to have a regimen, but just move around. You know, because not moving around, but you just waste away, and you really feel it. You know, it was a period of time where I think maybe most of us have gone through it, where when you start figuring out the truth and you go into a depressive state, and it could last a year, it could last 6 months, it could last 5 years. And once I started getting all paranoid and anxious about what the hell is really going on in the world, when it started really coming down, like reading Behold the Pale White Horse, uh I got really just stagnant, and you just can't let life beat you up like that.
Why are you besmirching football, dude?
Yeah.
This VC is so big, I can see the curvature of the Earth from the if I have to scroll down to see the curvature, bro.
What?
And we are live.
We'll get to you in a second. We'll get to you in a second. Don't interrupt me. I was on the other gentleman besmirching football.
No, Huey, we got to put right now.
Damn.
You don't know ball,
man.
dude. You don't know ball, man. That's the problem.
I heard you
saying that. As you were saying that, I was researching some of my best ball teams, man. Ironically.
So you mentioned the player from the Steelers, I think.
Stop the show, guys.
Like,
He left, guys. Fuck.
Hello?
He wasn't a serious contender anyway. There,
I'm right here.
No,
No,
he's
we
talking
had-
about somebody else, man.
We had someone join.
Okay. No,
Do that again.
no.
Don't do it
Who
again.
was that Steelers player you were talking about with like the missing teeth?
Oh, Lambert.
Lambert, bro. Because I don't know much about football, but you brought him up, so I did some research. He was an absolute monster. That guy was no joke. And then I found out about, but that.
I'm just messing with you, man. But they're not mutually
Nah, it's cool.
exclusive. You can still be a flat earther and like football, man. That they're not mutually exclusive. Then.
Yeah, Pittsburgh
Bro,
is one of the Pittsburgh is one of the greatest cities in Pennsylvania.
Stop the cap.
Gotcha.
Right. Well, it was nice meeting you guys. I'm gonna get back to work.
All right. Cool, man.
All right, man.
Well, like my Texan friends say, good on ya.
Thanks for picking up the cans.
On the side of the road, supervise.
Supervise.
Hey, next time someone joins in here, we're gonna point the guns at them immediately. Chat. I can't wait. They don't have the attention span to wait long enough for us to finish the conversation. So we'll keep our eyes out. I think it's all flat Earth right now, except for Cooper. We've got you in our sights, bro.
I've got you in my sights.
You know what's got part of the United States in its sights? There's going to be some bad storms out there today for Kentucky, Illinois, Tennessee. And guess where they're starting at?
Missouri.
Right over the top of me right now.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
They just began their baby stages, right? I walked out to the kitchen and the whole living room lit up because it was getting dark in the afternoon. And I said, did I just see a lightning? And then yeah, they're right over top of me, right fucking now. You folks off to the north, east, southeast of me for today through tonight, get ready to get your ass handed to you. I would start taking measures.
Wait, where are you at? The storms are starting. Where are you at, QE?
He's in Missouri.
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 How can a storm be brewing in Missouri?
How
Yeah,
can it?
happens a lot. Happens a lot.
I'm in the old Tornado Alley.
Yep. I used to be there myself.
Fortunately, there's a line that started right over the storm started forming right over top, so they're not mature yet. They're going to get that way, most Ricky Tick, and anyone off to the east in those states, even eastern Missouri, but Kentucky. Let's see, we got Illinois, we got Tennessee, Arkansas to the south. Get ready to get some ass. You're going to get your ass whooped. I'm going to tell you that. It's going to get pretty bad today and tonight. Just FYI, just a shout out, just a PSA.
Well, that's good to know. I mean, I'm feeling some high winds right now, and I'm sitting in Oklahoma. So
Yeah. Well, you're usually the one to get your asses whooped. I'll show you where they're starting. Let me get my tool out.
Yeah, it is a family show.
I was gonna say.
I didn't mean that tool. So I'll show you in chat. So here we go.
Yeah, I started looking up some images of the storms. Let's see. Oh, shit.
So this is just the beginning, and it's right over. Like I said, they're in a line, right? right now. You see these scorpion? Look, this one's already turned into a scorpion.
Yeah.
Watch out that scorpion one. If it gets a tail, look the hell out to the west.
Yeah, that's
guess
wild.
who? It's going towards guess who?
You.
No, guess who? The
No.
name guess who?
Oh, guess who? Oh.
Yeah, it's not that far away. It's a few miles away from him.
And Dave Hinkle is in Kentucky. Yeah.
So this is just baby stages. Wait for another hour or 2 hours. You're going to see this whole area explode.
Damn.
With storms. I'm telling you. Baby stages.
Is the creator pissed off or something? What's going on?
People are going to start to feel the wrath. There might be. They were saying over to the east that there could be some EF4 or EF5s. You know what they call EF5s, right?
Nah.
Finger of God.
Oh shit.
Kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, EF5. This is going to be a bad day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, for those folks to the east.
Damn, bro. Sorry.
Yeah. It looks like it's already started moving east from you, from what I can tell, and it's headed towards Evansville, Indiana. Like, that looks pretty bad out there.
So
I knew
it's
that
moving
finger of God answer. Son of a bitch.
What were you saying, Jenna?
Which direction is all of this moving?
Yeah, they're headed east.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. In this image, looks like, I don't have a time on this, but it looks like they're moving just about where Highway 41. Well, Highway 41's east-west. Yeah, I'll have to get a better view of it. Yeah, it looks like it's almost upon Evansville. I think I got the right date.
And this is your news forecast coming to you live.
Now, that's not the news, it's the weather. Like I said, gird your friggin' loins, man. Thank the Lord that they started over top of us for us. Right? And they'll move away. So, thank the Lord for that.
And FYI, everyone in those areas should be prepared themselves, because they say something about FEMA not having the money, which they never have the money in the first place. So you should be prepared yourself to take care of yourself in the event something happens.
This little badass storm right here. It's fucking badass already. That happened quick. I'll show you. I'm becoming sort of a weather connoisseur. I have to be, since where I live.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you. I'll show you the ones you got to watch out for. So, let me put this blue pen, this bitch right here. All right. So let me put this in here, copy. Let me throw this in here.
So,
shut up. Put something in here. Shut up. You see this? Where I drew this? Like I said, these storms just popped off. So you see this scorpion-looking thing? It's got two paws out in front.
Yeah.
Big red in the back. You see where my arrow is? If that tail starts to curl, that's where the badass tornadoes are, man. I'm just telling you, this is classic supercell, right? And that right where my blue arrow, maybe over to the east a little bit. So that's bad news. That doesn't exclusively happen with those, but it's the signature supercell tornado spur. So we can move on now.
Those are counties right here. Like the boxes are counties.
Yeah, the boxes are counties. Yes.
Damn, dude, they're getting cooked. Holy shit.
This ain't gonna be nothing. Wait for about an hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours. It's gonna be bad, dude.
Let me pull up
And that's
Cincinnati.
the cell that's moving eastwardly. That's that picture you show.
Yeah, it's moving east, northeast.
Damn.
Damn.
It's headed right towards says who.
Oh damn.
You know when Hurricane Helene hit, I was up in Waynesville, Ohio, and I was out camping, and we've got like Cat 1 winds hitting us, and that was nuts, man. I practically laid in the mud for like an hour and a half, holding my shit down until these winds died down. It was nuts, man. Getting slapped with 70-mile-an-hour winds, man. Everything just became a parachute. Nuts.
So what part of Ohio?
Do what?
You said what part of Ohio?
Waynesville.
Okay.
I had a family member go to college in Waynesville, Ohio.
Ohio.
It's beautiful out there. It really is. Very, very green. Luscious.
Oh, okay. Dang, that's actually not far from my hometown. Beazer Creek State Park. Wow. Yeah, I've been over there before.
So you're already having thunderstorms there in Missouri?
Yes.
Yeah. That's where you were talking about your living room lighting up?
Yeah, but they're off to the east now.
Uh-huh.
Just off to the east of us. They formed right over top of us. So, like I said, they're not mature then, or mature. So, but they're gonna get that way quick.
Quack. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with that out there in friggin' Kakalaki. You're lucky.
I know. Me and Sonny over here sipping tea.
Yeah.
Chilling.
We'll just throw some wildfires at your ass.
We only,
dude.
we only have like earthquakes to worry about.
Earthquakes and wildfires.
Yeah, exactly. Well, earthquakes, wildfires, and
floods,
mudslides. Mudslides. Yeah, exactly. Like flash flooding, like freaking whole communities, homes that are near canyons and shit. They all start falling. Like it's really weird.
That's crazy. Holy.
Yep. First there'll be fires, and it'll burn all the shrubbery off, and then all of a sudden you'll get like some severe rains, and then all that shit will start like mud sliding down the hills. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. Damn.
I used to live in LA, and the fires would go in Santa Monica Canyons. They would go all the way from inland, like not quite 100 miles, but maybe like 50, 60 miles inland, all the way across Santa Monica Canyon, the Santa Monica Mountains, all the way to the coast, to the ocean. Yeah, I grew up in the 70s watching those fires. Like that was part of our entertainment.
Dude, Santa Monica is so freaking beautiful. That's the farthest north I've been so far. It's so gorgeous up there.
Yeah, when I was growing up, it was really nice, man. We had the run of the beaches back then when I was growing up.
Yeah. Yeah, something tells me this place. What do you say? Kakalaki? Where did that come from?
West Kakalaki?
Yeah, I usually use those for North and South Carolina.
Oh, okay.
But it works too with California.
Yeah. Well, something tells me this place probably was really bumping around like the 80s, early 90s or something. But
this place.
Well,
yeah, and before.
And before that.
Before that.
And before that.
It's pretty nice
Yeah.
now. Seems like the cat's out of the bag, though.
Oh, there's a pesky storm that started out west of us. You little punk ass gonna come over the top of us here in a couple minutes. The hell kind of shit is that?
Yeah, those thunderstorms are something else in the Midwest, man. That shake your windows and shake the entire house, man. Like I remember that.
All right.
Had some of that in Washington State too, when I lived up there. Pretty bad storms up there, blizzard type storms. Like it was really wild.
Damn, Sonny going all storm prediction center on my ass over here.
There you go. Yeah.
Where are they located at?
What, in Washington State?
No, the Storm Prediction Center.
Oh. I don't know. I'm just looking at various sites.
They're in Norman, Oklahoma. Just testing your knowledge, making sure you're not a pretender clown.
Norman, Oklahoma, huh? That's the
Storm Prediction. That's the headquarters. Storm Prediction Center headquarters.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, for good reason.
Yeah, because I don't need to know that now. Yeah.
Now they're in Norman, Oklahoma for good reason. They get a lot of tornadoes down that mug.
Holy crap. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know like how that Tornado Alley has changed over the years, because it
has. It's moving further east.
Further east, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, and a little south. They got two of them. They got Tornado Alley,
Southeast.
the classic one. Then they got they call it the Dixie Alley. These guys are getting pretty high speed. Like they're not predicting stuff. You know what I'm saying? Even though they could tell, where the prime time chances are for stuff, and then because I got two professional guys, they're on YouTube, and I follow them. And anytime that there's a risk for any severe weather, they always go live, and they got storm chasers with them, and they monitor all the radars, so they give early warning to people. Right? They see, oh shit, this may be a problem. Get in your shelters. Right?
Yeah.
They're getting pretty high speed with it, man.
That's pretty cool. You ought to drop a link for those guys.
In fact, I'm watching one right now. Well, this is my main guy.
I would watch this one guy on YouTube that he had different things. He would look at like drill points where they're drilling into hills and show plumes and stuff coming out of these drill points. Like they're drilling into places like, but he also did weather, but I'll take a look at this one. Interesting.
He's live right now. He points the camera radar to where you live. That's bad fucking news. If you're out on the road, you see any storm chasers, they're all clustered together, that means you shouldn't fucking be there. They're negatively correlated with your ass being safe.
Yeah, he was looking right at Springfield, and now he's looking at checking that out. St. Robert, Missouri.
Yeah, St. Robert. Yep, it's headed up there. Yep. All right, where? Oh, this one's just gonna miss us to the north. Oh, just by the skin of my teeth, I think. Oh, it's just keep going, girl. Keep going to the north. Wow, that's close. Shit. It's just up the street. I think we may be all clear. Thank the Lord. They put a tornado watch out this just about 2 hours ago. They had to do it because they didn't have a choice. But that should be dropping here in the next hour for us. Thanks, big guy.
He said your entire area is expecting baseball-sized hail for the next
Yeah, I'm
hour.
telling you. Not my area, over to the east, man. East. Man, get your asses out of this area. Get out of Dodge, man.
No kidding, man. I never even heard of some of these towns. Anne, Van Zant, Drury, Topaz, Sargent, Willow Springs. I don't remember even hearing about those cities. Too far south, I guess.
Fort Leonard was about to get their asses whooped.
Houston County, Missouri, huh?
Yeah, there's Houston.
Yeah, interesting.
All right, let's see what he's talking about now.
World right now, literally, is in Pulaski County, Missouri. We've now got hail falling near St. Roberts. Got a live view of that right now. So this is one of the areas that we can see. It looks like we're a little bit north of the hail core here. About 2 miles to the south of where this camera is, we small size hail falling. Here to Hannah, the TN Waynesville Roberts Regional Airport. This is what it looks like right now in St. Roberts. The storms are going to continue to cause problems as it moves over in popping off here. Heads up, got a massive severity after midnight.
Oh, they got baseball-sized hail just to the north of us. I can see why. North and east, so we're good. Once this little storm gets out of the way, get your ass moving. 105, 111.
Is he asking AI questions about the storm?
It's gonna miss us, man. It's missing us. Cool. All right, carry on.
Is he asking AI questions about the storm right now?
No, he's got a little bot that takes care of his chat.
Yo, is this the gay channel?
What? Huh?
You what?
Yo, is this the gay channel?
The gay channel. No, that's the Glover channel.
Yes, we are.
Sound perfect.
Yo, are you schizophrenic or something?
No, but your sister is.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me.
Oh, and I see. Is he tracking the weather of the parts where the storm is traveling? Like, is that clear weather in those parts where the storm is about to head?
Yes, he does that, and he places the storm. The National Weather Service will come out, and sometimes they give because they have meteorologists on staff too. Sometimes meteorologists will pop in here that's on staff, and he'll outline an area that he thinks is concerning even before the National Weather Service says anything. But when the National Weather Service, gives a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warnings, it automatically pops up on his screen and outlines it. So he goes right to it.
All based on a globe.
It's not based on a globe, no. And any storm track or any storm chasers in the area or any cameras, they got highway cameras, rail cameras. They'll go right to those remotely and show you what's happening.
Storms can only happen on a globe.
Yo, so is this the gay channel?
Shut up.
Hey.
No, they can't happen on a globe. Rob Noxious. No,
It is
silly.
the only time it can happen.
It is. You're a doofus. You're retarded. Shut up.
Oh, me?
How
we try not to swear, guys?
I can do things.
Is that Rob? What's up, Rob?
What up, though?
Your sister's ankles?
You say that all the time, buddy. Like 10 years. Get some new material.
10 years? Nah, it's only been for like 4 months.
Wait, Quantum Eraser, does your mother know you're gay?
Your mama's so fat.
Dude, answer the question.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
No, dude, answer the question.
What's the question about your mama?
I said, does his mother know he's gay?
I can already see QE. I'm going to be hooked on watching this guy. I'm going to be hooked on this shit.
Does his mother know he's gay? Gee?
She gave him away at the wedding. Of course she does. She gave him away at the wedding.
Is that G-double-E? Gee?
Gay.
Or is that G-H-double-E, like the cheese?
Dude, it's when you fuck dudes.
Gee?
Oh, that gay.
Yeah, when you fuck dudes.
I don't think you're going to be here for much longer. I just got this sneaking
It was nice knowing you, buddy. Nice knowing you.
Nice try.
Yo, this fella hates gay people, man.
It was fun while it lasted.
Is that your best globe proof?
Yep.
Yeah, I proved it earlier.
That's what you got?
Are you like a chief? Are you a chief from a Native American tribe or something?
No, dude, I'm Czechoslovak.
No, he's not.
I
No.
bring news from the white man.
How
No,
do
I'm
basics?
Czechoslovakian.
You're so lame. We're gonna have Rob Noxious cook your ass, you dumbass.
Dude, you
What
said
have you brought?
ass. What?
What have you brought for my people?
That's the funniest thing I heard all day. We're going to have Rob Noxious cooking.
Rob Noxious is a better glober than you are, so he's actually Rob Noxious is a better flat earther than you are.
I am everything.
Yeah, and nothing, we know.
That's what your sister says.
Sister, dear sister.
That's not what your sister says. Just kidding.
Bro, my sister's retarded in a wheelchair, bro. It's not cool, man.
Stop dissing on your sister like that.
You like Hot Wheels?
What's up?
What's up?
Not another one.
What's up from Alabama?
Alabama. Or actually, I'm not in Alabama. I'm in Georgia.
Well, you're probably lucky, probably fortunate that you're in Georgia.
When's the next plan meeting?
But I guess Alabama's out of the weather, out of range of this extreme storms.
What did you mean by there's another one?
Yeah, I didn't know what did you mean by that?
Because she said, "What's up?"
Yeah, I did.
All right.
That's what I thought.
What's the comeback to that?
I don't know. Hey, how you doing?
You don't like that slang.
Your sister's ankles? Well, joke's on you. My sister's a man.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
We still never heard. We still never heard from Kutuan. Kutuan.
Oh, hello.
Kutuan. Rob Noxious wants to talk to you. He's lonely.
I only stop in here when I see Kiwi in it because it's such a great character.
Gives you a nice warm feeling, huh?
She's hilarious, dude. I'm waiting for someone to be called a numpty, dude. Someone do some numpty shit. Fucking glue sniffing numpties.
Why don't you start it off, Rob?
I thought I did. I said weather patterns prove a quote. No storm has ever crossed the equator. You guys can't explain why.
Yeah, and we don't need to.
Exactly. It's a good one. Good defensive move. We don't have to explain anything. We just know it all. That's
No, that's not it. No, we're willing to say when we don't know. But storms don't have anything to do with the surface condition either.
It seems like all the things that you guys say you don't know, we already know. But you say you don't know them because if you knew them, you wouldn't know what you know.
Well, when we get an update, we'll let you know about the things that we no longer don't know.
That sounds good. Hey, I got notifications turned on.
Oh, I got to go. I'll see you guys in a couple hours.
Wait a minute.
What's up, my ninjas? I'm back.
Oh, nice. We are live.
We are live. That's right. It's Friday.
Are we live?
Last I checked.
Can someone confirm?
Yeah, I called my mom. She said we're live.
And we are live.
That's the guy who streams.
No.
Who?
That's Flat Lloyd.
No, I don't do any drugs. Sorry. I'm kind of boring.
Be a lot cooler if you did.
Sir, I work in finance. I'm very boring.
Oh, I mean, some girls can be lucky.
All right, so it looks like we got a full panel.
Ah.
All right, who's up? Who's on rotation here? Who's on point?
I want to go run a mile.
Let's go. Let's go.
Pluton, share your screen.
What's up, Flatsy?
How fast you run a mile in, bro?
I'm probably going to do it in like 8 to 10 minutes. Not going to go too hard today.
Not bad, man. Getting there. It's down to 6, dude.
I did that in like 7th grade.
Oh, like 4 years ago?
Damn, bro. Damn, I can't even. I got no comeback for that.
No, but if you got a young voice and a youthful appearance, you know what that means.
What else that means?
It means you'll be in the game a lot longer than anyone else.
Facts, bro. Honestly, it has its pros and cons. Some people don't take me very seriously.
It's got its cons when you're actually young, but when you're actually old, it's got all the pros. That's when it counts.
Fact.
That's when it
For
matters.
sure. Bro, I tell people my age, and they're like, what? Holy shit, I thought you were like 10 years younger. I'm like, God damn, bro.
Yeah, I get that too.
Well, we all know that you love that, CB, because you like to
yeah.
act way younger than you are.
And then the guy walked away.
The guy walked away.
Rob Noxious, man, you're hitting them out of the park today.
I low key.
I got him written down.
That's how you start, yeah. You also got beginner's luck.
No,
beginner's luck, nice. And you guys are talking about all these storms. It's literally so nice out today, bro. It's like so nice.
Yeah. How do you have storms on the globe anyway?
Beautiful Michigan day.
How do you have storms on the globe? Exactly.
It's 35 minutes, guys. The next Will Duffy video comes out. We should watch it together.
Really?
This one's called Crossing Antarctica.
He has a video coming out? You follow him?
Yeah, I follow the Final Experiment.
That's cringe, bro. Is it live or pre-recorded?
I pray to a statue of Will Duffy every night.
Oh my god.
I had my Mother Mary statue replaced with his face.
Who is it that calls him a super mega? It's when Crit says that shit. I'm sorry. Super mega. What is it? What is it? How does it go?
Bitch.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, you picture the guy, he looks like the ShamWow dude with the microphone.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? That's funny. That's true. Shout out to the ShamWow days. I just want one of those.
Yeah, Vince, right? His name's Vince. What a baller.
I see a parody coming in the future.
Swivel sweeper too. Didn't he sell that swivel sweeper also?
Swivel sweeper. Yeah, that's a mouthful.
But wait, there's more.
Didn't he actually say something like talking about ShamWow? He's like, it's made in Germany. Everyone knows the Nazis make the best shit, or something like that.
Oh,
like,
damn.
Yeah. Everybody knows the Germans make the best killing shit.
That's a lot of damage.
Hey, remember the Tiger tank? Get your freaking ShamWow.
ShamWow and Tiger Bomb, Adonis DNA. That's winning.
That's why there's no blood in the camps. They use ShamWows every time.
Rob, like on a scale of 1 to 10, how like legit is Flat Earth, do you think? Like, how much do you think it could be flat, even a little bit?
I think in your guys' eyes, it's a 10.
No, for you.
Oh, it's just impossible.
Impossible? What?
You gotta be so thick. Dude, you're in here. Oh my god.
You know why he's in here, right?
No effing way, man. No effing way. I'm in here.
Look, it's 10 out of 10 for Glovers.
Rob Noxious is that flat earthers are right. That's why he keeps coming back. And it's like, no way this is possible.
Moon bendy frickin' water?
I'm gonna take a picture.
I was gonna say, man, I saw that Rob Noxus is back in here, so I'm guessing that he's back in here because he finally has glow proof, right? Let's see it, Rob.
I'm not gonna show it to you here in front of everybody. You want to go on personal DMs?
I didn't hear that.
Look at the
Your
chat,
microphone
guys.
sucks, man.
No, hey, how come when I think of Barapalooza coffee, I think of like a bear in a wheelchair at Starbucks giving me coffee?
So he doesn't have a glow proof then.
Nope,
We got glow proof.
completely sidestep that.
We got glow proofs. We got glow proofs.
You guys see the
So
chat?
no.
Look at the chat.
Microphone
Literally
check.
on my
Glow
run.
proof.
Fighting
Glow
this
proof.
shit.
Glow proof.
Rob just like sitting at the cool lunch table. That's what it is.
Yeah, you know what? That is a good point, Bear Collegiate. That's exactly what it is. I just can't help it.
I want
You guys see the chat though?
No, because I'm busy in the kitchen like I should be.
W, where's the Don DeMarco? Hold on. Very nice, Flatsy.
Back from Georgia yet?
Georgia. Georgia.
Nope, still in Georgia, enjoying this gas stove. Dude, I can't. Where's a gas stove been all my life?
Right?
You
Man, I
never
mean,
had one?
the flat tops
What?
are nice, but man, gas is better, really.
My first apartment had one of those.
I mean,
Actually, my
if you
second
freaking
apartment.
if you have like oatmeal or something that's like, or a bunch of pasta sauce like boil over on your gas stove, then it sucks. You wish you had your flat top back.
I was at this rich ass person's house one time, and they had like a unique stove where it only worked for certain pots and pans. Like you'd have like a certain metal, but then it would like heat up instantly or something. Super
That's
interesting.
an induction oven.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Induction. I don't want to say it's like magnets, but I don't know. Reminds me of
It's
magnets.
coils. Use electric coils.
Is that better? Or is
Faster. It's more efficient than the electric coil heating type stoves.
I'm over half a mile, chat. Half a mile.
I like open flames, baby.
I like propane and propane accessories.
Oh yeah, Irish coffee.
Is that you, Clancy? What the hell?
Propane
I'm like, what
clean
is
as
that?
hell.
I do like my propane grill. I mean, I got a charcoal grill too. It just, depends on how I'm feeling.
Yeah, I prefer to charcoal grill my steaks.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I like to wood fire grill if I can. So if I find some like hickory log or even mulberry log or something like that, that is some good cooking wood right there.
Well, the pit is a 10 right now. The pit is a 10.
How's balsa wood taste?
Oh
Very
my, this is
late.
a family show, sir.
You can't cook with balsa wood. It keeps floating away in the wind.
Oh man, I was trying to get in the whole time, and I'm not pushed to talk. Fucking dumb Grover.
Stupid. Are you stupid?
What the hell's wrong with your brain?
Or should I go into, what is it, a Philly accent? No. You stupid. Tuesday. It's 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, you stupid. If I was running on a globe, I'd be going faster because the Earth would be rotating underneath my feet.
Yo, I was gonna just ask Rob, right? Because Rob's the resident Glober in here. So Rob, if I am walking on a globe Earth, am I walking up an arc of Earth curve, or am I walking down an arc of Earth curve, or is the ball just rolling under my feet?
The ball's just real big, and you're moving with the ball. That's the kind of like that's the kind of question like you picture some guy smoking wearing a tie-dye shirt like a hep nut that's going, dude, why are we moving but the Earth? Whoa.
Oh man.
Oh shit, you just said some deep shit, bro. Right? I think it's the drugs, man. They tap me into my consciousness.
Oh, it's funny you asked that though, Jenna, because last night, like yesterday, we had the same conversation with somebody. They were like, no, it curves up in front of you. And we're trying to teach them that, like, you're on the top, so you'll be dropping down and away. And they're like, no. If I point my finger out, I'm pointing towards the hump of Earth. And it's just nonsense. But at the same time, I have citations saying that if you watch a boat go over the curve, the hump is in front of you, the bulge. So I don't know.
Well, let me tell you what, guys. Like, if you're going to treat it like a hump, it means you're leaning forward. You haven't had your V8 vegetable juice in the morning.
Okay, Michael Jackson.
Exactly.
You're always on top of the ball.
Wait, what does V8 have to do with leaning
you're looking at the boat go over the curve? Then you're looking at the hump. At 3 miles.
My hump.
Damn it! Looking for some brown sugar. I really mean it. I'm trying to make a rub.
That's racist.
I'm from Baltimore, dude. Come on, that's not racist.
All right, I've completed my mile.
Paraplegic knows.
Is that a linear mile or a spherical mile?
I think it's a globular mile.
You should be using
I went in a
Domino's
circle,
sugar if you're from Baltimore.
so therefore it must be a globe.
1%.
I went around the block. So how do you go around on a flat Earth?
You go straight.
Oh, I came back right where I started too.
Yeah, you got to make 4 90-degree turns. That's 360 degrees. The only way to do it on flat Earth.
You said that whole like go in a straight line in a triangle thing. You guys 390-degree thing. Have you guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Like they say it's a curved triangle or something.
Man, you guys sound like bro saying he told me he can circumnavigate his
Holy crap, what was that?
That was weird.
Yeah, it sounded like someone picked up the phone in the Matrix.
It's weird because I got a Facebook notification at the same time. That's weird. Anyway.
Rob, you shouldn't bring up Bro Sanchez. You know he's freaking made you really foolish.
Has he? Wait, y'all got beef?
He does. Yeah, we got beef. I was telling you don't even talk flat Earth no more. Don't tell me I won. He lost. You don't even talk flat Earth anymore. The guy got scared away. I brought Will Duffy on his show. He's talking shit about Will Duffy. I messaged Will Duffy myself. Dude, this guy, Bro Sanchez, is over here talking shit. Please come over here. And I took a shot, and Will Duffy showed up. He almost shit his pants.
Hold on, man. Are you freaking Will Duffy?
This sounds crazy.
Agent or something? Are you his? Why are you hanging on Will Duffy's nutsack?
Because he destroyed flat Earth. Awesome.
What do you think about Will Duffy saying himself that the 24-hour Antarctic sun has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth? We got that clipped, by the way.
Drop it in the chat, fam. Let's go.
Yeah, someone's got it. I don't have it. I'm too busy rubbing butts.
Yeah, man. That's good shit. And you know what? He's definitely right about that, right? See, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Rob. The problem is that, so they went and saw the sun, right? But they still didn't give us anything as far as observation, testable, measurable Earth curve on the ground.
Yeah, they made a whole video about it.
They don't have that.
They made a video about it. You don't watch the video. You're wrong.
No. Bro, your mic is shit. I got you turned all the way up.
From Walmart? Walmart discount mic?
The actual title here, I'll change my text.
Walmart brand.
The actual video title was Measuring Earth's Curvature.
No, bro. That didn't. How the fuck are you gonna look away from the surface of the curving Earth to the sun?
They explained it all, Jenna.
And be like, there you go. I measured Earth curve, dude. Are you shitting me? Fucking McToon took elevation angles to the sun over a big flat fucking sheet of ice. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
That's what I'm saying. Like, they confirmed their latitude using flat triangle measurements.
Bro, yeah.
Yeah, we did. Critical thinking flight path itself proves Wilbur.
Like, what else are you going to do to confirm your latitude besides using triangles? Bueller?
Yeah, what's a triangle, Rob? What's the definition of a triangle?
It's when three straight lines have a threesome.
Rob, why are you so quiet?
Well, they couldn't measure the Polaris from there, so they had to measure.
What? No.
They just pick a star. They just pick a star.
That's cool, right? But you still need a triangle. Still gonna need a triangle.
Yeah. You can still get your latitude from the sun.
How would you know? How would you know any of this? You never did any of this. So how would you know any of this? How would you know any of this? You didn't go. You don't take measurements. You don't do any of this stuff. You're just talking.
You don't take measurements.
Now you're doing some laugh. Now you're just laughing to do something.
Dude, what measurements have you taken, Rob?
Not getting it, bro. Because you're not getting it whatsoever, right? And you sidestepped completely when I asked you. You sidestepped completely.
I told you there's an entire hour.
Hello. For the definition of a triangle, what is it?
There's an entire video of them measuring the Earth's surface in the Earth.
Dude,
you can go watch it.
Just give it to me. What is
the definition of a triangle? What kind of triangle?
It doesn't matter. It could be a right triangle. It could be, an equilateral triangle. What the fuck do you want? What the fuck is the definition of a triangle?
Euclidean or non-Euclidean?
Euclidean's the only kind of triangle.
Okay. Sure, buddy.
Yeah, you know how to calculate a non-Euclidean triangle? You need fucking triangles, bro.
Yeah, because it is a triangle, bro. It is a triangle, bro. No shit.
If you love triangles.
Spherical geometry.
But to do that, you need actual Euclidean triangles.
Yeah, 3 straight lines.
Yeah, they are
because you got to go to the point of origin. You got to subtend an angle to it. using straight lines. You can't have a curving radius.
Yeah, and you guys don't have an origin either. Your origin is.
Yeah, we do. You know what the origin is? I'll tell you what it is. Rob, I'll let you in on a secret. This is the biggest secret of flat Earth. Are you ready for this? Don't overtalk me. The biggest secret is the point of origin is you and me and everybody.
That's not true.
We are all the point of origin. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how CellNet works on flat Earth. We're all our point of origin. And all the stars appear different to us depending where we are on Earth.
That's just flat out.
That's how it works. That's how it works.
Flat out wrong. No.
You don't need a spherical coordinate reference system for it. You just need the star field. You take flat Earth angle measurements to it. Everybody's got a unique position, a unique perspective to it on Earth, and an Earth measures.
And what star? And what star do they measure the flat in the hemisphere?
What star do they measure? What?
What star do they measure to get the flat Earth measurements in the southern hemisphere? You can't see Polaris, so what do they measure?
You can use any star, really, as long as you know it's declination. Yeah, as long as you know it's as long as you know it's declination. You get an angle to it, and it's sidereal hour angle. You'll be able to figure out where you are.
That's not how it works. There's only 2 stars.
That is how it works. That's in the Nautical Almanac, dude. That's how you do it. You find a star, you maybe get 2 or 3 of them. You look at the declination, which is its distance from the celestial equator, and then you look at the sidereal hour angle, which is basically like its line of longitude in the sky. That's how to figure it out. You don't need Polaris.
Globe measurement. You just bring up the globe, all these globe things, and just use them as flat Earth.
No, you don't. You don't need a globe for that.
It's all based on globe. Latitude and longitude lines are based.
No, it's not. You can't get Latin long without using the stars. What are you smoking?
Yeah, the stars that you can't see. You see different stars in the north and south. They're not the same stars.
Yeah, use different stars. Use the stars you can see.
No, there's only 2 stars you can use: Polaris and the.
No, there's not. You can use any stars. You don't have to use Polaris. Polaris is obvious because it helps, but if you're at the equator and you don't have access to either Polaris or like Sigma octans, bro, you can use the equatorial stars.
What are you talking about? If you're in the northern hemisphere, you can see the Polaris. If you're in the southern,
I know, but I'm telling you, if you can't, let's say you've got a mountain range to the north and you can't freaking see it.
That doesn't work that way, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it does.
The stars are above the mountains.
Let's say Polaris is behind a mountain. You don't know exactly where it is. You can use other stars to get your latitude.
It would never be behind a mountain. It's above your head. You're wrong, dude. You're just flat out wrong.
What if you're at like 30 degrees north, dude? And the Polaris is pretty low in the sky because you got fucking mountains, like the Rocky damn mountains near you. You can't fucking see Polaris. Use other stars.
You absolutely can. What are you talking about?
I am telling you can. I gave you the method.
You can see the fucking Polaris over a mountain. The Polaris is not behind a mountain.
No, if you're at a lower latitude, you might not be able to see it. Like, let's say again, you're at like 30 degrees north. You got fucking mountains in the way. Let's say you're 20 degrees north.
It's more
say you're 10 degrees north.
It's more above your head when you go.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to use Polaris.
No, Polaris is the only star that doesn't move.
I know, but you don't have to use it.
Yeah, you do. That's how the measurements are made.
No, you don't. You can use other stars too.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. You can get position fixes and distances using other stars. You don't have to. Polaris is nice and convenient. Because everybody knows like the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper.
Not the ones we're talking about. We're talking about the basis of formation of measurements of the Earth. It's based on
the basis started because people envision the sky as a gigantic globe at night. The sky is a globe. And in order to map it, they had to think of Earth as a globe too, but those are just models. And if you want to impress me, go validate the 60-to-1 rule, the 60 nautical miles to 1 angle of degree elevation rule. I don't think you can freaking do it. Not over long distances.
Okay.
You know what that requires, actually? That requires a fucking curvature measurement.
Yeah, I know. Their measurements.
Yeah, I know. We're back to that. We're back to you need to externally validate the curvature of a spherical triangle using a Euclidean triangle. Got it?
So why is there Earth curve calculator, but there is no flat Earth calculator? Why don't you show me a flat Earth calculator and tell us how far we can see?
Why do I need a fucking flat Earth calculator to measure curvature of a flat Earth? Are you fucking retarded?
No, to measure the flatness of the flat Earth to see how far you can see. Do you not listen? Are you fucking retarded?
Dude, what are you talking
You don't
about?
listen,
A flat Earth
retard.
curvature calculator? Are you fucking brain dead?
I didn't say a flat
Holy
Earth
shit.
curvature calculator. I didn't say a flat Earth curvature calculator. Why don't you try listening, you stupid fucking retard?
Yeah, he said, why don't you don't use an Earth curvature calculator? Use a flat Earth calculator. I'm like, what the fuck for? To measure curvature on a flat Earth, you fucking retard.
Okay. Again,
I know what that kind of calculator would be. It'd be a calculator with only the number 0 on it.
Again, you missed the question again because you don't want to answer. A flat Earth calculator will tell you how far you can see, but you know you can't do that because you can't see far because the curvature, not because it's flat. You fucking retard! You're the dumb fuck. You're getting fucking
really?
frustrated. That's why you're getting pissy now because you don't have one.
I don't need a curvature calculator for flat Earth.
I'm not talking about a curve calculator, dumbass. I'm talking about a flat calculator. A flat Earth calculator that shows you how far you can.
A flat Earth calculator for fucking what? Yes. Curvature?
I just told you. Again, so to see how far you can see. You dumb fuck. To see how far you can see.
Oh yeah, guess you know what we'd use? We'd use the same fucking math because you know what? The curvature calculator is actually backwards compatible with the diffraction limit of vision calculator.
Oh, diffraction. Okay, again.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Because a 6 foot object at 3 miles is 0.02 degrees.
Okay, cool. So how far can we?
Same as a fucking curvature. Where's your fucking perspective and diffraction limit on a curvature calculator? That's what I'm asking. How come your curvature calculator doesn't factor in perspective scaling with distance and diffraction?
Yeah,
it fucking doesn't, right? I mean, it's a big fucking gaping hole in your freaking cosmology, isn't it?
No. So how far can we see on a flat Earth?
It is no. How come you don't have
on a flat Earth?
You can see as far as your diffraction limited optic is good at seeing. It depends on your aperture and focal length. It depends on your aperture and focal length. Okay, yeah, not curvature.
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna say, how come you don't have perspective built into your curvature calculator, dumb fuck?
The globe can tell you how far you can see. You can't tell us how far we can see.
Yo, I can. I can actually use a curvature calculator and call it a diffraction limited calculator, and it does the same fucking thing on flat Earth. How about them apples?
You have no answers for anything. You have no answers.
I just gave you a freaking answer. I just explained our position to you. It's not my problem. You're too fucking dumb to understand.
I know. Yeah, okay, sure, buddy. I'm a dumb one.
Okay, whatever.
You're the guy who believes Earth.
I love you, Rob. Smoochies.
Hey, tell me how far you can see on a flat Earth.
I already told you it's diffraction limited, also weather limited. But notwithstanding, we're gonna assume that you can see like the same as the globe and on flat Earth. You're actually limited by your optical resolution.
Oh, so one is because of optical resolution, one because of weather.
Right. You can see further if you widen your aperture and adjust your focal length.
Buying what you're selling, dude.
It's called a camera. You ever used a camera before? Like they had fucking pinhole cameras like in the caveman times.
Yeah, sure, buddy. You're like wish level flat earther, bro.
What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Do you know what diffraction is?
Exactly.
Do you know what diffraction is, Rob?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, does this sound like fucking Greek to you or something?
That's all you guys do is say that's your number one thing.
Where did sporadic E hurt you, Rob? Where did he hurt you?
In my special plate.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob, I got a McDonald's coupon. I'll email it to you. Make you feel better.
That's cool. Yeah, because you work there, because you're retarded.
No, I got it from your mom.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
Because his mom works there.
Yeah, she works in McDonald's. 78 years old. We know exactly how far everything is, how to measure to. How far can you see on a refraction perspective? Stupid ass question. You should have a number ready. You should know how far you can see. So you live in a world where you don't know nothing. Your whole world is based on not knowing anything, but claiming you know everything. It's hilarious, dude.
Dude, you made me cut up an onion when I didn't even eat an onion. What the hell? Put it in a Ziploc bag.
Yeah, I'll make you cry no matter what, bro.
That was good. Okay, I'll give you credit for that one. +1 for Rob. Made me cry.
You got pork butts? And you're not using an onion?
No, listen, this is for smoking. I'm not going to slow cook this. Yeah, although, you know what, it might... I was thinking about like slow cooking it first a bit and then smoking the shit out of it. That way the smoke goes really deep because it's all loose.
Pork butts, man. I trim the fat off and then cube it up and put it in just get that shit in a big pot. Onion, bit of vinegar.
I got this rub recipe, freaking out of this world. A buddy of mine is a fine dining chef in Houston, Texas, and he gave it to me, and I'm like, oh crap, yeah, that's like a secret weapon.
Yeah, motherfucking Texans, man, they go fuck wild.
You know what's up?
Yeah, but they don't do pork though. They don't do pork. They just do beef.
What?
They got so
Texas
many
is
wild
more
hogs,
beef-based barbecue.
They practice on all the hogs.
If you want good pork, you got to go to like Tennessee or Carolina for that.
Oh yeah, right on, man. I like a good mustard-based Carolina barbecue.
Pork is not meant for human consumption.
Yeah, they got good stuff there.
The globe is also not meant for educational use. People still use it though.
Yeah. I know, it's crazy. All these teachers and professors.
Yeah, you know, I get it. It kind of works, right? It kind of works. It kind of sort of works.
No, it works. Everything about it works. Everything the same.
Rob, if you got on a boat, do you take your globe with a little globe and navigate? You got your globe and your roller, bendy roller.
I challenge you to take your map and wrap it around the globe. See if it fits.
If you ever been in a boat, you'll notice that they have a nautical compass. It's actually a globe compass. If you ever seen it, you ever been in a boat. So yeah, I have used a globe on a boat.
Nautical compass is a globe compass.
It is. Look it up. It's in the ball. It's in the ball,
dude. I had
the bottom is curved. The bottom part, is that what you're talking about?
It's in a globe. No, it's in a globe. It sits on your dashboard. It's in a globe.
Bro, I had a keychain with a weighted globe compass in it. Is that the same thing?
Well, you're a traitor, bro. You shouldn't say that in front of these people.
No, it's weighted, which means it has a horizontal reference plane. Biatch.
Yeah, what other globe?
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha, bitch.
Benedict Arnold. Dude, this guy's hiding globe measurements in his basement. Just admit it. You got telescope and shit, don't you, brother? Look at Jupiter.
All right, please, nobody judge me. I'm going to put on some food safe nitrile gloves to do the rubbing process. I'm not using my bare hands. I'm putting on a rubber. There we go.
Oh yeah, rub that meat.
You got it. Got it. First, protect my hands. It's actually so much easier, man. Like, doesn't get in your fingernails or anything like that. You just put on some gloves.
I got all dirty freaking planting stuff the other day. I should have worn gloves. Are you doing any micro scoring on the meat?
Yeah, you got it, man. I got my knives out. I'm slicing it. I'm trying to trim some of the fat off.
Check out this, man. You ever seen the burn unit?
I remember that.
Use cadaver skin, and they put it through this machine.
I thought you were talking about the show.
That perforates it.
Oh, jeez,
makes
dude.
it into a net. It makes it into a net, right? So it's stretched. So they take like a 10 by 10 of cadaver skin. They put it through this little like machine, and it like perforates it, but then they stretch it out to like twice as big, so it can cover the person's burn for like a couple days. Put it on the burn.
Yeah,
So
I was wrapped in that stuff over 60% of my body, dude. I got a story you wouldn't believe.
So all right, so they're using a similar machine. I'm not even sure that they might have stole the machine and using it for fat, for like thin sheets of fat. They'll perforate it and then stretch it out like a net, and it goes over like a beef freaking roaster, or like they're putting beef fat over like a venison roast, or like pork fat over this thing, or
Dude,
whatever.
that's kind of crazy. Not gonna lie, that's like morbid, but freaking brilliant.
Remember, guys, you can find the same amount of potassium in one banana as 4 ounces of ground beef, but in order to get the potassium out of the ground beef, you need to take the drippings that come off the ground beef when you cook it and eat the drippings.
It's kind of like what CERN did today.
Eating the drippings is my love language.
Supposedly, CERN turned lead into gold today.
What? Come on, man.
But alchemy's real. But only for a few seconds. Figure that out.
Then it went back. We swear. Dude, did they have it on video? You can see the lead like turn into gold.
I highly doubt
similar. Well, what is lead to gold like the weight ratio? They're both like pretty freaking heavy.
Yeah, I don't know. Ask a chemist.
And I wonder what that.
Are they heavy or are they dense?
I think they're one electron different from each other.
They're similar. You know, if you hold an ounce of, obviously an ounce to ounce, hold a similar size, same size piece.
Similar size.
So
one's more dense.
Yeah, gold is more denser than lead. It's 19.3 grams per cubic meter, a centimeter cube.
Yeah. 1 ounce of,
and it's 11.34 for lead.
True, man. Gold's surprisingly heavy.
Wait, say that again. 19 point what for a cubic centimeter gold, and what was the lead?
11.3 for it.
What? It's that much more?
Yeah. So you have to have a bigger pile of lead to get an ounce in a bigger pile.
Huh. I would have guessed they were closer. Wow.
Can you believe it, man? You were wrong.
Is it bad that I want to correct grammar in the middle of your conversation? Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I'm terrible grammar. I'm horrible grammar.
Can you tell me you homeschool your kids without saying you homeschool your kids?
Yeah. Either say denser or more dense. Don't use more denser.
How about more funner? This is more funner than anything.
Homeschool my kids right.
My coffee is more better.
I'm drinking paraplegic coffee now because when we went home for that Kill Switch Engage concert, I got the coffee to bring to the camper in Georgia.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Are you
Kill
drinking
Switch
some flop in
Engage.
Georgia, or did you bring the good?
I got that
I
pink
saw them
bourbon,
like
baby.
20 years ago in New York. Wow. They're still around.
Yeah, wait till you try this new Colombian. It tastes like strawberries. It smells like strawberries and it tastes like strawberries. Too damn freaking
good talking 24/7. See you guys later.
Bye.
Bye, Rob.
Oh no, don't go.
When is that coming out, Paraplegic, that strawberry?
Now that he's
out,
gone,
man.
we could actually.
It's out. So check this out. Rob, he gets spanked on freaking Pro Sanchez. Pro Sanchez used to make it. I'd be like, Rob, man, you're making all the white people look really stupid. Shut up.
That's hilarious. What'd he say?
I just say it in chat. Pro Sanchez would laugh.
he a flat earther for real?
Yeah, but he goes on some pretty crazy. Just talking about realms and upper realms, the whole spiritual thing. He's pretty freaking out there, but I mean, seems like a pretty decent dude.
The esoteric flat earthers. We had one earlier this morning, U.S. time, East Coast. He was a good dude. Like, forgot his name. Is like Jesus Christ is Lord was his name. No joke. Something like that. He came in and out of nowhere did this very scholarly presentation on the history of stellar aberration through stellar parallax and Michelson-Morley and the Sagnac effect. Kind of taking you through the history from the early 1700s to the early 1900s on this. It was well polished. Like, it was legit awesome. I really enjoyed it. But I knew the entire time where it was going because he was a flat earther who was here to give us the gospel on his Lord and Savior, Ether Christ. So we politely had a back and forth discussion. I mean, I held him to account for confirming the consequent, and T-Dub jumped in and said correlation is not causation, and it was going pretty well. I had to step out, but I think he got an earful from the panel after we were gone, and he left.
Who was that?
He was a nice guy.
Sporadic?
His name was Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior or something. But listen, this guy was academic. He was mature. He held it together under pressure. He didn't take troll bait or anything like that from our side. I kind of wish he'd come back. So, I mean, he's got a lot to offer in terms of the things that our Venn diagrams intersect with. And excluding the ether stuff, right? So I really wish he'd hang out more with us. So, he presented the ether, right? And sorry, go ahead.
Popular mainstream usually has the ether like as a dichotomy from like what Einstein or who was it that actually Nikola Tesla, right? I think that's what they were saying, the father of the ether.
Yeah, they like to claim that, but in both cases they're affirming the consequent. So, I mean, what I was telling him, I'm like, look, guys, these, when they do the Sagnac effect, they shoot lasers at mirrors. They recombine at a sensor, you rotate the table and blah, the whole thing goes out of whack. You got a phase shift, and it tends to be in a preferential east-west direction and not a north-south. So it's kind of like Foucault pendulum, right? The fucking pendulum doesn't do anything until you start swinging it. Well, in this case, you've got no proof of the ether until you start spinning the freaking laser beams around. So in a similar fashion, you've got that issue. But secondarily, the phase shift itself, when you measure it, when you look at it, the two lights, they don't combine with the same frequency. The bands don't line up. It looks a little messy. What happens is you got two scientists. Scientist A looks at it and says, oh my God, we just detected movement. Like, this stationary Earth is actually moving. Scientist B says, no, that's not it. And he looks around. He looks up at the sky and says, I got it. It's the fucking stars. The stars are fucking doing it. There must be the freaking ether that's rotating around us. In both cases, they're affirming the consequent. They see this phenomenon, and they're looking around in nature for explanations to backfit into it. Instead of just letting it be what it is, without any known cause, because nobody is able to determine what caused this. And in fact, if you're going to say that you did anything to cause it, you had to turn that table around, spin it around like a top in order to get that effect going. Just like with Foucault's pendulum, to see any precession, you have to launch the pendulum forward and back, and then watch it warble off kilter. So, it's very frustrating trying to explain this to them. They really want to believe that the star's doing it. And I said to this guy, I said, what makes you think it's the star frame? Huh? Sorry. I said, they did it in Mercury, like on a Mercury table. But I said, what makes you think it's the star frame? If you had said instead, no, it's not the star doing it, it's the sun. The sun is creating an ether field and dragging it over the Earth. Guess what that means? It means their velocity calculation for that phase shift changes. It goes a little slower than the stars. And then I said, well, what if it was the moon, right? What if you said this is actually caused by a frame drag due to the moon's ether that's plowing itself over Earth? Well, then you've got a bit of a slower frame of reference, which means your velocity calculation would be different. So what makes the stars the preferential frame of reference for describing this phase shift that you see on the recombined light on the sensor? Why? Why did you assume it's the stars doing it? Is it because you like have this weird esoteric occult belief that the stars are like gods in heaven and they're looking down on you and they're shining their rays of divine light upon you as they sweep over the Earth? Yeah, I kind of think that's it, to be honest. But that's just me.
Effluvia.
Effluvia. It's effluviant. So, he wasn't willing to entertain a lot of this with me, but he was getting a bit frustrated. But we had a great chat. Like, we reconnected later. I had to step away. He left because he got frustrated, and we talked in DMs for a little while, a couple hours after that. So I do hope he comes back. I mean, this man understands quite a freaking lot about physics and optics. He's legitimate. And
yeah, except for him affirming the consequent. That's the only
I know. Alpha, it's like, damn it.
That's the one thing that they all do, because they were trained to think in that kind of mindset.
Yeah.
Correlation is not always causation. I think he's trying to put the puzzle piece together to have the best explanation possible. I think in that realm, they operate in best explanations. They don't operate in verified cause for the effect.
Yep. He thought he was making an astounding remark when he talked about Robert Wang's linearization of the phase shift effect. Okay, so what this means is, in order to produce the phase shift with the two beams of light that are 90 degrees from each other, and they shine back after reflecting off of a mirror back to a sensor plate, in order to get those wavelengths to displace themselves, you have to rotate a table. And so this was assumed that when this happens, that there's some kind of velocity, rotational velocity. Well, this guy, Robert Wang, he set things up a bit differently. He put up a freaking conveyor belt, supposedly under a U.S. Navy contract. First I heard of it, I thought it was a thought experiment. But maybe it's real. Maybe he did set this up this way. Either case, it doesn't matter. But he was able to do this without rotating a big table with laser beams shining back on themselves. He did it by setting it up on a table so that the table was on a conveyor belt, and the conveyor belt produced the same phase shift results in the east-west direction. So this is a big deal mathematically, because it makes a lot of the mathematics easier when you can linearize the effect and not have to use like 2 dimensions, but more 1 dimension of mathematics in order to describe it. And I'm like, okay, same difference. Like when it's not moving, no phase shift. When it moves, it got a phase shift. Maybe it's got a phase shift because it moves and you moved it. It's not occurring naturally in nature, because when it's at rest, guess what? No phase shift. When it's at rest, you don't detect freaking movement, guys. That's the null result from the Michelson-Morley test. Well, and I think Michelson-Morley, so Michelson-Morley was succeeded by all these other people trying to reproduce it in many different ways. Dayton Miller did like 1.2 million different experiments and logged all these results. I mean, these guys were freaking going crazy for like ether relativity debunking back in the day. And it wasn't until like in the 90s when Robert Wang decided to get away from trying to rotate the freaking reference frame and put it on a conveyor belt to make it in 1 linear dimension and simplified it. And I'm like, still, so what? It's the same fucking thing. It's like a Foucault pendulum. It doesn't swing until you move it. And then you look around in nature for why it's precessing, so it's not swinging back and forth in one direction. It's like it's going around in a circle as it swings back and forth. And you're like, what is causing that? Let me look at the stars. I mean, it's as dumb as saying the fucking star field rotating overhead is causing the Foucault pendulum to precess. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with the kinetic energy that you imparted into it.
Yeah, that's it. You take the table, you do the Wheel of Fortune on your Sagnac effect lasers, and it spins around, and the lasers don't line up with each other. I'm shocked, guys. I'm fucking shocked.
And then they're like, "Well, man, what could it be?" Because you're like, "Dude, you spun the fucking table. Come on, bro. Like, it's not that
you
hard."
spun the damn table. It's like Price is Right. You spin the wheel to win, and it fucking moves, and you're like, "Oh God, something's moving." Yeah, the table's fucking moving, you retard. You moved it.
That's the kind of same
pendulum's moving, retard. You moved it.
Yeah, that's the same kind of conversation we have with Foucault's pendulum, man. It's the same thing. It's like, man, but we see a procession. No shit, dude. You fucking threw the thing into motion. What the hell do you think was going to happen?
Yeah. So that is the same exact thing. Yeah, so the Sagnac effect, it's the same thing. You get the precession of the laser beams because the goddamn thing is moving because you fucking moved it, retard. Anyway, I'm a bit fired up today.
It's painfully obvious, too, because, I mean, we have these conversations, but it's like, dude, we can talk about what could be or what is, and like, dude, you're not understanding the fact that when you're dealing with this kind of thing, you're putting shit into motion. Like, the reason, the cause of it is your hand throwing that fucking thing into motion, bro. Like, that's...
Yeah, just like the gravity test, right? Why do things fall down when I pick them up and drop them? Well, because you picked it up and fucking dropped it. If you could diagram this out, like thermodynamically, you put work or heat energy into the act of grabbing that object from a state of rest at equilibrium, and you upset that state of rest at equilibrium, and you know what you did to it? You brought it from a state of rest, whoop, way up here, without support. It's now got all that energy imparted into it as you lifted this weight up, right? And guess what happens? You let go and the freaking thing drops and returns to a state of rest. That's the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There needs to be a meme that specifies this particular part of the argument, and it needs to have like Kermit the Frog drinking that glass of tea, you know? and
it's
just
not my problem.
Yeah. No, he's just saying like, I'm not one to say what the cause is, but obviously it's your hand pushing it or some dumb shit, like making it obvious. Like,
right. It is so obvious what's happening. I was telling guys earlier, like, you know, my dad, I love my dad. I remember in the 80s, he was telling me this stuff. Like, the reason why things fall down is because you impart energy into it when you pick it up. I was telling people about this during the bicentennial of the discovery of America, 1492 to 1992. In Columbus, Ohio, there's this COSI. It's like the Columbus something science something. And they set up this big science center in Columbus, Ohio. And the first thing you saw when you walked in was a freaking pendulum, a Foucault pendulum. Freaking armature way up on the ceiling, steel cable hanging down. The damn thing wasn't working. and my dad walks up to me and says, you know what? He's like, the only reason why that thing picks up a precession is because somebody has to move it. It's just like with picking up a ball. The only reason it falls is because somebody picked it up and dropped it.
I have a question.
He was a wise man, and guess what? He used to work on satellites for the Army. Anyway, what's your question?
You say things come down, they fall down because they have to reach their equilibrium, that state of rest on the ground?
That's right. You've given them more energy. You put energy into these objects by moving them.
I have a question.
They have to dispel that energy somehow. So when you let go, when you're no longer doing work by holding it and burning calories and heat by holding on to it, it falls back down.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
Theoretically, if you could drill a hole into the earth, all the way through the earth, and then you drop that object through that hole,
I gotcha.
Where's the state of rest at?
Yeah, good question. And it's only because you and I had the same discussion before. This is what happens when you walk into a room full of nerds with near photographic memory. What I told you last time is somehow we have all reached our state of elevation where we are from further below our feet. Over however period of time you want to consider it. We are up here on the ground, and whatever produced us to be up here did not originate up here. Anything beyond that is speculation. We are at an energy level, and we're at equilibrium with the floor beneath our feet. So call it what you want. Go back millions of years. Where we are right now wasn't at this elevation. Where everything is that we see wasn't at this elevation. It was below. Is that how God created the world? Maybe so. Maybe something sprung up forth from the deep and produced life.
Is that your answer to my question?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why when you remove the support underneath your feet and you walk over a hole that can go down like 10 miles, you're going to fall. You're going back to the state that you were at. How much energy does it take for you to walk? How much can you squat, Castle King? Do you see what I'm saying? It takes energy to keep upright. When you fall on the ground, you can feel the force of the floor pushing up at you because you're trying to return to where you began. Yeah, there's some profound philosophical implications here in all this.
All I asked was, what happens if you drill a hole through the earth all the way through, and then you drop that object?
Well, guess what? You got more than what you asked for, so that's the flatter difference.
Yeah, you're trying to make it like this hypothetical all the way through. How do you know you're going all the way through?
Wait, you mean like all the way through to like another side?
Yeah, to the bottom.
I thought. Okay, excuse me. I thought you were asking a more like thermodynamics related question.
No, he's not.
Sorry, I overestimated you, bro.
He's not up there yet, man. He's
You're not up there, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's why he didn't understand. That's why he didn't understand what you said. It was too much.
All right. Well, so Alpha, for the rest of the audience, you think they understood? Hopefully, that was kind of like a deep thought for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to consider when people are looking into, what imparts energy into things, give them the ability to do work. So that's the Castle King doesn't really understand this side of the argument. He just sees things very binary, and you gotta kind of reduce things down a little bit for him. So
yeah, I gotta go too. Sorry, guys. I will see you later. I will be online. Thanks.
Later, brother.
Adios, muchachos. Yeah, that was a bunch of word mush put together. That wasn't even an explanation.
Yeah, if you talk to a scientist like a biologist or something, you're gonna think the same thing, Castle King. It's a bunch of word mush because you don't understand the vernacular. But it's not your fault.
It's not that. It's just if you can understand something, you can explain it in the simplest form.
I know. That's called layman.
It's called being smart.
No, it's layman. That's what it's called. When you speak layman's terms, you're trying to reduce the information down to, digestible. Like just for like if you're speaking to a child, basically.
Use digestible. How about easy to understand? Isn't that easier to say than digestible?
Yeah, well, because you're trying to figure something out, and if it seems like it's too verbose, then you're going to be asking.
Verbose.
Yeah.
Another word that we don't use in everyday language.
Well, it's used to describe like complicated, vernacular.
No, verbose means that you're using a lot of fancy words for no reason.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Castle King. That's the whole point.
Yeah. You just keep it simple.
Fancy words, but you don't. That's why you can't understand us.
Oh Lord.
It's not our fault, dude. It's just like you just take your game up a bit, get your lexicon upgraded.
Up a bit.
Yeah.
But nobody answered my question about if you drilled a hole all the way through the earth and you dropped an object through it, what would happen?
Yeah, you're assuming. You're assuming. Hold on. You're assuming that the earth is something that you can pass through.
What? No.
Yeah.
So is it infinite?
And what are you? If you're not assuming that you could pass through the earth, then what are you drilling down to through? You're saying through
The
means.
earth?
Yeah, you're saying through. What does through mean, Castle?
Like you ever poked a hole through a piece of paper?
Yeah, that means you poked a hole through it. It went from one side all the way to the other. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So is that what you're meaning by the drilling a hole down
Yeah,
in the
that's
earth?
what I mean by drill a hole all the way
Okay, now here's
through
the
earth.
question. The question is, how do you know that there's another side? Like you're gonna go all the way to the other side?
Well, we can see the hole.
No, that's not. I'm not talking about when you drill a hole right now in your backyard. How do you know you're gonna wind up on the other side of the earth?
Because I haven't seen the hole yet to the other side of earth.
So then you're assuming there's another side if you drill down.
Yeah, everything that we know of that has a surface has the opposite side of that surface.
All right. So then, can you prove that?
Yeah. Show me an object, and I'll show you the opposite side of it.
Well, you're standing on it.
Oh yeah. Well, remember, I believe in the globe.
Yeah, well, it's not about belief because you're drilling. So drilling means you're actually doing something with the earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're doing, you're not. This isn't a hypothetical or a belief. If you're drilling into the earth, how do you know there's another side?
Oh, you just got to keep going.
Oh yeah, have you done that?
No, of course I haven't.
Then how do you know that? How do you know there's another side?
Well, because like I told you, everything that we know of on Earth that's an object has one side and it has another side.
All right, so prove it. So now all you got to do is prove it.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean? Yeah, prove it.
You have a TV in your house?
No, I don't need that. I need you to prove that.
Do you have a phone in your house?
You don't need to go to another example. See, now who's being verbose, man?
Huh?
What do you mean, huh? You don't gotta make examples. Just show me a demonstration of what you mean to be that's the case. How do you know that's the case?
Do you have a TV in your house?
I don't care about the TV. I want to know how you're drilling holes down into the earth and winding up on the other side.
I'm talking about every object that we know of in this life has an opposite side of it.
Then prove the one that you're standing on right now has an opposite side. Prove it.
Well, the globe. You don't accept that.
Yeah, no, that's your belief. You already said that. It's a belief. I don't want beliefs. I want something with evidence. Are you going to show me that you can drill down into the earth and go out the other side?
Remember, it was theoretical. It wasn't something that we actually
now we're
have done
theoretical. So the whole conversation is not something you're proving because it's not true. You're just believing, like you always do.
Yeah, I believe that the place is round.
Yeah, of course you do. But that doesn't mean you have to assume that if you poke a hole through the earth, you're going to wind up on the other side because you have not proved it. The globe is a fantasy.
Lord.
Yeah, well, he's not going to help you if you're just going to keep trying to, fantasize about what he created. He didn't create a globe, dude.
If you believe the place is flat, then what's on the opposite side of your flat Earth that you're standing on?
Why do we have to talk about that nonsense?
What do you mean? Why you have to talk about it, man?
Yeah. Well, so are you giving up the fact that the Earth is a globe and now it's flat?
No, I'm saying in your worldview.
No, it's not.
Sorry, not worldview. Your flat view. What would be on the opposite side of something flat?
We don't need to talk about that. Why?
What do you mean you don't need to talk about that?
We don't. It's not productive to the conversation. What are we going to talk? Like, what do you think is going to be beneficial if we talk about another side to the Earth we're standing on? What's so beneficial about it?
Well, then we can have a better understanding as to what your flat Earth really is.
Bro, we don't have a better understanding. We only know what we know. What more can we know from what we can see that there's another side? We can't. Not even you. You think that the Earth is a globe, and if I was to tell you, okay, how do you know it's a globe that you could poke a hole through it to get to the other side? How do you know that? You would be the same. I don't know. Then what's so wrong with me saying it? And you say it, it's like, oh, that's normal. But when I say it, it's like, oh, you should know that. Why you putting it on me like that? How come you can't be that way? Use the same standards you have on me on you. Yeah?
I think we don't have the instruments to be able to get that deep into the earth.
All right, then. Then why would you bring it up, dude?
Because see, our version of the world is round.
It doesn't matter.
That
You
would be
can't
a
dig
lot
to the
farther
freaking
to
earth.
go than if it was just flat.
My God, you couldn't dig to the freaking earth if it was, even if you thought it was a globe. You can't even do that now.
No, I'm saying, what's easier to go through?
You can't do it now. So what difference does it make?
It makes a big difference because
It doesn't make a big difference, dude. You can't drill down to the earth if it's a globe. You can't drill down to the earth if you think it's flat. It doesn't matter. Either way, if you think it's concave, it doesn't matter. You cannot drill down through the earth and poke a hole through it.
But if you could,
argument
what
over,
would happen
bro.
to that object if you
Argument
dropped it in
over,
your flat
bro.
Earth?
Argument over. Checkmate,
No,
homie.
it's just that you couldn't use your
Checkmate,
imagination
homie.
enough to have this conversation.
Yeah, you like that, don't you? Using your imagination. We don't do that here in this forum, dude. We actually apply what's real, not
What do
imagination.
you mean you don't use your imagination in here? You guys haven't even imagined the edge of the earth yet.
The edge of the earth. Why? It's all about imagination with you, man. That's it.
Dude, Castle. So observations are not imaginations.
Yeah, didn't you know? Checkmate, homie, again.
Hold up. Where's the edge at again?
Yeah, how many times we're gonna checkmate you today? We're gonna keep a tab of this. There's 2 times we checkmated you now. How many more times do you want to be checkmated? You're just gonna run a tab like you do at a bar? Just continuously get checkmated? Is that what you're doing?
See, the thing about you is you didn't know I don't drink. So checkmate on you.
Don't matter, man. Like you could order for other people. You're still running a tab.
Now why would I want to contribute to the people's detriment out here?
Dude, you play at freaking clubs, you sing and shit. What do you think you're doing? Entertaining people who aren't drinking? Duh.
Yeah. There's people in there that are sober. Sober as a gopher. Just
That's
like
some bullshit. You know people are getting drunk listening to your dumbass.
There's some people that are drinking, but not everybody.
Yeah, so you're contributing to the thing you say you do not want to contribute to. Checkmate, another one.
I'm trying to sing them a song.
Homie.
I'm not trying to pour liquor down their throat.
We're doing 3. That's 3 so far. We're gonna keep bringing this thing up, man. 3 checkmates. Keep them coming, man.
You don't even play chess.
I used to.
Oh yeah, I used to spend my nights in a bar room too. How about that?
So you were contributing to the thing, dude. That's number 4 right there.
No, I'm a guardian. I take people's keys when they're too drunk to drive. I give them water. I sit them down.
You could get another line of work. Anyway, that's beside the point.
I help people out, man.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I took these guys off the streets before they could drive recklessly, being drunk and intoxicated. I took their keys.
Yeah, matter of fact, right now you're actually pushing them down because you're making them still believe and using their imagination of what the earth is instead of using observations. Checkmate.
No, I told
That's
those
number
guys,
5.
imagine what would happen if you got behind the wheel right now.
Yeah. Yeah, but we got 5 checkmates now. We're gonna keep going.
I'm saying, if you knew how to play the game, you would understand you only need one.
Yeah, I know, but we keep playing each argument that you bring up is a new game. And I keep winning like in one move. I keep winning in one move, dude. You're just all
is
like,
that right?
That's it.
This is your imaginary version of chess. Oh,
you just move one piece, dude, and I'm already won. You're knocking your king over.
I move a pawn and you win. That's how.
Yeah, because you know what? You know what that's, you know what that's called? That's called forfeit, homie. That's when you knock your king over. You're like, I can't even play you, bro. You just wait. You're above me. Boom, knock that king over. That's how it works, man.
That's hilarious, man. Yo, come on, man.
Well, I can't look, man. When you're in here, I can't give you no slack, dude. If there was, then you'd be like talking about, singing and shit like that.
Talking about what? Saving people's lives, preventing drunk drivers from driving. What's wrong with that?
Man, that you ain't preventing shit, dude. What the fuck? You are not preventing
that.
Man, people pass by. They're not worried about you. They're just trying to get home. And for all you know, they could be drunk because maybe somebody just plays it off. You're like, all right, sir, have a nice night. fucking drunk as hell, passing you by.
I'm talking
Checkmate.
about
That's
the
number
people who
6.
can't even walk straight. You know, they fall on their face in the bar.
Yeah, but
You think I'm gonna allow them to just walk out there with their keys, put it in the car, and go?
man, you don't know the level of somebody's alcohol. You know,
I've been in the business for over 20 years. Of
yeah,
course,
you
I
can
know
look
when
at
someone's
somebody and just be
drunk.
like, okay, you can't drive. Yeah, what if there's some people that hide it really well, by the way.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and those
these
are the ones
guys
that pass you
are
by and tell
they're
you good night,
drunk.
sir, and you're like, all right, have a nice night. And they got in their car fucking drunk as hell.
They did something horrible. Well, that's
Who
what I
the
try
fuck
to
knows,
prevent.
dude? Like what I'm saying is
That's what I try to prevent, my
you're trying.
friend.
No, you're not preventing shit, bro. You're not.
Yeah, I'm there for a reason. Obviously,
Yeah.
God has a
So
reason for me to be there.
the reason you're there is so the owner can actually get some of the good looking people in the club, not fucking. Yeah, you
What the
just
hell are you talking about?
every now and again you might get a drunkard that's stumbling over himself, and then you just you need to get out of here, bro. Like that's it.
No. If they're
Let's be real.
stumbling all over the place, I'm not talking about they need to get in the car. I'm talking about give me your car keys, have a seat, drink some water. I'll let you know when you're good.
Yeah, that's what we're doing here with you with the idea that the Earth is a globe. All right, sir, we're gonna go ahead and take your keys. You can't talk about things of physical and natural world. You don't know what you're talking about. That's what we're doing here for you. We take
I don't know what I'm
globe
talking about.
keys
You don't
away.
even know if there's a bottom to your flat earth.
Do you don't know you can drill through the globe Earth? What you talking about?
Oh, yeah, look, theoretically, we can see that you could. But we just don't
dude?
do it.
There isn't not one single damn craft you can build or drill that can go through the Earth, dude. The
Yeah, because
lowest
the
you
earth
can go.
is that massive.
Yeah, how do you don't know, dude? Oh my god. You sing and sometimes you're a bouncer. You don't know nothing about the earth, bro. Your
I do
ancestors
know
knew
something
about the
about the
your
earth.
ancestors knew more about the earth than you do. You need to go talk. I already told you, man. You need to go talk to those people.
No. Actually, I know more than my ancestors now.
Oh, that's some bullshit, dude. I hope they sit you
Yeah,
down. I
because
hope they
they
show you,
didn't
man.
know that man would completely ruin this earth with pollution, plastic, microplastics, all kinds of stuff. They didn't know about that. I
Yeah,
know
because they
more than
were
what
they
they
were
knew back in those days.
dude, like I'm telling you, like they knew how to navigate the earth. That's what I've been saying, man. Like their ancient ways, like they fucking knew the seas, bro. Like, and then like these mariners and shit, like you know, the later ones were trying to
But they
navigate.
didn't know about cell phones. I
Uh,
do.
so what?
I'm saying I know more than what they knew about.
Oh man, fuck that, dude. You actually more confused now than they are. They were simple minded. They were very clear headed. They didn't have all the junk you have in your brain. Fuck that, dude. You try to cloud your head with so many imaginations. They didn't have that. They have the physical and natural world and how to deal with it, homie. My ancestors, your ancestors, everybody's ancestors in here, they knew how to navigate and deal with the earth. They didn't have to think about imaginations of like what's protoplanetary star system is out there. They don't have to think about none of that shit, man. Black holes and shit. What benefit does that shit have to? The sun's gonna explode in like 10 billion years. They don't have to think of none of that. All that's just bullshit, dude. They didn't have to think of none of that stuff.
They lived a simple life.
And that was good, right? Because they could go from point A to point B knowing how to travel. And they didn't need a globe for that. And you know that.
Someone had to think up the plans of a boat. They used their imagination first.
And I'm not talking about the physical natural world. What I'm talking about is the things that are like completely imaginary, like the idea you live on a ball. They didn't.
Oh Lord!
When they built a boat and they used their imagination for that, that was practical. That was something they were gonna like design or whatever. It wasn't something like, well, how are we gonna navigate around a ball? Like they had to think like that. Now you do.
They've already verified that it's a ball, man. You just don't believe it.
They did not do that. That's you trying to make it sound like your peoples did that, man. They didn't do none of that.
What?
Figure it out as a ball.
My people didn't care if it was a ball or flat. They just navigated, and that was that.
Yeah, because they understood that the natural world was displaying itself the way it was.
No, they understand how to use navigational tools and boats.
On a
They're
flat
smart.
Earth. On a flat
What?
Earth.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
100%.
No.
100%.
They
Dude, I'm
understood how
telling
to
you.
use those stars in the night sky.
I just can't wait till you sit in front of one of those guys, man.
Yeah.
You need to listen to that dude. You're gonna get, man, you come with your globe nonsense. Nah, man, but really, we lived on a globe. Guys didn't know that. Cause I got a cell phone. Like some bullshit up.
When I go to Samoa, Alpha, I'm going to take that video of me talking to one of the elders and ask him, is this place round or flat?
Man, because you know what? They probably already have people coming telling them about the globe and shit. But I'm talking about the information they had from their ancestors, man, from the ancient peoples, like how they do it. Like if you're worried like, well, we need GPS and all this other shit, they didn't need that shit back then. So the
They
stuff that
would if they were in LA. Yes, they would.
Dude, we're talking about like all the modernized stuff today. I'm talking about back then. They didn't need that stuff back then.
Yeah. You know why? Because
there's
the
not a globe.
islands are
That's
small.
why.
It's the ocean that's big and vast. They knew how to
and it's
navigate
flat.
that.
And it's flat. It ain't a globe.
Flat.
Yeah.
What's
From
flat
sea,
about those ocean waves?
From sea to shining sea, bro. It's flat.
What's flat about those ocean waves?
We're talking about the surface, sir, the horizontal orientation. Yeah, it's flat. You can have waves on something
I don't understand. How can it be flat when you've got ocean waves, tidal waves, tsunamis? There's nothing flat about that.
Yeah, it's a horizontal. Definitely is.
Oh, is that right?
100%, dude. Come on. Like when you look at the horizon, that sucker's horizontal. It's flat.
You know what's horizontal? It's something that's straight, right?
Yeah, and it's not curved.
What is straight about a wave? Tell me.
Nah, we ain't talking about waves, dude. You're talking about like what happens on the surface of the water. We're talking about like what the orientation is horizontal. Yeah. You know it, and I know it. Checkmate, homie. That's number 6. You knocked over your king already, bro. Like there's nothing.
Hey,
you can't do
you
nothing.
can't just claim yourself the winner and go home with your ball like that.
Man, it's like you playing chess with like superb king, a master of chess, man. Like there's no way you can't do nothing.
You know what they call those? They call them grandmasters, a superb king. I guess that's what they call them on flat Earth, right? Superb king.
Yeah. So that's it. That's it, man. You're my royal.
In your imaginary fairy tale flat Earth world, they don't call them grandmasters; they call them superb kings.
Yeah, that's right. Superb, dude. I'll let you be a bouncer in my court. You can bounce all the globies out of here, man.
Come on, Alpha. I'm just saying, man. Claim yourself the champion here.
That's
You're not winning anything.
We can go for number 7. I mean, if you feel, I don't know how much time do you got?
You're keeping score, imaginary score of your wins.
Fucking hell, bro! Man. Like that. If that was gonna be the case, this thing would be looking like a basketball game, dude. It'd be like 100 and I don't know what to like maybe 0.
Don't mention basketballs, man. It's too close to a globe. Mention something else. How about a hockey puck?
No. We're talking about reality where we could have a distinction between what is round and what is not. A basketball, let me educate you, is round, and the Earth is horizontal and it's flat. Yeah,
that's the difference. There you go, hockey puck. You're more inclined with the hockey puck than the basketball. Use that one instead.
Well, I can use a basketball because I understand the difference. You don't. You think you live on a ball when it's not a ball. That's checkmate number 7, bro. You're trying to figure out, dude. You don't even understand if the Earth is a globe or not. You're like, I think it's a globe, maybe, because I use my imagination.
I believe it's a globe based on the evidence that's been provided.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have I not demonstrated that this gentleman thinks that the Earth is a globe without any evidence? He said it's his imagination.
No, it's not. It's based
everybody else in the jury is already
the conclusion of.
Dude, they're trying to lock you up, man.
Taking the pictures from outer space, the place that you don't believe
outer
in.
Space,
remember?
Man. Yeah, there's no outer space, dude. The only outer space.
There you go again.
Yeah, what outer space, bro? Yeah,
we're talking
you've
about
never left the Earth.
That's out there beyond the earth.
You only been singing and bouncing, man. That's the only thing you've been doing. Do you haven't outer space?
What happened? What happened? Cat got your tongue over there, Alpha? What happened to all these dubs?
You're using your that's your imagination again. Provide evidence that there's an outer space right now.
What do you mean, man? You ever seen the night sky?
Checkmate, homie. Number 8.
Oh my gosh. You just ignore the night sky every time you go out there at night, huh?
Checkmate, bro.
Checkmate, please.
Number 8, too.
Superb king over here.
That's it. That's it, baby. You can bounce. You can bounce here in my court, man. Bounce all the globies out of here, man. I'll let you do that.
Yeah, did you know you can checkmate in 2 moves?
No, I did it in 1.
Technically, it's 4.
I did it in 1 because he knocks over his king every time he plays me. So, yeah, so he makes it so easy. It's like taking candy from a baby, dude. It's like,
oh please, why would you?
He's a big soft teddy bear. That's why he's got soft guts. Soft guts.
Soft guts, please.
Soft guts.
Why would you want to take candy from the baby anyway, Alpha? You can't go and buy your own candy.
Candy tastes good, man.
Yeah, they ain't supposed to eat sugary treats, man. You gotta watch out for the babies. Yeah.
The babies are Globers, man. Got to take their candy.
Oh please.
8 checkmates in like not even 20 minutes? We've been talking.
Remember, this is according to your flat Earth, superb king.
I like the sound of that. Alpha, superb king. What's up?
Yeah.
Now look what happened. Now it sounds nerdy. Congratulations, you took another L.
But this is like the way you made it sound, because you got your singing voice on, so it fits, dude.
This is my singing voice? Please.
Sounds great.
Yeah, you're using your tenor voice to kind of get it just fits. It's like a nice tuxedo.
Yeah, man. No, he's using falsetto, man.
Oh, is that right?
Falsetto all the way, baby.
See, this is Bizarro world, according to you guys, with all this falsetto over here.
Yeah, because you every time you talk, your octave goes like 2 notches up, bro. It's like,
oh, is that right?
Yeah, it goes from soprano to like fucking.
Sounds like helium.
Like falsetto, like fucking hell, bro.
It goes up like helium, bro.
Wow.
Like a helium balloon.
he went deep on that one because he was.
No, I'm just amazed at how ridiculous it is on this flat Earth of yours. Everything.
That's right.
What's
Superb
up is down.
king. Don't forget to put that shit on it, man.
Right.
Don't forget, man, because this shit 8 checkmates in like 20 minutes, man. What else?
Yeah,
Speed chess.
That's all I told you.
You know, chessboard's flat, bro. Chessboard's not curved.
Oh damn! Even the chessboard's flat. Check fucking mate, dude. Number 9.
Screwed, blued, and tattooed, baby.
Oh, I guess we should stop playing basketball then, right?
Well, we can play basketball because we know the difference between a globe and flat. Yeah, you don't.
Oh, is that right?
Hey, bro, number 10.
Oh, please.
I can demonstrate going into a falsetto.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I need attention. I don't care who it's from. Mom. Baby, you know.
Hey, goof over, Steven Tyler.
Hey.
Keep going. I wanted to hear that. It sounded good. What happened? See, you interrupted her. She's
not going to lie. Flatsy and Castle King should do a duet together. You both would freaking kill it. I'd buy your album.
Was that Flatsy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Flatsy. Flatsy, Castle King. Can you team up and do a duo together, like a?
Oh,
I don't know, find a song you both know in common and just harmonize it. It would be beautiful, guys. You have the best voices on the internet.
Doesn't Maroon 5 have that one song? I'm at a payphone calling. That song?
I don't know that.
I don't know either, but listen, Castle King, Flatsy, do an album. It could be like a flat globe Earth kind of get together, have some harmony. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What happens when globe meets flat?
Your guys' voices are going to meld together.
To have that single be in like the form of a debate.
Yeah. You know, Islands in the Stream or Reunited, Peaches and Herb or Always from Atlantic Star. I know a lot of those kind of songs. Duets.
Holy smokes! How old are you, man?
48.
Oh yeah, we're the same age.
What? You're not 48.
Yeah.
Boomer detected. Oh, yeah? What year were you born?
1977. Best
See,
year in
I'm
the
older
whole.
than you.
Yeah,
I'm older than you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was born in the year of the dragon. I'm going to be 49 this year.
Okay, boomer.
He's a boomer.
I'm almost at the big 5-0. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, 50 years on this flat earth.
Oh, please.
All day.
I wasn't concerned whether the place was flat or round when I was a youngster over here.
But you are now?
No, I'm not. I'm just here hanging out with the homies, man. You see, I go to the bar. Doesn't mean I drink.
Yeah, but you're still participating in getting people to the place of becoming drunk.
No, I don't.
Yeah, if you're providing entertainment.
You think?
What?
Yeah, you provided entertainment for those who are getting snoggered.
I provide entertainment for whoever's there, whether they're drunk or sober. Doesn't matter.
So you do provide entertainment for those who are getting drunk. You just said so.
No.
Checkmate.
It's not just for them. It's for
Number
people.
11.
Oh, please. Superb king over here, counting off his imaginary dubs.
That's a dude. It's like if I wanted to get some easy dubs, I just have let's get Castle King in there, man, for some quick dubs.
You know, you're old enough to understand that you can't beat me in one of these kind of battles. You're from the old school.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saying if you knew who you're talking to, you wouldn't dare challenge me like this.
Is he confused?
I
Aren't you
already
the
told
same
you, man.
age?
The internet is the place where muscles don't count. You don't.
You
I just told
think
you
I'm
that.
using my muscles here?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good you look. It doesn't matter how well you do anything. Only thing matters is how you perform intellectually in here. That's it. Everything else is just background noise.
Listen, I'm saying you should understand. If you come from the old school, there's some people who are given that gift of gab by God Almighty. I'm saying it would be a fool's errand to challenge someone like me in that realm.
Dude, I've been doing it, man. Like I
imaginary
said,
dubs in your mind, talking about checkmating.
I've been capitalizing on it all this time, man.
Listen, you've been using your imagination this whole time. The thing that you harp on me about, you didn't get any dubs on me. You crazy? This is a complete blowout.
You can keep denying it, man, but denial is not just a river in Egypt.
You ever seen The Matrix, Alpha? You ever seen The Matrix with Keanu Reeves?
I was referring to it when I was referring to it when I said, you think that's air you're breathing now? Because
you actually snuck that line in there. I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, I said that. I was saying that to you, but you're just like talk about some other shit.
Yeah.
So, Castle King, who won in that match against Hoist Gracie and a 300-pound guy? I forget.
300-pound guy? You talking about Chemo?
Yeah. Was it Hoist Gracie, the smaller 5'8", 100-something pound guy?
Yeah, but Chemo busted him up enough where he couldn't continue the tournament. Chemo, the Hawaiian guy, right? Talking about the buff Hawaiian.
But he lost. Yeah, he lost though.
Yeah, because no one knew how to defend against ground game at that time.
Yeah, the ground.
Yeah, but look what happens now. All the jiu-jitsu guys get beat up by wrestlers. Wrestlers punch them in the face and they can't do their little fancy moves.
Not Oliveira. Oliveira's doing pretty good.
Oliveira?
Yeah.
Forgive me, I don't know all the names out here. I only
Brazilian.
How do those boxers? How do those wrestlers do against boxers? But anyway, That's beside the point.
Oh, the wrestlers typically grapplers will beat the boxers. Typically, grapplers usually beat boxers in MMA. But if you're talking about boxing and just boxing rules, the boxer's typically going to beat the wrestler. Is that how it works in the flat Earth too, or just the round one?
There's only the flat Earth. That's the only realm we exist in. The other one's an imagination, like you said. Checkmate. Number 12. What is that? We up to 12 now?
You know what's funny? You keep using that word imagination. It reminds me of the song that I love to sing for the people. Have you heard
Because
of it?
you
It's
said
called Just
you were
My
the first one to say
Imagination for
you
the
said
10th
imagination
station.
first. You said imagination first, just to be
I
clear.
said it first, but
You
this
wanted,
guy likes to
yeah,
champion
you wanted
it.
us to use our imaginations while we were talking about reality. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, hey, I'm just saying. I'm saying that word imagination keeps bringing up that song in my head.
Oh, you can sing that?
Old school, all the old heads know what I'm talking about. From the Temptations, man.
Yeah, it's a good song. I like it.
Yeah. Oh man, you would love it if you're at my bar and I was singing it, man. Trust me.
It's just my imagination once again. Yeah, I like it.
You know. There you go. See? I'm
I
saying,
can't hit all
man,
the notes, but yeah, I like
when they
I really
hand
do.
me that microphone, ooh, hoo, get ready to go for a ride.
And they hand them that textbook. Woo.
Textbook.
Go for a ride.
About what? Flat Earth? Which textbooks talk about flat Earth like that? Yeah,
Navigating books.
exactly.
Books that talk textbooks on navigation and mapping.
Yo, come
Damn,
on.
that
You know
was
what
a
a latitude
checkmate from
line is?
Ancient Traveler, and I wasn't even doing that one. That's 13.
Oh, please.
Do you know what a latitude line is?
Latitude?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said
I'm
latitude, not
assuming it has
attitude.
to do something with latitude and a line. Is that right?
So you
Is
don't know.
that his way of saying I don't know?
Yeah, he don't know. Checkmate, dude, number 14.
Can you tell me what a latitude line is so
We're
I
up
can
to
have something
14
to learn
now.
today?
Anybody keeping score? We're up to 14.
Oh, please.
I think it would be more beneficial if you read to us what a latitude line is. You might actually learn something.
How about, have you heard of a globe?
Yeah.
I think it'd be beneficial if
what do
you
you put
read what a
latitude lines
globe
in your
is.
imaginary globe?
Oh, man. Y'all don't even
So
believe
you don't know
these
how the
images
globe
from outer
was
space?
measured, I guess.
Oh, God.
So everything is in your imagination, like the Temptations.
Oh, not everything.
Yeah, I told you.
Because all of your ideas are based off of ignorance. You don't know how the globe was measured. You don't know what latitude and longitude lines are. So
I've heard of these
my
lines.
imagination.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Come on. Sing the song, man. I want to hear something besides all this garbage about this place being flat.
Man, it ain't garbage, man.
Well, you're in the wrong place.
Yeah,
You gotta talk that way to your elders, man, when you go to Samoa. Hey, you don't want to hear this flat earth garbage, man. The ancient travelers used to use. Man, they're gonna be like, boy, you better shut up. Shoot. Yeah. They're gonna do it. They're gonna do a checkmate for. I hope they tell you that they're gonna do a checkmate for me. We're from Samoa.
The elders wouldn't say that to a son of Samoa, man.
No, but they probably tell you you need to sit down or something. They ain't gonna be talking back like that.
How come you're stuttering so much right there? You don't even believe what you're saying.
Yeah, believe. I don't need to believe. That's what's gonna happen. Ancient travelers never used the methods you think with GPS and all that nonsense.
Yo, Alpha,
I bet you hate.
man.
You probably hate the fact that that's true. You're just like, damn, guy, just like I can't
Listen,
do
you
that.
think the elders are going to be disappointed with one of their sons of Samoa?
Yeah.
Why?
Because, man, they passed
I
down
believe
ancient
the world is
traditions.
round. That's why.
Yeah, dude. Like,
oh, please.
Where'd the information come from? It didn't come from people from Samoa. Not from them.
Yeah,
Did it come
because
from
we
them?
haven't flown into outer space. We just
Man, there
use
you
outer
go.
space
There
to
you go with
navigate
your
the world.
imagination again, bro. That's
No,
I
man.
mean, I can't help that.
I'm saying we didn't go into outer space. We just use space to navigate this place. That's it.
Yeah. So outer space. What are you talking about?
Talking about the stars out there in the night sky. You've seen them. Don't act
Yeah.
like that's a
Where
part
they
of my
hanging out? Where they
imagination.
hanging out at? Where they hanging out at?
In space.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because it's not a part of Earth.
Yeah, but you're saying it's something that you can describe. You can't describe that
Yeah.
place. You can't
ever seen
describe
the
that
night
place.
sky?
Man, you cannot describe the place that they're in right now.
Yeah. It's called
Really?
space.
Yeah, what's the air pressure over there where they're hanging
Oh,
out?
please. I haven't been out there, obviously.
Checkmate, homie.
Oh, wow.
Number
Checkmate on that?
14.
Wow.
Number 14.
I think
You know
that's
what you
about
remind me
15.
of?
That might be 15.
It might be
You remind me
15,
of
yeah.
remember when we were kids and there'd be a kid that show up to the park with his basketball and then he gets beat down so bad by all the other kids on the basketball court, he just takes his ball and he goes home. You ever seen those kids? That's you.
Well, what are you talking about that takes his ball and go home? That's you. You're going to
You
take
over
your
here
ball and
claiming
go
these
home, man.
victories,
Defeated.
man.
You're defeated, dude, because it's like every time you come in here with your globe nonsense, it's like your ball. And you're playing on a flat floor, the basketball court. So you think that you're
Yeah, it's gotta
standing
be
on a
flat to
ball,
play the
and
game,
then the people
obviously.
playing basketball are like, dude, you're not standing on a ball. You're standing on a flat floor playing basketball. And you're like, and you take your ball and you go home away sad. Checkmate number 15.
Not only do you get beat
Because
and
it's more
then
like
take your
this.
ball home, you come back the next day for more.
It's more like you're on a basketball court, and we're just trying to explain to him that no one showed up with a basketball. There is no ball.
What?
When you going on this trip, dude?
Later on in the year.
You got kinfolk over there?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's going to be wonderful. Oh, yeah. I'm going to look for that curvature in the horizon as I look out into that beautiful blue ocean.
There is no curvature from an airplane window, dude.
I'm saying, when I'm there in Samoa, I'm going to look for that curvature as I look out into the sea and watch how the horizon meets that beautiful ocean.
And nature is going to tell you nothing but, hey, man, it's flat. Yeah?
No, is that right?
Yep. Except for you denying it is. You'll be like, well, I can't see the curvature because I'm on a bigger ball, so.
You know what? That reminds me of the flat Earth. You ever seen that guy who's the opposite of Superman, Bizarro? He lived on a flat Earth too.
I don't know
Maybe
about
that's where
that,
you
man.
guys are from. Bizarro world.
Only in your imagination. You know how to use that really well, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I do. Oh, yeah. Everything that we know of started from the imagination.
That's some
Everything
bullshit
that we
right there.
have came
No,
from
it's
an
not.
imagination. Everything.
Negative. A lake is imagination.
What?
When you get so down.
Yeah, you're not coming in very clear for me. I can barely hear
Are
you.
you imagining the sea?
What? Is someone? Do you understand what the guy's saying? I can barely hear him.
Yeah, he's saying number 16, checkmate.
Oh,
bro.
please. Here we go. Why is it so important for you to get dubs on someone like me? You notice that?
Yeah, because, man, you think that you're trying to be here to talk about globe nonsense, and I'm just saying, man, it's not. And you're like, yeah, it is. And so every time you think that you're going to come up with some globe nonsense, I got to dunk on you, man, like the kid at the basketball court.
Please. Try playing that basketball with a flat ball.
Yeah, we don't do that. We have
Yeah, I
common
know.
sense.
Just like we don't live on a flat earth.
Yeah, you have a flat basketball court, though, right? Ah,
Yeah,
got him.
yeah.
Checkmate number 17.
So everything flat is a dub for you. Good job.
You cannot win, bro. I'm trying to tell you. Every which way you go, you're up against a superb king, bro.
Yo, everything in your world that's flat is a dub. Wow. Good
100
job.
Yeah, 100%. Just the way the creator made it, yeah?
Yo, I don't know exactly how the creator made all of this. I'm just a part of it. Just like you.
Yeah.
I'm saying, you think the creator would be happy witnessing his creation bicker over what's flat and what's round?
Nah, he uses vessels to actually demonstrate his knowledge base to people who are saying that it's not what he's made. So that's why we're here. We're doing God's work, homie.
Wait, what the heck did you just say?
We
Yeah, I
are
think it would be
doing
more.
God's work.
No, before that.
What?
Yeah, you don't even know what you just said. It was a bunch of word salad.
I don't know what you're talking about. You got to point out what do you think I said? Then I'll tell you.
Oh, please.
About
What are
being a
you, a gold?
vessel.
Now you can't even remember what you said in the last 5 seconds?
Well, I don't know exactly what you mean. What do you
What do you
talking
About
about?
mean?
being
You said
a
before what
vessel.
you said.
Oh, about being a vessel? Is that
Yeah.
what you? Yeah.
Go
What
back
about
to
it?
that part.
What about it?
What were you saying about it?
I said we are a vessel that we're being used by God's authority so that we can tell people like you that the earth is not what you think it is, but actually what it actually is.
How God made it.
Based off what his word says.
Oh, please.
Yep. Yeah. Job
I
38
did
and
not
14.
see
Go
the
read.
word flat or earth
Job
in the Bible.
38 and 14. Go read it.
I did not see the words flat earth in the Bible.
Dude, go and read it. Job 38:14. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah,
You
what
said
did
you've
it
never.
say?
Write it
You
down.
said you never read the Bible, Castle King.
I've read parts of it.
Yeah, go read
Fucking
38 and
idiot.
14. Write it down. Checkmate number
Oh, please.
17.
Here we go with that again.
All day,
Your
man.
phony chess game in your bizarro world.
As long as you keep trying to assert your imagination, I'm going to keep showing you that the physical natural world only demonstrates that we're on a horizontal plane.
Please.
Yeah, when you
obviously.
get in that plane and you're flying over the earth, you see it horizontal, then you were like, "Damn, man, they were right, those guys."
I'm gonna ask the pilot. When I get on the plane, I'm gonna have my phone, I'm gonna record a video, and I'm gonna ask the pilot and the flight attendants, is this place round or
Yes,
flat?
go ahead and do that. They actually
Why, when
will
you're
tell
looking
you
up the
that it's
Bible
flat.
first? Yeah, you don't
And
have
while
to
you're
ask
at it, you can ask
man.
them for the pitch data.
No, it's just simple. If you're going to ask him any question, just say, "Hey, pilot, do you have to consider the Earth as a globe when you fly over it?" Ask him that. Ask him that question right there. Ask him.
Well, what are you
And don't
talking
be
about?
afraid
Where
either.
you have to point the tip of the nose of the plane down?
No. Ask him if he considers the Earth as a globe when he flies over it. Ask him.
And when they're cruising, the nose is up above 0, 2 to 3 degrees. That's what they tell me when I ask them.
Yeah, it should be if you want to stay in the air.
Yeah,
Well,
but the Earth
go ahead
down
and
below
ask
you.
them. They will tell you that they don't do that. It's not necessary.
Wait, is that the homie Kimbo? Is that Kimbo or who is that? Who is that just spoke?
Anyway, I gotta
Is
get
that
going.
Kimbo?
About me, Ripcord.
Now Kembo's turned into a German now.
Oh,
What up, Timbo?
What's up, man?
What's up?
I'm
Alpha, you said you had to go?
Yeah,
See you
I'm gonna
later,
dip
man.
out, man. It's lunchtime.
Peace. Enjoy that.
See you later, Alpha.
Later.
Hey, buddy. You back, Castle King.
Huh?
Can't get enough of this channel, can you?
Like I said, I like to hang out with people that I like. Doesn't matter what you believe.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Talk to a pilot that really considered the globe.
You're a DJ,
thought it
right?
was moving. He'd say, "I can't take off
Timbo.
to catch up to my destination. I can't do it. I won't get there." Going to.
Say that again, buddy. I didn't catch the beginning of that. What'd you say?
I said, you talk to a guy that really thought it was spinning. He was taking off from like California and trying to make it to like Maryland. He'd say, "I can't do it. I can't catch up to it." That's too bad.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, the thing is that the Earth is huge, bro. Massive.
Oh, they give you a size, yeah? Do you
I
agree
don't
with
know,
the size?
man. Listen, I
Do
don't
you
know
agree with
the
the size
particulars.
that they
Okay,
give you?
this is from my own experience traveling around the Earth. It's huge.
Yes, it's massive. You can sit on a plane for 15, 16 hours, and
Yeah,
end up somewhere else. Yeah, I know it's massive.
exactly. And if the plane is traveling at thousands of miles an hour,
And it's not
that's a
traveling
pretty
at
big
thousands
plane.
of miles an hour. It doesn't travel that fast.
You've seen the Concorde?
Concords don't fly anymore.
But when it did, didn't it reach the thousands mark?
I think it was close to 900.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it was just past the speed of sound.
There's no aircraft that can travel 1,000 miles per hour?
I don't think so.
What
Maybe,
about
yeah.
that stealth bomber?
Probably. What about the fighter jets? I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
But they're only made for short distances, though.
I thought those airplanes traveled a lot faster than 900 miles an hour.
Not sure. You'd have to look it up. I remember when they first came out.
Yeah, I have to look that up.
Europe to the US in 7 hours or something like that.
Well,
France to the US in 7 hours. I think it was something like that.
What was it usually? Like a 10-hour flight?
France to the US or UK to the US is I think it's 12 hours.
whew,
A lot of time over water.
Nah, that's over land, that trip, most of it.
What? U.S. to
They
England?
go,
Is that what you said?
yeah, they go up. Oh, up. They go over like Greenland.
Oh.
Go, yeah. So they follow that.
Silly me.
The top of
I
Russia.
thought they freaking took a straight line.
Around there. Well, it is a straight line.
Yeah, I'm sure literally. See? Stupid globe thinking. It is a straight line, dum-dum.
Sometimes they follow the land as well. So if you're going around like a sea or something like that, They were to follow the coast.
Is that strictly for safety or just to know where they're at? Or can't do that if you're going to Hawaii.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're just flying in one direction. Going to Hawaii. I noticed something when last time we flew to Bali. I'm in Melbourne. We went west to Adelaide, and then did a 90-degree turn, and went straight up through the middle of Australia. Then we hit this town on the north coast of Australia, and then took a 45-degree turn and headed straight for Bali, Indonesia.
Wondering if do they typically try to fly on
landmark
over land as much as they can, follow the coastline if they can? Is that what they're trying to do?
Mostly, yeah, if they can. That's what it seems like, anyway. Every time I've flown, that's what it seems like.
But all those planes getting lost, are I don't know where the plane went. Why can't you just find it with one of those 16 zillion satellites you have? I don't know. We lost it. It's gone. Yeah, I'd be wanting to fly over land too. Ask Castle King how they lose flight. How do they lose flight? How do they lose a plane, Castle King, with all them satellites?
Well, you remember the Bermuda Triangle?
I stand. I sit correct.
What does that do?
The Bermuda Triangle just seems like an area that they want to keep us out of, right?
I don't know. I've never been there.
It's all the NASA
I know, but
floating around. It's floating around.
All these
it's sticking out of
all these people that come out and say, "Oh, I saw this mysterious fog" and stuff like that. They're all military pilots. You know, there's no normal people that come out and say they had an experience in the Bermuda Triangle. It's
what do you mean military people aren't normal?
Well, you know what I mean.
I do?
No civilians.
Oh, okay.
We'll get rid of Castle King if he says dumb shit. Don't worry.
Yeah. State the obvious.
Like the guys that steer you away from the ghost town so that you can go to the ghost town.
Yeah, so they can buy it.
It's haunted.
Like a Scooby-Doo episode, you know?
Yeah, I remember those.
Would have got away with it wasn't for that Mr. Smithers. Matt.
Oh man, I was taking a little trip down memory lane with that Scooby-Doo. Oh man.
It was you know what? That was probably the best cartoon, as a kid.
It wasn't the best, but it was like what we had to watch as kids, you know? We didn't exactly have our choice to watch what we wanted to watch.
Yeah, because there wasn't many. But, you know, if it was anything, it would be Scooby-Doo because it was interesting, you know? Because when you're a young kid, you're like, oh, there's a mystery. Wonder who did it this time.
Interesting. I thought it was scary.
Oh my
really?
gosh! What about when the Harlem Globetrotters showed up?
Yeah, that was a little bit more kid friendly. I was a little kid, man. Come on, like 5 years old watching that stuff.
Were you surprised when they caught the villain? Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it was him.
Well, I was happy when they caught the villain to show that it was actually just a human being instead of some kind of werewolf or something. You know?
Watching the first episode, did you still think it was going to be a ghost? It was
I don't
always going to
remember
be a
watching the
human
first
being.
episode. I remember
You
the
can't
first
say
episode.
every show was scary because you knew it was always going to be a human.
Well, I think
Do they have a headless horseman?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
there was.
Yeah, you know, things hit you different when you're young. So I just remember that
Yeah.
theme song, Scooby Dooby Doo. Where are
Where
you?
are you?
We've got some work to do now. I don't remember the rest of it.
I mean,
Yeah,
neither.
yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I like those cartoons when I was a kid, man. Spider-Man and his amazing friends and all that stuff.
Gummy Bears was good.
Yeah,
Oh, you like gummy bears?
Yeah, I like
That
Gummy
up
Bears.
back.
Dashing and daring,
I like
courageous
Tom and
and
Jerry. Tom
caring.
and Jerry was shit.
Oh yeah, I like Tom and Jerry too. Yeah, that was a super violent cartoon too.
Yeah, Roadrunner.
Yeah, Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. Yeah.
Do you know if Shaggy stood on the beach and Scooby went to an island and Scooby pointed at Shaggy, they would be pointing almost directly at each other, not down behind a ball?
Yeah, I understand that. Shaggy, this place is flat. Yo,
I gotta admit, that was pretty funny.
Yo, come on, man.
All
You
right,
weren't
is there
concerned
anyone in
about
here
this
that
stuff.
wants to talk about the globe? Because Castle King seems to be taking up the airwaves.
Oh, please.
I just brought up the Globetrotters.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, Adam
Nope.
Adam Unsalted just sent me a message about Concorde. Concorde max about 1,300 miles per hour. So yeah, fast. 1,300. Get that, Castle King?
What was it?
A lot of people get confused why they stopped using it. As far as I know, the main reason why is because it used so much fuel, it very quickly became uneconomical.
Yeah, but that would they would have to bump up the price of tickets too much, yeah?
Yeah, but it's like as the price of fuel increased at a certain time, I think in the 80s, it like went from being like economical to like no one's gonna buy any of these tickets.
Yeah. I think I remember it being like $10,000 back then, around $10,000 in the 80s, fly from Europe to the US. Now
I
that
remember
back
doing a
then,
big thing like rock bands and like famous people flying it. I just remember that.
Adam Salted. See you, buddy. Good to see you too, Orion. Where you been hiding?
This thing on?
Yeah, we're live.
Wait, we're live?
Are we live?
Somebody gets going so we can be entertained by the dumb things that Castle Kingside says.
Is Poi Poi here?
Boy.
Hey, can you check and see if we're live, Poi? Just real fast.
Is Poi live?
Hey, Ranger, are you a teacher?
Negative.
Oh, I thought I heard you say something last night. Well, last night for me. Teach children sometimes?
No, I speak to children on the subject.
Okay.
A flat earth.
Maybe I heard something and made up my own thing in my own head. Oh, he's a teacher. Oh. You know how you do it.
Yeah. No, I was talking about my niece and talking about our conversations with Flat Earth, going to school with her and receiving phone calls from the teachers of the school.
And what's their reception to the information?
They don't want to hear about it. It's not in the curriculum. It's pseudo. That's what they say.
What age is that? Like early teens or younger?
This niece is younger. She's about 9. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, they're ingrained in the solar system at that age. My youngest son's 11, and he's I don't talk to him about it because he talks about planets and solar systems and stuff like that. But the 15-year-old is a bit more asking questions, but I don't push it.
Yeah, same. I just listen a lot, and both the 9-year-old and the teen asked me initially about the subject, and then we had conversations about it. But the teen is more about asking questions and probably won't talk to many people about it. But the younger, they'll talk about anything with anyone.
Yeah. I when my oldest son, the 15-year-old, asks a question, I always say, let's look it up. Yeah. And then I go, okay. And then if it tells me something, tells you a globe thing or something like that, I say, okay, well, let's look and see where this comes from. So I'm trying to teach him about not believing exactly what you hear, but research where the information actually comes from. It's core, where did it start from and how it got started.
Yeah, researching and using critical thinking on the subject.
Yeah. So that's good. I think it's working for him. Not in becoming a flat earther or something like that, but working for him in life. Like.
Oh yeah, both.
Even if he's not a flat earther, like, I don't really care. Make your own way in life. Yeah. Just use the tools that I've given you in how to analyze things.
Yeah, same. I could care less. I just feel better about them thinking cognitively and using critical thinking.
Yep. And then they won't get walked over in life.
Yeah, you can't just tell these kids anything for sure.
What's up, CB?
Oh, not much.
Time is it over there?
1:30
in the
I've
morning.
been making some content in the background. I got some new GIFs and stickers and another soundboard sound effect. Yes, should I debut it right now?
Yeah, debut it.
This will be a first premiere. Trying to think of like if someone joins and we're like, "Where are you from, buddy?" And he's like, "I'm from like just some random country," and I'm gonna hit this one.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Oh shit.
Okay, let's do it then. I am from Djibouti.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Oh man, I'll put the video in the chat so you guys can see where it's from because I found it and I was like, "Damn, this is funny," and I thought it would fit well on the soundboard. So I've been doing stuff like that in the background.
1 in the morning or 1 in the afternoon?
1:30 p.m. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, yeah. What is it here? 6:30 in the morning. Saturday morning.
Let me get the video. It's too funny. I have a bunch of. I would recommend you guys do this as well. But I have like I'm sure you guys scroll on the internet. You get videos and tick like shorts and stuff like that. You got to screen record and save some of this stuff. So I'll do that and have a bunch of content saved in my phone. And today I just went through a bunch of it and like filtered it out and uploaded
Screen
it. So
record.
yeah.
You can screen record on your phone?
What? Yeah.
What do you mean? Like
You
on
got
a
an iPhone?
YouTube video, yeah.
Bro, what? That's how I did. That's how I build like 90% of the soundboard. I'll be on the internet and I hear a funny ass thing or a clip and I'll screen record it and then
How do you
now
do
I
that?
have it forever. So you drop down from the top right on your phone. It should open up like the panel. And then for me, you might not have it, but here, let me take a screenshot. But you see that plus on the top left?
Wait, I'm driving, but I'm getting in there.
Well, let me know
You're
when
all
you.
right. I'm on a freeway, so it's fine.
Oh, well.
What are you on an Android?
Who, me?
Android. Is that for Android or iPhone?
No, iPhone.
Yeah. Well, when you're not driving, we can help you figure it out. It's pretty easy.
Okay. All right. Sweet.
But yeah, man, I can't believe you didn't know you could screen record. Yeah, that's how you capture things. Because like they can delete YouTube links or a video might go away or whatever. But if you screen record it, it's yours forever.
Come on, CB. You know me. I got no social media. I got fucking. I just build shit, man.
Boomer detected.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not a boomer. That's even
That's
worse.
fine.
My brother
That's
calls
all
me
right.
a troglodyte.
What does that mean?
Refuse to learn new things.
Oh, I have some of that inside of me. Pause.
Anti-technology kind of thing, you know.
I get that. I feel that. Sorry,
I write things down at work when I'm doing shit at work. I write things down on notepads.
Nice.
Same. Hey, CB, before I forget, make sure you record that Owl City. When people start going off on a crazy tangent, just add that. I like to make myself believe.
Yeah, that's a classic. I'm surprised I haven't put that on there before. Here, this is the main video right here.
Heck, how do I copy this thing? So I have so much content. I just needed to upload a bunch of it today. So I made like 5 stickers and 1 soundboard. Here you go, chat. There it is. That's the original video I found. I'm like, yep, that'll do. It's a funny ass video. So, and then I got some new stickers. Let me drop some of those. This one. Well, so this is fresh and fit, right? Like this is Chris. You guys have probably noticed me put a lot of these Chris gifts and stickers in the chat. Chris is the producer. He's I think he's a flat earther. Yeah, he's a flat earther. I don't know why I'm saying that like that. And like, what's so fun? I love Chris. I think it's so funny. Like, he'll put if the girl, a girl says something really stupid, he'll put the camera on himself and like shake his head or do something funny. It's just like, I don't know. He doesn't even have to do it, but it makes it so hilarious. So anytime he does that, if I really enjoy it or it makes me laugh, I'll save it. So that was one. And then Fresh did this the other day. I thought it was funny. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna get that. If you guys have Nitro, you want access to some of these, you just send me a DM or whatever. I can hook you up. Oh, I got this one too. So this is a guy named Zias. Zias? I don't even know how you say it. It's these 2 guys that stream together, Bilu and Zias. I don't even know how the fuck you say his name. But what's his they were like, Bilu, spell orange. And he Bilu was like, you mean like the color or the fruit? And he was like, bro, what the fuck? They're laughing his ass off. Actually, it's a really funny clip, actually. I might have to play it for you guys so you can hear it. I was dying, bro. Let me actually play this for you guys.
How do you spell the other guy's name? Is it Zeus?
Z-I-A-S-Z? Zeus?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hold on, let me switch mics and you guys can hear it. Hold on.
Whatever you're doing, CB, sounds a lot better than yesterday.
Yeah, because I'm not speaking into my AirPods, bro. Yeah.
Fucking throw them out.
I don't know why they're so shit. Honestly, I think I might have dropped them. Honestly, I dropped one of them in water. That's probably what it is.
Maybe they're good for listening, like music and stuff like that, but they don't pick up your voice very well.
Yeah, maybe I should get another pair or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I think I dropped it in water. It's probably cooked now. But here's the clip right here. 1 second. Let me just drop my gate real fast. Bro, shit had me dying. Dang, I don't have the full clip. This is some of it.
The fruit or the color? Nigga, I'm asking the genuine question.
No, we can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it? Oh, chill.
Yeah, just the laughing.
But that's all that was playing at the moment. But yeah, hey, I'll just post it. It's just we also have friendly racists that joined the panel as well. Welcome.
Friendly racist.
Where are you from, buddy?
I see what you're doing there.
Shh, quiet. I might have to get another sticker because the face is so funny that ZS makes. But yeah, bro. I'll drop it in the chat so you guys can see it. Mm.
Winter's finally here.
What? Winter?
We've had a long ass summer. Just got cold
Fuck
and
that.
rainy. Like a week ago, it was still fucking hot. Oh, not hot, but warm. Been warm since November, early November. So 5 months, 5 to 6 months. Been warm for 6 months. And now all of a sudden it just goes bang. Take that. Probably not cold compared to what you think cold is. Cold for us.
I have like 2 more sound effects I was gonna add to the board today, and then I'm gonna go outside. It's so nice out. I have one I think would be really funny. It's gonna be hard to put on here, but like it's a video where this guy's got a towel in front of a mirror and he's in the bathroom with his friends and he's like, "How can you see my face?" They're like looking at it. The guy's got a camera standing to his side and he's like, "How can you see my face right now?" He's like, "But the mirror's covering, the towel's covering the mirror." Whatever. And then there's a guy in the back with some common sense. He's like, "Bro, it's just the angles." And he's like, "I don't want to hear nothing about angles." So I want to try to fit that in here somehow when like someone's talking about angles or whatever. I don't want to hear nothing about angles. So it'll be really tricky to squeeze it in, but I'm gonna try.
I don't know how they don't realise that it's the light going from your face to the mirror and reflecting into your eye. It's not that difficult to work out, yeah?
Well, I don't know. This is gonna sound really racist, but like, um, black people and magic are like the perfect
They don't have
combination.
reflections? No.
Oh shit!
Yeah, go ahead. What?
No, just like black people and magic are like the perfect combination. Just do like magic in front of black people, they'll always go crazy, bro. Like it's like the perfect combo. I watched a video recently of this guy doing magic on like a live stream, like a what do you call it, like Omegle type of thing.
Yeah.
And there was like a bunch of like brothers like in a room, and they're like going crazy, right? They're like every trick landed perfectly, and then the comments are like, yeah, black people are like perfect for magic, like like magicians and black people go well like perfect together. It's so true, very interactive. But
And
I'll see if I can.
they're so animated as well. Like they go, oh!
Yeah. Oh shit! Yeah, they're like it's like it's like the perfect combo, bro.
Do it again. Do
So
it again.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. There's something there to it. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but yeah. So this was a video. They're like, how can you see my face? It's the angles, bruh. I don't want to hear nothing about no angles. It's actually pretty funny. David Blaine Magic in the Hood. Yeah, there's just something about brothers and how they react to magic and stuff. Oh, damn! How'd you do that? I love that shit, man. It's awesome.
Toby. Toby dog.
Oh, there's the video in the chat if anyone wants to watch it. All right, Chad, I'll be back. I'm gonna go jump in the shower and get ready. So I'll be back later. Peep that video in the chat though. Yeah, looks like Toby and Jenna watched it, but the video about the angles things in the chat there, and then the spelling orange things in there too. If you want a quick laugh, I added it to the board already, but like this is what it sounds like. This is a debut right here.
It's just the angle. I'm not trying to hear that.
Kind of ruined the guy laughing. Kind of ruins it a little bit because he's like, I'm not trying to hear that angles and shit. It would have been so perfect, but it's close. And then what was the other one I just added?
Oranges.
The other one is like this guy's driving his car, and a cop. He's like driving really fast, and his car is super modded or whatever. And there's a cop sitting, and it hits this sound effect. That I'm like, oh, this will be perfect. This is the sound effect right here.
What the fuck? No.
So these are some new ones I just added to the board today. What the fuck? I love it. So, yep, you guys got a little debut, little preview. What was the third one I added today? Shit, I forgot. Oh yeah. Are you Mexican?
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
We have John here as well. John Friendly. If you guys want to talk to John.
Hello.
Johnny.
Where are you from? Where are you from, dude?
Germany.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Lol.
All right. With that, I'll take my.
Perfect.
You guys enjoy the rest of the panel. I'll be back later.
Actually,
Can you guys hear me?
Actually, I'm more American than Mexican because I have like very distant relatives in America.
Yeah. I don't think it was just a sound clip.
Yeah. It's funny though. I saw the meme inside chat.
Yeah. So, John, do you believe you live on a rotating ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I think I live on a globe Earth.
Yeah.
I don't know so much about science. I don't know so much about these big words. Yeah.
That's all right. So what makes you what convinced you that you live on a globe Earth?
That everyone around me always said that it's round, and photos and so on.
Like an appeal to consensus. Yeah. Everyone
exactly.
believes it's a globe, so I believe it's a globe.
Did you ask me a question? Sorry.
I think I'm traveling. I'm driving, so I'm going to go in and out of reception. I think I don't know if anyone else wants to take over. Anyone there? Oh, maybe you're stuck with me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you believe you live on a globe because people told you live on a globe, right?
Yes.
Did they ever show you any evidence apart from pictures? We can go into pictures. I know you mentioned that.
I just came into this call like 2 minutes ago, so no.
No. So, can you? Would you agree that pictures can be manipulated or manufactured?
Yes.
Or
yes.
Yeah. Would you agree that if you saw a picture of a globe, that it would probably be easier to measure the globe on the ground, where you can physically measure it?
Like if you want to if you want to calculate the radius or the
We just drop over distance. So
okay.
because they've already given us a size.
I mean, you know, like if if you do not have mountains, then I would agree. But if you have mountains and there's a lot of ups and downs, then maybe it is not so easy to measure it on the
We can do it
surface
over water.
on water level.
We can do it over water, like a lake or something like that. Ocean.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
do you know where the horizon should be? If you're at sea level, looking out over a flat, calm ocean, do you know where the edge of the globe should be? At what distance?
Like I mean, the edge of the horizon is like just the surface of the globe or a flat surface. I mean, I don't really get what you mean.
Well, if the Earth was a ball of the size they give us, then if you go to the water, every direction in front of you should be dropping at a certain distance. So curving, right? So drop over distance.
Yes.
Yeah. So that would mean eventually you'd get to a point where something would be on the other side of the curve, right?
Yes.
So that distance is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay. I okay. Okay.
Sorry, I got that wrong.
Like I'm not so good at mathematics. I do not
early
get
in the
the
morning.
concept, but that's fine.
Yeah, so if you're at 1 foot, the horizon should be 1.22 miles, right? Get that?
No, I don't really get the dimensions of that. Like, what do you mean?
Okay, well, you know how I said the horizon for you guys? So, all right, if you live on a ball, then you're going to have a point, like I said before, a point where things start going behind
Yes.
a curve. Yeah, so that point where things start going behind the curve, you guys would call a physical horizon.
Yes.
That point would be at 1.22 miles from the observer if the observer is at 1 foot eye level.
But doesn't
Get
it
that?
like depend on the size of the globe?
Yeah, that's what I'm giving you. From the globe of 3,959 miles, that would be the distance to the horizon.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're 6 foot tall, it'll be at 3 miles. Depending on the height of the observer.
Okay, can you give me those numbers again? Then I can write them down. Sorry.
The globe is said to be radius 3,959 miles.
3,595 miles.
3,959.
I'm sorry, but everything you said before 3,595 cut out in the recording transmission.
Yeah, like I said, I'm driving, man. So I don't
It's
know.
okay.
Can someone else take over? 'Cause I'm cutting in and out.
I'll take a hit.
Hey, Turquoise, how are you, mate? Go ahead.
I'll step in. What are you after? Just dimensions?
So anyway, is a ball supposedly with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's the radius value. So the mathematics dictate that depending on the observer height, the square root of that observer height, then the distance to horizon, meaning the tangent point of the ball, where you would draw a straight line to from your height to the leading edge of that sphere, would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you take the square root, and then you multiply that times 1.22, and that'll give you your distance in miles. I know it's a lot to throw at you at once, but you can write that down.
Okay. I now got the
Oh my god, I sold.
thing you said. I have to admit that I don't understand the like the how it really intertwines together in the mathematics, but I got what you said, and I wrote it down.
They're just saying a bunch of bullshit. Don't worry about it.
Hey, we got a troll in here. Hey, troll, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. You want to go ahead and go on mute instead of just talking shit?
I don't think I was talking shit, to be honest, but...
Okay, well, I've determined that you are, so I'm going to do that. Back to the calm, well-mannered gentleman from Germany. So what I'm describing to you is that depending on your height, which can exist on a ball, but I don't want to confuse you with that. So depending on how tall you are, how far you're standing above the sea level, and then you look out across the sea level, the square root of that height times 1.22 is going to give you your distance to that edge of the ball where you can't see any farther, where things are starting to go behind the edge of that ball. Okay. So if we go ahead and go to the ocean and we check that math and we see things beyond that mathematical claim, then what would we conclude? That the mathematics are wrong, or that the Earth is not a ball? In fact, what if we see distances far exceeding that particular geometric requirement? So if they tell us we live on a ball, but we never find the curvature of that ball, if something is not curved, what is it?
Anything else?
Flat, right? Or straight?
Okay.
Okay. So that's what we did. So we went and checked. We said, okay, they gave us the value of the ball, and we need to see if that checks out in reality. Well, it turns out it doesn't check out in reality. In fact, it's way off. So in the side chat, I'm going to post something for you. It's an observation. It's over the water, right? Because like you said earlier, if we're dealing with hills and mountains and stuff, that's not going to give us a very good idea of the geometry. So here in a second, I know it's windy and I don't want that to ruin everything, but I'm going to post something for you. It's called The Black Swan. Just a second. Okay. So in the chat, 5 minutes after the hour, you're going to see 2 oil rigs, right?
Okay.
You see what I'm talking about?
I see the oil rigs.
Okay. So this is an observation taken off the coast of Santa Barbara, California.
Okay.
And these distances are known. So the distance to the first platform, about 6 miles. The second platform is 9.41 miles. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the observer is at 1 foot high. He's got a Nikon P900 camera. And he's got it on a little tripod, and that tripod is sitting right there at the beach where the water is kind of washing up on the shoreline, right there. So he is just 12 inches. Actually, he's 8 inches, but we're going to give you guys the 12 just for safety's sake. The camera's on a little tripod, and there's a video that goes along with this, by the way. And he's looking out past these distance demarcations. That's what the oil rigs are there for. And so what the argument is by Carl Sagan and everybody else, I don't care who it is, they're going to say that the horizon is the edge of the sphere that blocks out things like boats when they go over the horizon. You ever heard that claim? You know the Earth is curved because boats disappear behind the horizon? You familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then the horizon cannot be any more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The observer height in this case is 1 foot, so it makes the math really easy. That means that the distance to horizon should be 1.22 miles. In that particular photograph, can you tell me where the horizon is in relationship to our distance demarcations? Is it in the front, in the middle, or behind the oil rigs?
Like, in this picture, the horizon is like at the end there. Like if you at the top, if you will, like of the blue water. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah.
So behind.
So the horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or ground. So it would be that line, right?
Yes.
So is that line behind the last oil rig?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means...
But I don't think so. It might be clouds, but I don't know.
Sure. But we can see that there's water below both of the oil rigs, and then it continues past them. And we see what looks to be the horizon behind them. Now, this is just one of many observations that we've taken like this. Many, many, many. Probably thousands, if not more, but who knows?
All right.
Where the horizon is beyond the last oil rig. That means that it is 10 times farther than it should be. But that really doesn't do the argument justice. So if we went ahead and just sort of assumed that the horizon, or the edge of the sphere, if you want to call it that, was at 10 miles, we'll just make it a nice round even number. That would make the Earth in radius 262,000 miles in radius. Okay? That would be farther than the Earth is supposed to be from the moon.
No, that's
So,
quite big.
that's quite huge. So, because the actual measurement of the Earth is, at least in this case, using the horizon, far beyond what it wouldn't have to be as far as the geometric claims they're giving us, that we can only conclude a couple of things. Either number one, the Earth is not a ball. Number two, the Earth is much larger than they would have us believe. But the problem with that is, if it's much larger, then the entire heliocentric model, which doesn't really exist, but I digress, the entire mathematical concept of the Earth being a ball and its distance to the moon and its distance to the sun and all the mathematics that go along with distances to planets, stars, blah, 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 it all falls apart. It completely gets debunked just by this one observation.
Okay.
Because everything is predicated on the Earth being a ball of a certain size. But if that actually doesn't exist, if there isn't any curvature, then what is the rest of that nonsense, right? So, maybe it is a bigger ball. Well, let's just go ahead and see if we can eliminate that, even though this sort of just ruins the whole thing. It turns out that the surveyors, well, they measure the Earth flat, and everything is according to sea level. And sea level, according to all the surveyors, is a flat horizontal baseline, and everything has a height or a depth according to that particular level. So the surveyors measure it. Then you have maps. Well, all of your latitude and longitude lines, the people who make the maps, the cartographers, well, they measure elevation angles to the stars, primarily Polaris, and they measure the Earth flat to the GP of that star. Then we go ahead and look at all the flight data from the black boxes from the aircraft, and they show that they are also flying across a horizontal surface. They never account for curvature. They don't pitch the nose down to compensate for the drop that would be needed to navigate a ball of the said size that they say.
That is big. I watched a video on this. That is big. Okay, it's a biased video, but anyways, like that has to do with how the planes, the wings are built. Like,
bro, this can't be.
Like the wings of the planes, you know, because they are not flat, they are like the top line. You know, if you were to draw a line from left to right on the lower part and the upper part, the upper part, it goes like in a curve, which makes that line longer. And when air comes at the top, it needs longer to pass, and at the bottom, not as much. So it actually like supports the plane in going up a little. You know, it's like a support. And the next thing is that pilots, they check like every hour or so. I don't know when exactly, but they always check the position of the plane in relation to the planet. So to make sure that they're not too high up or too far down. So when they do that, it is not that much of a big distance that they would, you know, go into space, so to say. So I think it is not that significant, the amount of angle they would have to go down. They are checking it all the time anyways.
Right. Well, so flight dynamics, right? So the lift effect requires that, number one, you have a certain amount of airspeed, and number two, you have a certain amount of pitch. And that pitch can usually be between anywhere from 2 to 6 degrees above horizontal, okay? But all of these things are required, so you need to know the weight. I mean, there's a dynamic involved here, weight, speed, and the amount of pitch that the wing is at. However, I know the video or whatever you learned about, whatever you read, told you these certain things. The problem is that we actually, when we look at the data from the instruments, they always maintain a pitch. So most aircraft between, like in the case of one that I can present you, we have black box data where it stays above horizontal, mind you, not curved, for the entire flight, 2 to 3 degrees. Okay? So that means that those 2 to 3 degrees are above horizontal the entire time, and they bear this out. Horizontal when they left, horizontal when they got back. So you can't have horizontal on a ball. So for 1,000 miles, the plane is taking flight, a very level flight with the wings pitched up 2 to 3 degrees above that horizontal to maintain level flight. Now this is level flight. If you're going to go around a ball, then you would have to be constantly pitching the plane nose down to compensate for the curvature, constantly. And it's quite a bit because the amount of curvature and the speed, which is an average of 500 miles per hour, would be pretty drastic. It would be nose down according to horizontal. All of these are pitch up above horizontal. So flight, and then construction. We got Timbo, who you were talking to. He also builds everything horizontally. Horizontal cannot exist on a ball. You actually can't have either one. Like, you can't even use the word horizontal as far as orientation is concerned on a curved surface. That doesn't exist. There is no up or down on a curved surface. But the way that we use the Earth, the way that we navigate it, the way that we fly over it, the way that we build upon it, the way that we map it out, and the way that we measure it. Everybody measures the Earth to be flat for, in some cases, tens of thousands of square miles, always. Never is any curve accounted for, never is any curve measured, only assumed mathematically, but now, as you've seen, the mathematics are debunked by a simple observation. What do you think about all that?
I don't know so much about planes. I don't know so much about mathematics. I suck at mathematics. I like the mathematical thing you presented. I don't know like how it's constructed and what it is based on. I would have to like check it out myself, at a harbor or something to check if it sums up, so that then I can verify for me that I also get the same result. But I totally appreciate that you presented this. But I cannot say much because I'm really bad at math. Yeah. So that's it.
Oh, no, that's fair enough, man. Here's what I would encourage you. Don't take my word for it, right? You should probably, if you care, right? If you care whether or not you live on a flat plane, which is, by the way, your experience and mine, right? A flat and stationary Earth that's enclosed. We all experience the same thing. But if it's important to you to know the truth about where you live, then I would continue to do some research. And by all means, go out and see what kind of information you can find. I kind of repeated myself there, but find what you can about what's the antithesis to the information that I presented you. If there are arguments that you want to find and you think that they're possible or plausible, then bring them in here and we'll discuss them. I understand that, most people don't study this every day. They don't even think about it because they're kind of too busy paying their bills, and I get that. But if this is interesting to you, by all means, go out there and arm yourself with some information and knowledge. Come back and talk to us again.
It sounds wonderful. Very cool.
Yeah. And if you don't have any questions, man, I mean, it was nice talking to you. But yeah, you're welcome to come back. Thanks for being chill. Most people aren't chill when they come in here.
Yeah.
They kind of freak out, or as you heard, they'll just come in and talk smack, and then we have to deal with that. But just thanks for being open-minded and listening. That's like a breath of fresh air to all of us.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, that's actually the only thing that I have something on my mind that I would like to share. Sometimes when I come in here, nobody is talking.
Right.
Very different to most other channels. Like what I'm saying, I'm now talking to everyone in this room. I don't know if every one of you has already talked with flat earthers here. But like when you are here, you're interested. I can see that. The feeling I have is that you do not want to embarrass yourself. Maybe I'm not saying what's weird, but that's how it seems to be to me. It's just you do not have to, risk your life savings. You do not have to be super serious. You can just be casual, listen to what flat earthers say, and don't be afraid. It's super chill. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, man. I'll tell you what. So there's two things going on. Number one, of the people in here are flat earthers, and we are just kind of hanging out waiting for new people. But there are some other globe believers in here sometimes that hang out, and even they stay on mute. So yeah, it depends on what time of day you show up. Sometimes it's just balls to the wall chaos, and everyone's talking over one another, and it's craziness. Those are the really fun times to come in. You decided to come in and kind of a quiet hour, but hey, all the attention's on you, so I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, cool. Oh yeah, I have one more question. Do you guys know J.L. Levin? I'm not sure if that's the pronunciation. J.L. Levin, something like that.
I don't.
Yeah. It's just he debates, and he has a YouTube channel, and I was wondering if he was here. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him. So, and I don't know of anybody that's come through here with that name. There's plenty of people on YouTube and plenty of people on TikTok. I mean, this topic gets covered from all kinds of different angles. There are flat earthers, there are pretender flat earthers, and then there are anti-flat earthers. And so it's highly covered and highly debated, which I don't know why, because you just got to measure the earth. That's really all that's required.
I see. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say. Nice talking to you. I'll be heading next to another channel.
All right, sounds good. Come back on whenever you want to, man.
Yes. Bye.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
It's all about perspective. Remember that.
It's all about perspective.
Yes.
Ain't that the truth?
100%. When it comes to Earth, right? Yes.
So is it about perspective only? Is measurement going to be involved too?
I mean, is life only about sex? You know what I mean? Like, you really gotta think about it, bro. It's about, we're talking about the main points, right? We're talking about the main point.
So what's the main point in this scenario?
And with the measurements, right?
Always want to be degenerate and talk about sex.
Right away. It was just the first thing.
All right, the gym, okay? Because I know you guys go to the gym every day, so.
No, I ain't worked out in years. Not consistently, anyway.
All right, maybe you should go on a walk. Like, not even trying to be offensive, but like, I think that's a good thing to have in your life, so, or in life.
Well, I mean, I work pretty hard. I'm in pretty good shape. I just don't lift anymore. You know what I'm saying?
No, there's other things to do in the gym than lift. You know, treadmills, bikes, boxing, like anything.
Fair enough. I do most of my, physical activity while working. So I stay in shape. I do plenty of walking. I do plenty of lifting, just not the weights.
Wait, what do you do?
Is that your globe proof, new Glober? Working out, is that the globe proof?
Nah, it's funny you say that though, right? Because everything goes around and around and around, right? When you work out. So the same thing with the earth, right? It goes around and around and around. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Same thing with your
evidence
eyes.
for that? Do you have any evidence for that rotation?
Yeah, because your eyeballs are spheres. So when you look through the lens of a sphere, right, you get a sphere perspection, which is called optical perspective. Okay.
Perspection. It's this fucking guy again, master debater Joe, whatever he's going to call himself today.
Wait, what? That's not me. I'm the other guy.
Carry on. Yeah, the other guy. Yeah.
This brings back memories, man. Oh shit.
Yeah. Today he's dead.
Do you know you are talking on Discord right now? And if so, what percent will you say? Are you sure? Oh, I know I'm talking on Discord. Yes, I do know that, right? And if I would say 100%, right? That's what, when you say no, that's what that means, right? 100% certainty.
All right, so you're not a brain in a jar. You just think because your eyeballs are round, apparently everything else is round too?
No, I said it's all about perspective, right? Like, perspective. It doesn't necessarily have to. If we're going to talk about the objective truth, right? It's going to be separate from perspective truth, okay? Or subjective.
Yeah, so
if
I totally
talk about subjectively, which is us, so I would say from subjective viewpoint, we would be seeing it in a spherical shape. So because of our spherical vision, right?
but I don't see the Earth curving even with like through my eyeballs. Do you?
That's because your eyeballs are doing it at the same time.
Oh my gosh, dude! Are you trying to convert?
So when you observe with just your eyeball, the naked eye, it's not going to work.
Okay, so we don't see the Earth as round. We don't. So that's the subjective point of. So subjectively, it's also flat. Measurably, it's flat. So I guess we're done here.
No, we do see it as round, right? But not from the naked eye. Not from the naked eye.
When do you see it as round?
Which eye do I use?
On the maps.
My brown? Do I use my brown eye to see it? It's not your naked eye.
You know, there's things we can use like to see further distances, stuff like that. You know, and you have to account for like refraction and stuff like that, right? When you do the test to see things in distances, right?
Well, give me an instance where this would be the situation. Like,
you know, looking off into the distance in a telescope or like binocular or something, like super powerful binocular, like super powerful. But
okay, so you see off in the distance and you see things across the flat water, you know, dozens of miles away, far beyond anything that would be possible on a sphere. Then what?
Then it vaguely goes away, right?
I guess, you know, the air does become opaque at a certain point.
See what I'm saying? You can't say that because that's not true.
The air does not become opaque at a certain point?
It's not the air.
It's not the air? What is it?
Air doesn't blur vision. That's not how that works. Oxygen does not blur vision.
You ever driven around on a foggy day? That's water vapor.
Yeah, but that's not air. That's just water in the air.
Well, see, when water is a vapor, it's a gas. And that gas also, you know, if there's heat involved, differing temperatures, what you see off in the distance will do all kinds of weird shit. You ever seen a mirage?
Yeah, but that's called an illusion in your brain. That comes from the inside out. Right?
No, it's not an illusion in your brain. It's just an optical effect. Whoa.
That's cap. You're lying, bro. I don't know why you're lying. That's not even true. A mirage is literally you seeing something that's
in your
not
brain,
there.
huh? I think you might have lifted too much. Your eyes, did your eyes start bulging out when you were trying to max out? What's going on, bro?
Bro, I'm just telling the truth, bro. Mirage, it's not really there, but you see it, right? You agree?
An optical effect, like he just said. That's what it's described as. What are you talking about?
So is it not an illusion?
You could call it an illusion if you want to, but you are seeing it.
Right, with the naked eye, though.
Yeah.
If you look at the binoculars, does it change?
Photo. Yeah, of course. I mean, it stays the same. What's coming through those lenses, like your eye and the binoculars, is going to be the same. The light is being,
no matter how close you can zoom in, it's going to be the same.
Yeah.
So if I go get a telescope, right? And look at that picture you posted in the chat, right? If I go get a telescope and I look at that city, right? It's going to look the exact same through the telescope.
It's just going to be a larger version of it because you've optically enhanced it, or you've essentially cropped it using a lens that has a different refractive index itself, and it magnifies it. But nothing changes. It just makes it bigger.
What we can't do is look through that telescope on the Earth and see the curved Earth, what we were supposed to be looking for in the first place.
Because that makes no sense, bro. That's like me. Like imagine you're on a slide.
Yeah, he
right?
asked you where you see the curved Earth, and you said through telescopes.
No, I said it's a perspective thing. You have round eyes, so when you look at something that's round, right, like the Earth, right, the way you perceive it in a long distance is not going to be the same. And you're not going to see.
Yeah, he said, "Do you see that distance straight? Is it straight or is it curved?"
Everything is straight in our eyes.
So everything is straight now. I thought everything was curved a couple of minutes ago because of our eyes.
No, do you know that humans see in 2D but perceive in 3D? Do you not know that? So everything is a plane in our eyes.
We see in 3 dimensions. We have 2 eyes. That's what's giving you stereoscopic vision. You do see in 3 dimensions. Otherwise, you ain't catching no baseball. Yes, you do.
Last week there was a guy that posted a picture of balls and he asked me which one's round, right? And we can't tell from a perspective of just looking at the balls, right? We need like context. We need backgrounds. We need things that show the 3 dimensions, right? We don't
that's
see.
something you can't interact with. The things you see in nature, like the thing in front of you, like this bottle of water, it's 3D. I can see it 3D.
No, you can't. You only can see one side of it right now.
Oh, so you just
gosh.
The only way you can see it in 3D is if you start turning it and you start realizing, like, wait, conceptually, this is a 3D object. But from the just
Like
viewpoint
the
of your
water in
eyes, it's
front of me.
automatically flat.
Oh my
It's
god, he's
automatically
confused. Only if, like if you're looking at a picture, that's when it's 2D.
Can you see that? Wait, can you see the back of the water bottle right now? Can you see that?
Yeah, when I interact with it, but on a picture,
Only when you turn it.
It's only 2D on a picture, bro. Like on a.
He's conflating. Listen to this, Ranger. He's conflating the fact that we can't see behind physical objects with 3-dimensional vision.
Yeah,
he's clearly confused.
We perceive in 3D, like we perceive contextually in 3D, but we don't actually see literally in 3D. You understand?
No, you literally see 3 dimensions.
If I showed you a 2D apple and a 3D apple, and I held them up with the same background, you wouldn't know which one is which.
Hell yeah, I would.
Unless you had context, like light, the way the light is hitting it, or maybe. Yeah, you need context.
Dude, you're talking out of your ass. Cut it out. You're talking out of your ass.
Yes.
You need context to perceive in 3D as a person. It's not
context. What context would that be?
An example is a background. I keep saying that. Like that's a main. Like that's an everyday life example, right? Like if you look in the background, you see. If you see a wall behind your water bottle, right? And then you look down and you see, there's a table. You're going to draw the line from the table to the wall and say, it must be
a
distance away from it.
You can just look at it and see that it's 3-dimensional. What's wrong with you? Are you?
No, you're automatically going to assume that, like automatically, because everything that we know is 3D. But you actually see in 2D though.
How old are you?
Yeah, no kidding.
I kind of get what he's talking about. You kind of do if you only have one eye. But the moment you have 2 eyes, you get like a parallax, and you can kind of,
2 eyes don't determine whether you see in 3D.
No, how old are you?
36.
36?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh gosh.
You're older than me. That's crazy.
But do you not understand? How did you not learn this in school?
No, we don't understand your dumb ass shit reasoning.
Listen, it's the same reason why you look at one side of a house and you only can see that one side, but you can't see all the sides because you see into the. It's just that simple, bro. It's so simple.
So everyone's been.
Are you looking at a square when you look at the house, or are you clearly looking at a cube structure?
You're looking at a square, but you understand that it's a cube.
You're dumb.
Like, you're not. What don't you get? You can't see the whole cube
how
from the start.
How the hell, if everyone's walking around and can't see anything, how did we get to this idea that it was a ball? Yeah, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but let's get back to how does this address
How does
the
this make
topic?
sense? Well, back in the day,
I don't know what I'm seeing. Nothing's 3D. What's going on?
It's simple perspection, bro.
Oh,
yeah.
Perspection.
Yeah. Like, back in the day, they thought the Earth was flat, right? And you could walk off of it, right? This is because they didn't understand. Well, they didn't understand about perceiving in 3D and seeing in 2D. They just thought everything they saw was a reality. Like
until someone walked off the Earth.
That's a story that was told to you that people thought you could fall off. That's just a story you were told. It's not true.
They thought that everything they saw was reality. Is that what the last thing you said?
Yeah, that's basically it.
No, they denied it.
Everything they saw was reality. Wow. Profound.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better to deny your senses. That's reality.
Well, yeah, you could deny one of them while also using the other ones, right? Like at that time, like a blind man's not going to rely on his vision, right? So.
But why would you do that when you have all your senses?
because you understand that your sentence aren't used to be literal at all times, right? Like you
Yeah, I'm
can
not
see
standing
something
directly in
like a
front of the house,
mirage,
looking
like a
at the house, and
mirage.
dumbing myself down and saying, "Yeah, maybe that's a square." Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
So the world outside's a mirage.
You must think a mirage is actually what it is and not an illusion. That's why it actually feels an illusion. Because if you're just going off of what you see as
So
true,
you didn't hear what he said, did you?
what he said?
Yeah, you didn't hear what he said.
No, I didn't hear what he said. That's why I said what he said.
Just going around experiencing illusions all day, huh?
No, what? Wait, are y'all not understanding? Am I being trolled right now? Is this true?
Yes, being trolled by NASA and television that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah,
not
do you
about a
look
ball.
both, hey, dude, let me ask you, do you look both ways before you cross the street?
Sometimes.
Oh, Lord. Okay, on the sometimes that you do, why are you doing it?
Because a car might be coming from one other.
It could be, it's just a mirage.
What?
I would encourage you to always look across the street both times. I don't know what this sometimes attitude is.
Listen, I have great vision. So peripheral vision.
Perspection vision.
Yeah, you've got good perspection.
I mean, where do you even go from this?
All I'm saying is, it's like you might want to do some reflection on your perspection. So that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Someone asked him where he sees the curve of the Earth, and then he went to talk about telescopes, viewing telescopes.
All right, where do I see the curve of the Earth?
You're
Right here,
interrupting me.
right in
You're
front of me.
interrupting me, and how
My
your
bad,
eyes see, and how your eyes see curves everywhere, and then a couple of minutes later, everything it was straight. So I'm not sure. Maybe he's confused.
No, bro. I said it's all perspective.
Perspection.
Listen, just because you see a square on the side of a house doesn't mean it's actually a square. Like, just because you see something straight doesn't mean it's always straight. Like, do you not understand that?
Are you high, sir?
No. Why are you asking me that? I just asked you a question and you're trying to ask me about high? Like, what is this, bro?
That wasn't a question. You said just because everything looks straight doesn't mean everything's
No.
straight. That wasn't a question at all.
No,
sir.
I didn't. No, wait, what?
Yeah, you just said you asked me a question. That wasn't a question thing you just said.
But I said right at the end of it. Right. That means like I'm asking you, am I right?
So you're
What
not
if
high.
you measure it? What if you measure it straight? Can it still not be straight?
Listen. Bro, what are you saying, bro? This guy's weird. He's trying to say measurements. Listen. What if you measure a shoe, right? And it says you wear a size 12, right? But then you put on a size 13 shoe. Right?
Yeah, you can put on a size 50 shoe if you want, you idiot.
So my point is this, right? Yeah, you can measure something, but measurements don't always tell the point, right? It doesn't always tell the main point.
Okay, so if everything's just up in the air from this point of this perspective that you have, perspection. If everything's just been up in the air for all these years, how the hell did we land on a ball? I mean, how the hell did everyone think they're on a ball if it's all perspection?
Because we got ball eyes, bro. Telling you, I already told you.
Oh my!
Of course, a bunch of ball-eyed people.
I've heard this one before. I can't believe another person actually said something so stupid.
I'm just saying, bro. It's not a coincidence. We got ball eyes, and then we're like on the ball in the area of the planet is a ball for some reason.
Is it the
right?
ball eyes part or the perspection part?
No, the ball eyes. The perspection is up there too. You're right.
Okay, that's new.
It's all correlated. It's all correlated.
It's correlated. Perspection and the ball eye.
Yeah, hold on.
Ball eyes, and then
you brought up that
and then
you brought up the images, the 4 round circles, and you admitted you couldn't tell which one was the ball.
Because I see in 2D, I perceive in 3D. Though.
Okay, so how the hell are they seeing these planets in the way that you're referring to them as.
They're seeing them in 2D and then they're perceiving them to be 3D objects when they see a circle, right?
Because
Like
they're
just
going up on them and touching them.
Yeah, he uses this term perspective loosely.
No, it has to do with context.
Perceiving
right?
perspective. Who are you, Jim Morrison?
No, he did it right the first time. He was doing it right when
information.
we were on the ground. He was saying the apple looks like an apple if you're holding a picture of an apple, and you can't tell the difference unless you act on it with the light or something like that. But when we get to the stars, he's using that same logic, and it doesn't apply. When has anyone touched the stars, sir?
You don't need to touch. I said it's about the context, the background for a good example.
Yeah, so we're just looking at it. We're only looking at it, correct?
I mean, can you touch the stars?
Yeah, my point exactly. We're only looking at them, correct?
Yeah. So we use context around it. That's how we figure out, oh, something's behind something else. Wait, why is it behind something else? Because it looks darker than that one and blah, 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 blah. Then we started doing the whole measurement thing and all that stuff. But it starts with perspective, though. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Or like, oh, that looks tiny, that looks big. When something's tiny, it's usually further away. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that.
Yeah, except when you're holding a grain of rice in your hand.
Exactly. That's why it's all about context.
Well, yeah,
to the perspective.
Yeah. Perspection. I love it, dude.
But you see in 2D, you see in 3D.
It's going to give you perspection lessons.
What's going on? I'm telling the truth.
So you understand that what you're perspecting is not real.
Nah, it's not about if it's real or not. That's not the point.
Okay.
It is real.
Well, it kind of sounds like you're denying your perspection.
Is it always the case? No. This is why we have consciousness, right? Because we can. That's why we can decipher between
what's the context that demonstrates that you're wrong about what you're perceiving?
No, I said conscious. That's why we're conscious, right? Like, let me give you an example. An ant on the ground, right? He's not as conscious as us, so he's not going to be able to understand the concept of like 3D, right? All he knows is that he's walking on the ground and he's looking for food, right? But he can't understand conceptually 3D.
I don't know where that analogy gets us with the Earth question.
It just means that, yeah, we could be looking at one thing, right? But we can also understand another, right? Because we're conscious.
Is there a measurement of your...
But how do you understand something? Yeah, exactly. Is there a measurement? Like, how do you understand something other than what you're actually experiencing?
That makes no sense.
Do you have a measurement of your globe Earth?
No, I don't have it on deck. I don't have like just.
So you believe something that has no measurement?
Me personally, I believe what I see. You know what I'm saying?
Your perspective.
But then you see it's flat.
I believe my perspective.
You believe your perspection. The very thing you've been denying.
I don't think it's flat. I don't think it's flat, right? But
isn't that your prescription ship?
Yeah, your perspection ship. Yeah.
Who typed Chris Brown trolling again? Who is that? I mean, CB trolling.
You don't got to repeat it, bro.
All right. But
well, we have a measurement. It's measured flat.
From your perspective, though, that's what you gotta understand. Like,
no, not from our perspective. From everyone's perspective. That's how they navigate the ocean.
Do you think measurements are objectively true automatically?
I'm done with you.
See?
Yeah, dude. You can when you go to the amusement park, you're either tall enough to ride the rides or you aren't.
What's going on in here?
What's 1 + 1?
That's what's going on.
Who's this idiot?
What if I told you 1 + 1 was another one?
Why are you gay? Shut up, bro.
Say you're in the wrong.
No one cares.
In the wrong server.
Dude, don't.
You're either too dumb or you're
start with your
trolling.
dumb shit. I'm on a phone right now, but I will just go ahead and ban you from this place if nobody else will.
Wait, Ben, what did I do?
What's your best proof for the globe?
His perspection.
Yeah, that's been my point the whole time. Perspective
That's not a proof for the globe.
and understanding of like, concepts. That's about it.
Understanding of concepts is your proof for the globe.
Yeah.
Is that
Perception.
because the globe is a concept?
No, it's because we use our context, right?
So
what
how
we
would a
learn in
concept
life
how would a
to apply
concept
to-
help you prove the globe?
I'm telling you.
What do you
Because
think a
we, like-
concept is?
Bro,
What?
a
Yeah, what's a
concept is
concept?
it's an idea.
An idea. So how does an idea help you prove a physical property of the ground you stand on?
Because there's ideas help with everything. What do you mean? What are you talking
How
about?
does it prove that the Earth is a
Like,
ball to have an idea?
When somebody said they're going to measure something, they said, "Wait, I have an idea. Let's make
Oh,
it
right.
real,"
Okay.
right?
So what? You're saying there's a measurement of this ball?
Yes, there's measurements, bro.
Okay, cool. So you don't have to just speak about an idea, a concept, because that's not going to prove anything. So what's the measurement?
I don't have them on me.
Oh, right. Okay. So
I
you
don't-
don't have a measurement.
Yeah, I don't have.
Okay.
I could Google
So then
it.
you don't have any evidence for Earth being a ball then?
That's not what that leads to. After I said,
Yeah. That's what that leads to. Because you said, "Oh, I've got concepts, but we're not interested in imagined ideas. We're interested in reality measurements." And you said you don't have any of those, so you don't have anything.
I think the Earth is a firmament. By the way, so
Cool. Just pop yourself on mute, bro. Probably for the best.
You think the Earth is a dome? There's something wrong with you, kid.
a firmament, a firmament.
And measurements
Keep
are
yourself on mute,
subjective.
dude. There's you just need to listen at this point, clearly. Talking isn't going to help you. Talking is not what you need right now.
Wow, you trying to silence me? You trying to? Okay.
No, you should.
Yes,
No, I'm
yes, I'm trying to
recommending that
silence
you silence yourself. That's good advice. I'm trying to help you, bro. And while you're at it, ask your parents why they sent you to a school that has made you retarded. I'm just joking. I'm sure you're not retarded, but you're not really saying anything of any substance or sense. So
I'm gonna
How's it
disagree to
going,
disagree.
guys?
To disagree.
Yeah, you are
I'm
going
gonna
off the
disagree.
road.
that's
a bit,
okay.
bro,
Agree
but
to
just for the record,
disagree
you are cool.
on mute.
Nobody's messing with you and are serious about it. But yeah, you're pretty cool. So just if you want to have the conversation,
Yeah, just put yourself on mute and listen to what we talk about here. You might learn. So
I
what's
have a new
happening, guys?
I have a new claim.
A new claim about what?
You know how gas needs a container to measure pressure? So, when gas escapes the container, it loses its pressure. Therefore, by believing in flat Earth, when you pass gas, there's no smell. Flat Earthers have no smell from their farts.
Which retarded globehead is this?
You guys don't want to have farts that don't smell?
This is the shrub, another
Which
degenerate.
retarded? Oh, the shrub guy. Yeah. I don't know, man.
You
You
guys
should
don't want farts that
maybe
don't
try
smell?
and get some like government assistance or something, and you can say that flat earthers broke your brain and made you mentally retarded, and now you need assistance.
Oh,
Maybe
come
try that.
on.
Try that.
You can't laugh at all?
Yeah, we'll laugh at you for being unable to provide any evidence for your globe religion. That's the funniest thing for us.
I'm talking about gas needing a container for pressure. So
And we
when you
already
need
know
pressure,
gas pressure requires a
and the gas is
container.
no
That's how
longer
we
in a
know that the Earth is
container,
not a
then
globe. That's
there's
how we
no
know the Earth is
pressure,
not a
and
globe.
therefore it doesn't stink.
Okay, so you can't be a glober anymore then, since you realize gas pressure requires a container, and the globe doesn't have one.
Yeah. Therefore, when you fart, it doesn't stink.
Okay, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth. You can also put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute.
It's a horrible joke. Write better jokes.
Oh, we've got these globehead comedians. Come on, guys. We
I
need
did
something
really
more.
want to jump. I did really want to jump in there and
If you have to
mention
tell the
that.
joke 3 times, it's not going to land.
Yeah. Come on, there must be a glober who isn't completely brain rotted already and can actually talk about
I
their
have a
belief.
very serious job. I don't want to
bro.
be
Put
serious.
yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute, bro.
Sigh.
Step right up. New people. Not the old broken ones.
I'm going to cry in silence now.
Perfect. Thank you. We appreciate your support.
I heard him say gas escapes a container, but what if it's sealed?
You said there has to be a Glober out there without brain rot. I challenge you. There is not.
Well,
I appreciate a good pun. I appreciate a bad dad joke, but dude, your jokes just blow ass. They're not good. You got to give it up.
Who, the fart guy?
That's the entire point. It was blowing out of my ass.
Stupidest
It's a fart
thing
joke.
that was ever uttered by a human. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah. It's actually aggravating.
Come on, guys.
It's actually
You don't
annoying
like-
to
you don't
see
like-
what humans have
No
reduced
containers,
themselves
no more
to.
pressure.
No
It's an insult
containers.
to
Your
humanity.
body's the container, number one, that produces the fart. Then it goes out into the actual gas pressure that's contained. It doesn't have anything to
There's
do
no
with
pressure. There's no
smell,
container
you
anymore.
fucking retard.
Oh.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh.
It's not a joke. It's just plain stupid.
Oh.
Space is fake. We don't need a container. You got it?
Space isn't fake.
Peace is the release, guys. Peace is the release.
Shut up.
No, just mute yourself, dude. Don't make us do it.
My word.
Is this what they've all been like tonight?
Yeah.
Right.
No, today, all day.
All day.
All day.
In the last 30 minutes, it's just been about perspection and curving eyeballs.
Perspection.
Yes, perspection. He said that right. Perspection.
It's a new one.
Really?
Sounds like a classic globism.
Perspective.
You don't understand perspection.
Yeah, that was that last kid. He just kept saying that. It's your perspection.
It's your perspection about geodesy.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Who else we got? Anyone? Step right up.
You guys hurt my feelings. You didn't laugh at my joke, and then you picked up my
Not a joke. You're a dumbass.
Perspection was
Hurt my
funnier, dude.
feelings.
Get better material.
Oh.
Man, you guys complain when we mute you, but we give you so many opportunities to mute yourselves.
Oh, come on. You love muting people.
No, I can't even be
Dumbasses.
bothered. Do it
Yeah.
yourself.
We shouldn't have to. You should mute yourself. You're providing a public service.
Yeah.
I
This
mean, if
isn't
you
for
guys
our
lost the mute
benefit.
button for a week,
It's
you'd
not for
probably
our
leave.
benefit, dude. It's not for our benefit, dude. It's for yours. Mute
We
yourself.
don't need a mute button for you globetard idiots. What? No, everyone knows that. You appealing to it?
I can't.
Isn't gonna
We
change
can't even do
anything,
flat
you
Earth
fucking
humor
idiots.
without being called a
You
globetard.
embarrass
God damn it.
yourself. You get muted for
God
cause,
damn it.
like what you're doing right now. Talking
The
right
humanity.
straight through me, you fucking
God damn
dweeb.
it. I'm a goddamn
My
dweeb
God, shut the fuck up.
now. God damn it.
Yeah, it's an angry human being.
I just
I'm
want to
so
say for the record, I haven't heard dweeb in forever.
I was going to say, I've missed Dweeb.
He's just angry. That's my globetard evidence.
I'm full of anger.
Yeah, who's that? Who's the anger management counselor who's just joined?
Can I be it?
Yes, you can.
Oh man, this is gonna be good. All right, who needs a cuddle? Shrub, step up.
Who needs a cuddle?
No, don't summon him.
I need a cuddle.
Just managing to get him to mute himself.
I need some.
Yeah. Silence.
There you go.
Cyclone mightn't use the mute button, but I bloody well will.
Yeah, someone's. I just direct the mutes. I don't lift a
Anger
finger.
managed.
The mute orchestra. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Make it so.
Number one.
Atoll
So,
Fuse here.
What's new
Atoll.
around here, guys? What have I
The
missed?
antique store on the corner.
Yeah, Dragon. Been a while. Where you been?
It has. I've literally fell off the earth for a whole year.
Jesus. You were repping that concave last time we were talking.
To be
You'd
fair,
fallen right off the deep end.
the amount of internet I've been using is hardly anything. I'm kind of
You're going internet free.
in the
That's
real
probably
world
healthy.
right now. Yeah,
It's healthy.
yeah. Just a lot of working overtime and this and that.
Good stuff. We haven't missed anything. The Globers still don't know why they believe they live on a globe.
It's like they get to the point where they're agreeing or they're understanding what you're saying, and then they start talking about their eyeball and therefore the Earth's a globe because your eyeball is a sphere. What about
Yeah,
astigmatism? Does that mean the Earth's different for somebody else?
Yeah, it's just your perspection.
Yeah, perspection, that's in one.
No, I don't know what they're doing. They're just spiraling. In like a 9-10 year spiral at this point. They must be exhausted. Anyway. Yeah, good to see you back.
So yeah. What's NASA been doing recently? I've been out of the loop.
Well, you'll be pleased to hear that Katy Perry went to space for the Globers.
Okay.
Yep. So that proved the globe.
Uh-huh.
Yep. I mean, what more do you need? That's about it. I don't think they've been up to much else. The final experiment, were you around for that? Did you miss all that?
Everything.
They did a proper experiment, and it was definitely final. Even though they're all still here coming into our chat every single day, clutching their pearls, telling us how the Earth has to be a globe. Even though they did a final experiment some months ago that apparently was final. Didn't involve the Earth, but you know.
Was it an optical experiment? Lasers? Or...
Yeah, they were looking at the sun. They said, well, look, we see the sun for 24 hours. So the Earth must be a ball.
Oh, okay.
But they're obviously not considering perspection.
Yeah. Like, there's always going to be a blind spot of a CCTV camera, right? Depends how far away you are, or from the
Well, I don't know. Apart from that, they're just doing the usual, spazzing out, asking what gravity is.
Any like
not much new.
Any more white swans by them?
I don't think they ever had any.
Or attempts, like, oh look, I can't see this thing, therefore the Earth's in the way, or something or other.
I don't know. I think that was like when they were young and fresh in the argument, like 2015, 2016, when they thought it was still possible that it was still a globe. At this point, they don't even try that shit anymore.
That only exists in the math.
Yeah, because you do the same experiment like the day after, different conditions, and it's a different result.
It's pretty rare to see them bringing like observations up now, I would say.
Right.
It's all now just concept shit and NASA satellites. I don't know.
Here's what I think happened. I think what happened is throughout the years, what happened was what used to be the black swan. Now we have so many observations where Earth is flat that all of those observations are the white swans. We're just waiting for one instance of the globe Earth observation. That would be the black swan.
Yeah, it's almost a bit of a misnomer.
Yeah, they haven't provided any. So we're still waiting. QE might disagree with that because that's his baby, but that's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, good to hear you, Sonny. It's been a while, man.
Yeah, I haven't seen you around in a while, quite a while, man. What's it been, a couple years?
Just over, it'd been about a year.
A year?
So, yeah. One more thing.
You're the one that ran off with Sydney.
Oh shit! I was forgetting what that person's name was. I was thinking, who is that bird? That's the one. How did that go, Turquoise? Was that crazy?
Right. She's a good cook. Give her that.
You still keep her? Or have you sent her back to the States?
Well, for immigration purposes, and the
you had to send her back. I get it.
Yeah, she got deported. You see.
Shit, no doubt, man. I'm not surprised that she had to get deported rather than just voluntarily leaving.
No.
Good for her, though. I hope she's well.
Yeah, I'm sure she is, with family and such.
So you tried to abscond with one of the flat Earth babes, huh?
He tried to take one of the American flat Earth birds. Yeah, he did. I actually was getting concerned that I hadn't heard from you. I thought, shit, she killed him or something. I'm glad to see you're still here.
Yeah, just things got a business together. You got this and that. Hustles
nice.
here and there. Yeah.
We've got a bit of a business going here as well. Flat smack in the Globers. And business is good. I think we're still #1 channel on the server.
No doubt.
That's right.
You're in the UK also, right, Turquoise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Where are you from again?
From the north.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
What's up, CB?
North. That's not Mexican.
CB in the house.
What's going on, chat? I got a few minutes in story.
You would have to say from the north, or I didn't know you were Canadian.
It's a new SoundCloud we debuted today, Chaz.
See, Turquoise thinks he's in the north, but he's actually in the south. So I don't know where he's getting that from.
He's in the north, so that's like Northington. Just kidding.
Yeah, the Earth's magnetic south. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yep.
Magnetic south, juxtaposition of magnetic west, I guess.
Sort of juxtaposition.
Presumably, you found the guns then that McToon was looking for. They're supposed to be somewhere in the south. Yeah, you've missed some good memes. That's about it. What's his name? Fight the tight shirt. He was caught eating his boogers and bogies, just like QE Nostradamus had predicted. Caught red-handed eating those boogers.
Yeah, someone needs to post that.
Wait, I see what you did there. Nostradamus. Nice one there, Wolfgang. Nice one, dude.
Any more?
So that's one flat Earth prophecy fulfilled.
Any more to come?
Any more
the water hill
on improvements on experiments from the flat side or anything?
Do we really need to? Is there anything more? What more do we need to do? The water's level. There's no curve. There's no motion. There's absolutely nothing coming from the globe side. What more do we need to do? I don't know. I'm sure there is, though. But,
they're saturated with the other side, aren't they? They've been saturated and indoctrinated with the other side. It's just like, if you only have FE cause few experiments to go off, they're going to think it's...
Nah, you've got all of observable, measurable, practically used reality at your disposal. I don't think we have to... Well, I mean, we can, but it's not really on us to go and shove it under everyone's noses in a million different ways. It's kind of like, dude, yeah, the lake is flat. Every lake is flat. Do we need to show you every lake being flat? Not really.
Yeah, now's the time we're going to have to start rattling off British towns and try to ascertain exactly where Turquoise is from. And I say he sounds too civilized to be from Leicester.
No, I think we need to let the Globers catch up, right? I mean, they're already way behind. It would be unfair of us to keep slamming them with more proof. We're giving them a little chance to try and catch up with something.
What are you trying to rumpus my British towns or something?
Oh, I don't want you to dox Mr. Turquoise here.
I know. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
He's tried to run from the internet for the last year. Now he gets back on first day, and you're like, "Here's where he lives, internet."
He's not from Nottingham. He can't be from Nottingham because he would know King Arthur if that was the case.
Now, Crypto's he's the expert at that. Anyways, I've heard him tell some guy to within 2 blocks where he lives.
I believe it.
There are a lot of accents, and you can get a good idea where people are from in England.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen Crypto recently? When was Crypto last on?
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Someone message him.
Crouton, you're here.
He's pretty busy.
Not Crypto, but Crouton.
Crouton?
Crouton.
Who's Crouton?
I'll give you a hint, though. I'd have to drive about 5 or 6 hours to get to Crypto, or to that side of the world.
Oh.
How many sides are there to a planet?
There's only one face.
Forget that. Forget that. How many sides? Forget that. How many sides are there to England?
This is the north or the south. That's the division of like I guess like America. You got the north and the south.
That's how the North try and cope and tell themselves that they're not England. But they are.
Like London's everywhere below Birmingham, essentially.
Yeah. All right.
Weather's been nice, if that's something. For once.
Yeah, it's been all right here as well. Who's Leo Vigildo? And Crouton. And Azechnu. A few people I don't recognize in here. Come on, guys, speak up. Say hello.
Yeah, we tried to call Crouton out, and I think it's because we pronounced it wrong. It's pronounced Crouton. Crouton.
Let me have another look at that. Crouton TTV. Nah, it's Crouton, bro. You're like those bits in a soup.
Crouton.
No hate, bro. Croutons are good. Embrace it.
His name is Antoine, if you want to know.
Mr. Crouton, to the information booth, please. Mr. Crouton.
You're missing the key information here. His name is Antoine.
Antoine?
Mr. Antoine, to the information booth, please.
I'm not doxing him. This is on the internet. He's a single father of 2 kids. His son is 8 years with special needs. A daughter who's 4. Lives with you. Yeah, this is. I'm a bit of a detective.
Wow. All of that?
All from his Twitch. Yeah, kind of give it away.
Some people just love to divulge. I don't get it.
God bless him.
Yeah, so the hint for those that don't know, Twitch TV, TTV.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, maybe he doesn't discuss Earth, maybe he just discusses croutons and stuff.
Yeah, I'm still a boomer.
Come on, there must be someone with some questions, comments, complaints. We'll even accept complaints at this point.
That's right. We actually have a complaint department.
Yep. We can put you through to the complaints department, if that's what you want. If you have a grievance, if you've been harmed by a flat earther at work, you may be entitled to compensation.
Be warned, the complaints department is also staffed by the head of anger management.
Operators are standing by.
Jeez, oh. Not biting today.
What happened to CB, man? He came in and did a drive-by and then left again? That was weird. Flat Earth dude has been in here since last night, never logged off. Asleep at the wheel. Just kidding. We got Hush. Maybe Hush wants to enter the fray once again. He's been getting cooked like every day, so we appreciate your support, Hush. Come on in. Turquoise wants to speak to you.
Yeah, we had a good chat with Hush the other night.
Yep, likewise. We got Asnu in there, or Azzy. Got Bennett. I think Bennett's a friendly.
He's an OG, I think, or at least recent.
Yeah, we haven't spoken to Crouton or Antoine yet. We're still waiting, Crouton.
Is he talking in the chat? Someone ping him in the chat. Oh, wow. Another day of no globe evidence.
Yep. Your silence means no globe proof. Okay, we'll go with that. Banhammer's up there, of course. Then we have Crit, Dank, Daz68. Radwin holding it down here still. Dr. Air Pressure, yeah. Elbow TV. FE Batman. I won't bother Flat Earth Dude, he's sleeping. Or maybe he's working on a piano. I don't know. One of the two. Flat Earth Ranger, been hearing him lately. That's good. Heretic, of course. And we're waiting for Hush. He said he's going to be on shortly. Jenna Massey, Mother Flurfer 24. Good job. The other night, Wednesday night, Jenna came in with her mother. That was awesome.
Wow.
On ladies' night. Yeah, it was perfect. It was really great.
Nice.
Yep. Got Kabuki, Kingsley, Leo, Migo Wigo, Morvis the Yeeted, Old Hoss, Radborn, Plum Bob, haven't heard you in a while. There's, of course, Cyclone. QE's still in here, haven't heard him for a while. Maybe he's ducking for cover. Tornadoes in his area. Quiet Noobs, Rayleigh Criterion says who? Myself, I'm Sunny on the plane. There's T-Dub. Team Bar, Turquoise Dragon, Ultimate FE Final Boss, Car. And down at the bottom, Citizen, that is Mr. Ethergrass. All right. Got a great crew here.
All right. Full house.
Who's going to be next on Where's the Globe?
Buddy Knucking Futz is here.
Uh-oh.
Finally.
Let's have him on Who Wants to Be a Globe Millionaire. See if they can answer any questions about their globe.
He made me laugh the other night when he was speaking to Mick, and he was like, "It was good talking to you, Milks."
Oh, yeah.
Milks.
Milks.
I went and did the math that you guys requested me to do about Bedford level. If you want to see it.
Oh, that's right. That's what you were talking about. You were talking about the Bedford level. And T-Dub and Timbo were asking you about... I can't remember what they were asking. Why the middle pole was higher, something like that. If the math.
Yeah, I did the math to answer that question. Would you like to see it?
Well, you can post it. If those guys are here, they can go over it.
Yeah. Yeah. We also want to see the actual data on the leveling of the telescope. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing about the Bedford level claim that he's making. There's not actually any data or observation that goes along with it. It's just like a paragraph on Wikipedia or something.
Just a story, and we have to let him tell it.
But tell your story. We're interested. It was a bright, cold day in autumn. Once upon a time, there was a magical spinning ball world where men went to a level canal. Sorry, go on.
Mm-hmm.
So I posted 2 pictures in chat. First one is just a reproduction of the previous one. I fixed AV's big issue about the poles not being divergent enough from the center, so I fixed that. And then in the second graphic, I showed the exact math that confirms that Oldham's measurement of the angular increase to achieve a line of sight to the top of the middle pole matches the drop-over distance expectation of a round, curving Earth.
Well, I'm wrapping it up. I'm turning my computer off, and I'm going to have Indio shut down the other server.
Yeah, could we actually see a photograph of from the telescope to the 6 mile distance?
Yeah, so this was done in 1901, and they didn't really have very good...
Yeah, they did.
They didn't really have the option to digitize photos at the time. Photos do exist.
So what?
But they only exist as hard copies, and from the research I could find, they are tucked away in some archive. It's in some archive in the UK
the Globe
library or something.
In some locked up UK library.
You sure it's not in the Vatican?
So they couldn't take, couldn't take photographs of what they're trying to prove. Okay, got it.
Maybe if you
Henry Oldham did take photographs.
They digitized them for you.
Henry Oldham did take photographs. They're just locked away in an archive, and most of the world accepts that the Earth is a sphere, so they're not really like clamoring to digitize these photos and show the world.
So if they said somewhere,
we all know it's a globe.
So if they said somewhere that there are photos, but we've not digitized them, or are you just assuming that?
According to the research I did, these photos do exist. They're just tucked away in an archive, and I would have to reach out to the librarian of that archive in order to obtain copies. Or,
so
a lot of effort.
So how did you find that he'd taken photographs, but they were in this particular custody? Where was that stated?
So Henry Oldham presented this experiment in a lecture. I forget the exact name of the institution where he presented it, but he presented it verbally and mentioned all of the measurements he took, how he repeated the experiment multiple times. He showed the photographs he had at the time, and this was all documented and tucked away in the archive of that institution.
So who documented? Like, what's the primary documentation of this? Is it Oldham's documentation, or is it someone else who was seeing the lecture, or what?
No, Oldham was a geographer, so he did the measurements with the theodolite, and then he presented his findings to some institution. I forget the name of it. I didn't write it down.
So, in terms of researching it in present day, are there any primary documents, like from Oldham, that are available to research? He's saying they're all not available.
I wasn't able to find anything online and available, just by a Google search. One would have to go to the institution itself and, get access to their archives.
Okay.
Has anybody recreated this? Has anybody done this?
Yeah.
Since then?
Can you give me the
many people
address can you give me the address to where they're being stored? I'm going to send over a buddy of mine that lives over there and have him go get them for us and scan them with a scanner since it seems so difficult.
But which library is it? Because there's a few people here in the UK. You could even email them and say, why isn't this uploaded? Because I'm trying to prove these flat earthers wrong and you're making it very difficult.
Sure, yeah, I'll get you the name of it. One sec.
Where are the recreations of this? I'd love to see those. Certainly somebody who's done it recently where we can actually see what was done.
Yeah, the Oldham's findings are in the British Association for the Advancement of Science.
There it is. There you go.
Yeah.
British Association. Whereabouts is that?
Oh. London? I'll take a look.
London's probably a good guess.
Yeah, it's all London.
They're just buried away. His findings are here, but we're not going to show you them. Interesting.
Well, as you know, the vast majority of the intellectual world understands that the Earth is a globe, so it's not like this is hot off the press evidence,
Well, it sounds like it is, because this is like the one argument you've been using for a full year, and you've never presented any evidence for it. So for you, it would be useful.
I use this particular argument because you guys like to say that nobody has ever measured Earth's curvature, and that's exactly what this is.
You said it's in a way somewhere, dummy. You said
to
it's all in
disprove
a
that,
way, and we're not allowed to see it.
Yeah, so to disprove that, you've come up with an example with no data to present.
Well, Bedford was a very famous example, and it was accepted as the best measurement of Earth's curvature.
It was famous because Robotham made it famous by firstly supposedly demonstrating that he could see a ship going off into the distance and there was no curvature experienced.
Right,
there was a bunch of cope afterwards.
Robotham failed to take refraction into account.
Oh.
Yeah, that's actually been replicated, and people have taken photographs of boats being seen the entire distance, all the way to the 6 miles.
So you're kind of just doing what they do now, which is like, yeah, you did see the boat, but it was a mirage boat, refracted.
Yeah, that's the data from the Oldham's findings. I found.
For some reason, Robotham was content to do his particular demonstration only a foot off of the water, which anybody who knows about refraction knows that it's strongest just above the surface. Which is why
so you'd be able to see further. The lower that you put it, the further you can see with refraction.
Yeah, exactly. Should be able to see further. Yeah, so you can see further the closer you are to the water.
Yep, the hotter it is, the more shit that's in your way, the farther you're gonna see, according to Globers.
Should have just stopped him. Anybody who knows anything about refraction, we should have just stopped him there.
I think the question would have been to ask Robotham, why do it only a foot off the surface of the water? Why not go higher?
Why could he see the rowboat all the way 6 miles?
Do you have any documentation to back that up?
I thought we didn't need documentation. It's hidden away in a library somewhere. But it proved the flat Earth.
He gave some speech. He didn't have any proof. He just gave a speech, and you guys all believed him.
So this thing that you posted, Turquoise. Turquoise posted some documentation of this British Association of
the paper that Oldham wrote was titled "The Experiment Demonstration of the Curvature of Earth's Surface." I'm trying to find that part of it.
Perfect. There you guys go. All the documentation you want.
Oh, dude,
How are you going to get out of
ahead
this
of
one?
yourself. Well,
Oh, the easiest thing to do is
find
just
it yet.
there's no measured Earth curve. That's all.
Well, I don't want to be redundant because I've covered this measurement many, many times in this room. Do you need me to explain it to you again?
So what's going on?
Does anybody here need a refresher on what Bedford exactly was?
No,
Can I
Bedford's
get a
level.
2-minute rundown of what happened
in the
in the
name.
last 5 minutes?
Nuckenfutz is trying to present the Bedford level again, but he doesn't have any of the data.
I've already presented it, and somebody asked me for the math to support the dropover distance is consistent with the angular elevation of the theodolite, which I showed. And yeah, I feel like my job here is done. Unless you guys want to just keep saying
Scram them.
No, you're done. You're done. You don't have to come back anymore.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here and don't come back.
No, that's an empty threat, Nucken. You know you'll be back tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day.
No change. Nothing
Because
to
you
do under the
know,
sun.
because you know the Earth is a ball. So you must tell the flat earthers. You must tell the
I
flat
only hop
earthers.
in here when I'm exercising because you guys are entertaining to listen to. Dunning-Kruger is very fascinating.
I always assume you're on the run from the law, like jumping over garden fences and hiding behind houses.
He sounds like a controlled Rob Noxious to me.
The Rob Knox is more coherent. This is just endless gibberish and babble that he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Hey, Crit, do you still believe that hurricanes cross the equator?
It's not a belief. They do.
Ah. Ooh,
Hey,
excellent.
Nucken,
So Crit just said
while you're
hurricanes
talking
cross the
shit,
equator.
before you go on with something else, what happened with the court case that followed the Bedford level experiment?
The original court case, the judge ruled that it was unethical for anybody to bet on the Earth being a globe, and so he canceled the bet.
What was the other outcome? So one of them says, I don't want to deal with this shit.
Characterization of what the judge said. I need to see the quote for that.
That was the outcome. The judge ruled it was unethical to bet on something so obvious as the Earth being curved.
Post up the quote.
That he canceled the bet.
Did he definitely say unethical because everyone knows the Earth's a ball? Is that definitely what he said?
That's the summarization of the judge's ruling. Yeah.
All right. Can you show us that?
I can dig up the Wikipedia page if you'd like.
Well, no. Well, if it's got we want the summation by the judge. That's what we're talking about.
Why do you guys?
Again, this was done in like in the 1890s. Why do you think everything done in the 1890s is on Google for some reason?
Well, then how do you know what he said?
Like I said, I read the summary of the judge's decision on the case.
Right, but then that must mean someone's got access to the decision.
Yeah, and I can show you that on Wikipedia if you want.
The actual judgment from the judge?
Yeah, we want to see the real thing, not somebody just said something and put it in Wikipedia, and that's supposed to be your guys' source of truth for some reason. A wide open website where anybody can write anything they want.
Yeah, we know the Globers have went over the Bedford level wiki page a million times with various copes, so we're not going to take the wild editing of Globers on the judgment.
Right.
So how are you going to rebut the Bedford measurement?
Go to the source that Wiki is referencing and grab that.
How do you rebut the Bedford measurement?
Black Swan.
Yeah, we can just show you actual measurements with actual data and actual observations that are taken this century at least, in the last 100 years, and there's way more evidence showing that there's no curvature.
May I see that, please?
Yeah, go on the home server, look under long distance observations, laser test, horizon.
I'll post a 30-mile observation 6 feet off the water, 30-mile observation of Catalina Island with oil rigs in between my observation point and the island itself. And yeah, no curvature, no 486 feet vertical drop, none of that. So I'll post it.
And I assume that includes like the temperature gradient, the refractory index of the day, all those things. That's all included.
Before we move on to that, just if we're not gonna if you're not going to post the summary judgment from the judge himself, I'll just say that's not what the judge said. He just said, no, Alfred Russel Wallace, you did not prove that the Earth was curved, so you did not win the bet, and you must return the money to Rowbotham. That was the outcome. And funnily enough, isn't it coincidental that Alfred Russel Wallace just happened to be one of these guys who, along with Darwin, was the main proponent of the theory of evolution? I'm sure that's just coincidence that he's a massive globe head. Be one of the earliest anti-flat earthers, right? He's no doubt in your Hall of Fame. He's one of your top guys. An early globe head. Evolution in the globe, even back then. But yeah, he was just told, no, he didn't measure any curve. You need to give the money back to Rowbotham, who didn't measure any curve either. And the Bedford level is obviously level, hence the name.
It's 15 minutes down the road from where I live, in literally the flattest part of the country. It's very flat around here. I was talking to somebody about it today. How flat it is. You can see from arms. Got really big skies around this part of the country because it's so fucking flat.
Yeah, there you go, Nuck and Futz. And to answer your question, why would I need to add 7/6R when you don't have the R?
Where is 7/6R included in my math?
That's atmospheric refraction, you numpty.
Oh, I asked for that for your particular laser experiment.
No, I didn't say a laser experiment, did I?
You wouldn't have added refraction in for the Bedford level, would you?
I didn't say a laser experiment.
Somebody claimed that they had a 30-mile laser experiment to Catalina Island.
Nobody said fucking laser experiment. You're hearing things.
Sorry, a lot of you talk.
Maybe see your doctor for a medication check.
Okay, we don't have to be rude.
Nothing rude. I'm just being honest.
I misunderstood who was speaking.
No, you're hearing things.
Where does 7/6R come into our discussion so far?
You said, is refraction taken into account with my 30-mile observation? So I asked you, why does 7/6R, why do I need to present that when you don't have the R?
Okay, so is your answer no? It wasn't taken into account?
No, my answer is it's a non sequitur because the R is presupposed in your supposition that I need to include it. Why would I need to include something that's not proven to be so or not proven true?
Okay, so refraction is made up?
Do you have validation for the radius value? When was that measured?
Are you saying refraction is made up?
No, I'm saying
How do
the
you
radius
calculate
is made
refraction?
I am saying that.
I'm saying the radius claim is made up because you would have a measurement that I could use as a standard, but you don't have that.
I think you're getting confused between refraction by itself and how much drop over distance refraction causes. The 7/6R.
Well, stop. In order for you to claim drop over distance caused by refraction, you would have to, number one, tell us how refraction's calculated.
Well, he needs to start with defining what he means by refraction so that we're all on the same page here.
Yeah, why don't you tell us what you mean by refraction?
Refraction is the phenomenon of light deviating from its path due to traversing mediums, either one medium with varying densities or multiple mediums.
Great.
So like looming or sinking.
Where did you get that definition from?
Well, I mean, I didn't read it from anything, but I believe that's correct. You can check me on it if you'd like.
So you just made it up.
Okay.
Good job.
Well, we'll need an actual...
I conjured it from my memory. If I'm wrong, feel free to prove me wrong.
So provide the source.
That's not really
of the
how it
citation.
works.
Let's see the
you
citation.
need to provide a definition or citation.
All right. So while I'm looking this up, I do have a question for the room, if you don't mind. Half of the time, when somebody says, all right, I'll go look that up, you guys chastise them for not knowing it immediately.
Okay.
I'm not chastising you. No one's chastising you.
But then here, you chastise me for not looking
No, we're not chastising you. We're not
Which one is
chastising
problematic?
you. We've just said let's make sure we're in agreement with what kind of refraction you're claiming, and you just gave us your own definition.
I've heard you guys denigrate people for saying, "Oh, let me go Google that."
Listen. Saying what you think we've said to other people isn't relevant right now.
Oh, have you never said that to anybody?
What it's doing.
You've never attacked somebody for looking something up?
I don't attack anyone.
Interesting. I'm going to hold you to that.
No,
See, this is why I enjoy listening to this room.
Yeah,
you
not
You guys say things that contradict yourselves.
Yeah. So hold on. While he's looking up that citation, I have something to say. So I'm going to use Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State, a head of astronomy before he retired. He said that the geometric horizon needs to be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So where I'm standing on the beach there at 6 foot above the sea level, the geometric horizon can be no further than 3.5 miles. So anything I'm seeing beyond the 3.5 miles doesn't apply to your refraction. You can only apply refraction up to the point of your geometric horizon. Nothing beyond that.
That's just false.
No, it's not false, and I'll tell you why it's not false. Because everything beyond your supposed geometric horizon is pointed the wrong direction, away from the observer.
Yeah, so
Boom.
refraction can cause light to bend around the
Okay,
geometric horizon.
show me the refraction where it applies to a surface that's pointed away from me, the observer, and below my line of sight.
So I have the definition of refraction here, go
ahead and post that. No,
it is
want to post it. No, we don't want to hear your big blowhole mouth. We want to see it posted in the text chat.
Again, there's no reason to be rude. I'm giving you what you asked for.
And okay, fine. Put it in the text chat, pretty please.
This is from the Oxford Language Dictionary. It says the factor phenomenon.
Put it in the text chat, would you, Powder Puff?
The factor phenomenon of light, radio waves, etc., being deflected in. Oh my God! You guys really need me to post a screenshot?
Just post it.
No, a citation.
It's from the dictionary, idiot.
Yeah, is that a citation? Is a dictionary a citation?
The dictionary defines words. You asked me what refraction means. I gave you the definition. How is this?
It needs to have the same exact statement and verbiage that you used.
Oh, I see. So I'm only allowed to say things that are quotes from other sources. Is that where we're landing here?
Because we want to see that you have proof for the statement that you are actually making. You made the actual statement, so we want to see the citation that states the same thing that you had stated.
My goodness. The standards you guys hold other people to.
Oh, my goodness.
You've already got it open, dude.
Yeah, we're just asking you to validate the We're asking you to validate the words. We're asking you to validate the words that you're using. Oh, that's what a shame, huh? How horrible.
There's the screenshot, which any of you could have looked up yourselves. Fucking lazy.
That's not what you said earlier, Nuckin.
Really? How is it different? How is it different? Come on, you got to be ready. You said it wasn't what I said. How is it different? Go.
Well, if you shut your fucking cake off for 30 seconds, where's the second medium in your first statement?
Yeah, it says oblique to a surface.
It says through the interface.
So oblique to a surface means there's a fucking interaction from one medium to another. The surface between the two mediums. So, in your initial statement, where was the second medium? Talk your way out of that, smartass.
In the screenshot, it says between one medium and another. There's the second medium, another. Yeah. You know what that word is?
And your so-claimed refraction in the air, what's the second fucking medium?
I also said one medium with varying densities, which is also included in this definition.
So that does not fall under refraction. Refraction under Snell's law, quantum eraser posted it for you.
Look at the screenshot I just posted.
Yeah, and look at the one that's underneath it.
Okay, so
you're the second one, and the third one, and the fourth one.
So you're rejecting Oxford Dictionary now.
It said two mediums. Air is not two mediums.
Air is one medium with varying density, which I also said.
Yeah, so? Where's the second medium?
Yeah, you don't have a horizontal density gradient. You're done.
Air doesn't have a density gradient? Seriously? Is that what you're claiming?
It doesn't have a horizontal one.
How about instead of just blurting the word refraction?
In all directions.
Yeah, Nuckin, we don't care. How about instead of just blurting refraction out when you shut up. When you come in here and just go, refraction covers everything. No, it doesn't. Refraction is a very specific thing. All right? If you're claiming something else, go and check it out. It might be looming. It might be sinking. It might be some other phenomena that is defined. But no, you all just come in here and go, refraction. So please don't.
I never said refraction covers everything. I was asked to define refraction.
In your case, you are.
And I gave you the definition, and I then posted a screenshot from the Oxford Dictionary confirming the definition I gave you.
Yeah, that's great. But in your definition you posted, it says there's a second medium. The interface.
It says between two mediums or one medium with varying density. Read the freaking screenshot. Read it.
Yeah, I'm going to finish him right now. So, on my observation of 30 miles, what surface is the light bouncing off of? Where is that? Is that at 30 miles?
Why are you asking me about your observation? This is your observation. You should know all the details.
You're the one talking about refraction.
I don't know what the temperature is of that day. I don't know what your elevation is. How am I supposed to know?
I'm asking you, where is the light being bounced off of? What surface? Where?
The light refracts through the atmosphere, dude.
Oh, so it's not bouncing off of any surface?
It also bounces off of things, and it also refracts.
So in my observation in the photo, where is the light in that image bouncing off of? Is it bouncing off of at 30 miles? Bouncing off the water at 30 miles?
Light bounces off of everything, everywhere.
Okay, so it's okay. Thank you for your confirmation. So it's bouncing off the water at 30 miles away. And what angle is the light bouncing?
Every angle.
What angle off the water? What angle is it bouncing off the water?
Every angle. You want me to number them for you? 1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees.
Because you stated yourself that it's bouncing off the water at 30 miles away. So I want to know, what angle is it bouncing off the water 30 miles away in my image?
Every angle.
So give me an angle.
Okay, 60 degrees, 70 degrees, 80 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 35 degrees.
You have to make your mind up.
38 degrees, 42 degrees, every angle.
Now, at 30 miles away, what angle?
1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees, 5 degrees, 6 degrees.
Is that from the vertical or the horizontal?
Both.
So you don't know? Okay, I rest my case. He doesn't know what angle the light is bouncing off of or what it's bouncing off of.
Yes, so the case that you just listed is that you don't know how light propagates.
Once again,
actually,
you slam dunk yourself. You don't know how refraction, you don't even know what refraction is. So, and once again,
read and posted the definition for you.
We can go back. Is that atmospheric refraction that you posted?
Well, I was just going to make a point about that. There's something funny going on with those definitions.
Yeah, save your friend.
When you put it into Google like that, and then it comes up in the search before you actually click into a link. I mean, that's obviously one of these newspeak, postmodern globe definitions of refraction, where they've pointedly mentioned one medium of varying density. I mean, I bet if we got a date of when that was made, that definition, it would be post-Black Swan. Right, and they've been obviously researching and defining refraction for hundreds of years, but we need the 2020 version because of the Black Swan. So when I clicked into, I went actually into the OxfordReference.com, and it's got a definition for refraction here, which says, and I've posted it in the chat, the bending of a ray which travels obliquely from one medium to another at the interface separating the two. It's caused by the contrast in velocities with which the rays travel in the medium, or in the two media, and described by Snell's law. And that's in OxfordReference.com, which is what you get when you try and click into the dictionary.
Okay, so let's hold your feet to the fire a little bit. Let's hold your feet to the fire a little bit. So
You're dead.
Does that mean according to you, light does not refract through the atmosphere?
You're dead. You're dead because the physics classroom states that the refraction occurs
you don't
at
want me
the
to talk
boundary
anymore?
between the interface. Show boundaries and interfaces in gases.
So, does that mean that light does not refract through the atmosphere?
Show boundaries and interfaces.
You're trying to shut down the conversation.
No, you're done. You're fucking done. That's right, son. You're finished.
The
You're
cowardice
finished right here.
comes
Physics
along.
classroom, dumbass. You can try to talk through me, but that shit ain't gonna work. I got compression on my side. You fucking clown.
I mean, it's not to say that. Yeah, Nuckin. I mean, to be fair, I mean, by the definition of refraction, no. But that's not to say that there's not turbulence and distortion when looking through vast distances through the air. But no, it wouldn't be refraction, and it wouldn't be, well, as defined by Oxford and all these other sources. And it certainly wouldn't be doing what you're claiming, which is bending the other side of a ball upwards to appear flat to the observer. That's what you require to evidence, and you still haven't provided any evidence or even a definition which supports that claim. So,
Well, Duke, let me ask you a question then. What defines a medium if refraction requires two mediums?
well, why are you asking that instead of just providing the evidence for your claim?
Well, because you're the one who clearly knows everything about
No,
this
I'm just
topic,
telling you
right?
what the definition is. I just read out the Oxford reference definition because you were talking about it.
I'm asking you for another
Let's move on to physics classroom, a little bit above Oxford Dictionary, and it tells you with a depiction. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave when it passes from one material to another material. The refraction occurs at the boundary. There are no two materials in the atmo, number one. Number two, there's no boundary in gases. You're done.
Okay, cool. So then you will assert right here and now that refraction does not occur through the atmosphere.
Correct.
All right, good. I've got this recorded.
Yeah, you can record it and take it home and put it in your hope chest, you son of a bitch. You don't know what natural law is. You don't know what refraction is. You don't know what Snell's law is. It's spelled out for you, even in diagrammatic form. Even the formula requires two media or two material. What's the formula, douchebag?
Yeah, the formula is not part of the definition. And I want to ask you about
N-I, sine theta, I, N-R. What are the little subscripts on here?
So when people take pictures of Fata Morgana...
What are the subscripts in the formula,
Yeah,
dude?
hold on, Kiwi, no, he just brought up something important. Nuckin, silence. You just said when people take pictures of Fata Morgana, that is a very specific thing. That's what I was talking about earlier. Right, so let's look up what that is.
Through the atmosphere? Isn't that refraction through the atmosphere?
Formosa, where is it? Fata Morgana. Post it up now.
No, and dude, the formula, Ni sine theta I equal Nr sine theta R. The two materials are there. They're in the subscripts. How are you doing it with one material in the formula, you idiot?
Yeah, even just definitionally, you're incorrect when you speak about refraction, Nuckin. Not even to get to the point that the claim of what you're saying is happening with the light is totally unsubstantiated.
Oh, I got a killer for him. 1 second. I found it in my old stuff. Hold on 1 second.
Sorry about that. My Discord froze. I had to reload
auxiliary,
it.
That's all right. It's already your ass, but this one's going to be the cherry on top.
Hold on,
the cherry on top.
Is Fata Morgana atmospheric refraction?
Hold on.
Yes or no?
Nuckin, hold on. QE's going to present something.
Come and shut up. Here we go from Andrew Thomas Young. You see that highlighted part? Likewise, the atmosphere doesn't contain separate layers of different refractive index. You're fucking done. It's all over. Good night.
Yeah, we should save that one more.
Is Fata
save that one.
Is Fata Morgana atmospheric refraction? Yes or no?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Then what is it?
Your sister.
It's got its own specific definition.
Yes,
Fata Formosa, towering, stooping, Fata Morgana, inferior mirage, superior mirage, sinking, looming, are all, shut the fuck up, are all very specific things. If you wish to discuss any of them, you're more than welcome to do so. But don't just walk in here and go, refraction! As you can tell, it triggers people.
Well, no, it's not even that it's triggering, but it's like now what you're trying to do is conflate Fata Morgana with this idea of refraction that you were claiming earlier, when those aren't even defined as the same thing of what you're describing. Fata Morgana is defined, and it's not light bending up around a ball so that you can see further, and the geometric horizon appearing 10 times further than it should be. That's not what Fata Morgana is. So for you to now try and conflate the two, like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Fata Morgana, it's like, well, you just buried your argument again.
Yep.
Yeah, so I never claimed that Fata Morgana was just curving around Earth's surface. I said Fata Morgana is an example. Fata Morgana is an example of atmospheric refraction.
It is not. That doesn't exist. The atmosphere is a paradox, and you don't know what refraction.
I would like you to explain what
I already did.
Fata Morgana.
I already did.
What causes Fata Morgana? I'm asking in a polite.
I don't have to. You explain it. It's your claim.
What
So now you're just red herring. This is just red herring nonsense now, Nuckin. Now you're doing red herring bullshit. Like, what are you talking about? You're not here to argue Fata Morgana.
What? It's his claim. Why do I need to explain it? Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up. We're not here to explain your claims, counselor. You fucking explain it and then demonstrate it.
This isn't even his claim, though. His claim is the bending of light around this ball. That's his claim, not Fata Morgana. We're not arguing about Fata Morgana. For you to try and conflate the two is fallacious and just shows that you're, I don't know, dragging your own argument.
I'm not equating the two. Fata Morgana is an example.
Why are you bringing it up?
An example of refraction.
It's an example of atmospheric refraction.
Does he even know the formula? He whistled past that. Don't let him whistle by this. What is the formula for Snell's law?
I'm not talking about Snell's law. I'm talking about atmospheric
refraction. That is
all right,
Snell's law.
Yeah, how about we just put that on there so it doesn't interrupt me? Right, let me read it out for you. Fata Morgana, a mirage, but the specific physical circumstances under which Fata Morgana should be applied to particular sighting are ill-defined. The best that can be said is that Mirage interacts with features in the landscape to present a scene of sufficient ambiguity that viewers often arrive at quite fanciful interpretations. Cases reported include those of the apparent sighting of cities, mountains, forests, or islands, sometimes metaphoricing into the other. In places where it was known that no such things existed, indeed, the Mirage's eponym is the Fairy Morgan, the legendary half-sister of King Arthur, whose magic powers enabled her to create castles in the air. Fata is the Italian word for fairy, or fata. It is not that any particular occurrence is the least bit mysterious, nor that either the meteorological or optical behaviour is difficult to understand. Indeed, most cases of the Fata Morgana are undoubtedly multiple image superior mirages, sometimes with marked magnification, sometimes complicated by periodic inhomogeneities, sometimes augmented by an inferior mirage. So, Nucking, obviously you've got multiple effects happening together. Question answered.
So what causes it? I just
why is that the question? Right.
It's his claim. Why? Where the hell is Matrix reading out his claim?
It's a question. What causes?
It's not even his claim. Fata Morgana isn't even his claim. He said his claim was now atmospheric refraction after we just showed him that refraction is not what he's claiming.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've already rejected the
atmospheric refraction. Right. So you'll have to get.
And now you're rejecting that.
No, talk right through you. Yeah, we're rejecting your horse shit. Yes, you're clueless. Yep.
Yeah. So who's your go-to subject matter expert for atmospheric refraction?
Literally any source that you could find within 3 seconds.
Well, QE just posted it. QE just posted it.
The
there you go.
Expert of subject matter experts on the topic, Andrew Thomas Young, says you're full of shit.
So maybe you can find another one, Gem Panda or something.
He ain't going to find another one. Refraction is Snell's law. Snell's law and the equation. Shut the fuck up. You're not
Man,
whistling
you guys
past
really
this
like
again.
hearing yourselves
You're
talk,
not
don't you?
whistling past this again, you fucking glue sniffer. What is the equation for refraction?
Didn't you just read it off like 5 minutes ago?
You fucking claimed it. You tell us.
I'm not talking about the formula for refraction. I'm talking about whether refraction exists at all.
You glue sniffer.
I'm not calculating refraction. I'm talking about whether it exists.
You're not.
You said
Oh my god! After all this, hold on. After all this, he's saying he's not calculating for refraction. Can we just let's just leave it there?
Next.
Well, yeah. Why should I calculate it if you say it doesn't even exist?
Oh my god! Because it's your whole fucking argument. Because it's your whole fucking argument. But that's okay. Nuck, and I agree with you. Why would you bother to try and argue for refraction at this point?
Yeah, why should he calculate? Why should he calculate for his own claim? Yeah, exactly.
Well, you guys just made it so much easier on me.
And we
You
didn't
guys
say
claim that atmospheric refraction
we didn't
doesn't
say
happen.
that refraction didn't exist.
You said atmospheric refraction does not happen.
Atmospheric, not refraction, doesn't exist. Atmospheric, the paradox refraction doesn't exist. Yes, correct. By definition. Yep.
Yeah, you would already, just by saying that, be begging the question of this globe, which is the entire thing in contention in the first place, that you've provided no evidence for. So, come on, let's just leave it at that.
Wait, you don't think refraction would happen on a flat Earth?
Oh my god.
Well,
Is he dumb or just getting dumber?
Really?
Well,
Here we are. Hold on a second. We have just read out the definition of refraction cited. And now you're saying we don't believe it exists. Are you fucking stoned or stupid?
Neither.
You sure? Because there's a few people shaking their heads right now.
I'll bet. In this room, I bet a lot of things confuse you guys.
That was a good demonstration, though, of the barrenness of the refraction argument, so thank you, Nucken.
I agree. It's a good demonstration. So you reject the Oxford Dictionary, right?
No. Remember, the Oxford Dictionary disagreed with you. When you actually go into the link, it says the light passing from one media to another.
Or one medium with varying densities.
No. That's like the Globe Cope. You can't even click into it. You can't even bring it up on an Oxford website.
Really?
It's just the Globe Cope Dictionary. Yeah.
So if I go and take a screenshot of that, will you admit you just lied?
No, well, I couldn't. The one I was clicking in wasn't coming up with what that said.
Okay, so I've asked you
post the actual link.
I'll go and do that. Will you admit that you lied? Will you do it?
I'll admit I was incorrect. If
Will
you
you
can
admit
post
that you
the link.
lied? You
I'm
said
not lying.
You said it could not be found.
Hold on, Nucken, that's not what he said.
It's all right.
He
Mitch,
said
it's all right.
he couldn't click into it. That's not lying. If he can't click into
Maybe I'm
it, he can't
mistaken.
click into
I'm on
it.
the phone. I'm on the phone. Maybe I'm mistaken. So go on. I can get the link to it in an Oxford website, preferably with a date that the Globe Cope was uploaded, because that would be the new think postmodern definition that you Discord globe heads have conjured in the last few years. Which is why you could never find anything saying that pre-2020, for example. But yeah, I posted the link. It's in the chat. Oxford reference. That's what I could get into. The actual OED is behind a paywall. Amazingly, you globeheads are going to have to pay for these new made-up definitions. So, anyway, he said he wasn't even calculating for it. So, what's the point? What's up, Jedi? You popping in?
What's up, buddy?
Not much. Just kicking it with Nucken here.
Kicking it, knocking in the nuts.
Yeah, we already did the. You missed the Bedford level chat again.
I was around for a little bit of it. It bored me, so I walked out, and then I came back to this ensemble.
Well, this has been the better part, so that's fine.
I mean, it's made me laugh. I mean, but unfortunately, it's been at someone, and that's never good. Poor lad.
Yeah. He's all right. I mean, at least he doesn't just completely try and be a dickhead to everyone and insult people.
No, I mean, he's a good sport. I'll give him that. But he shot himself in the foot a good few times, which has been interesting.
Yeah. What's up, Crit?
I'll say I don't even know why he's allowed in here. To be honest, this guy's just complete fucking retard.
Because we've got 24/7 to fill, bro. Is there another
Yeah,
one
I
in
know.
here?
I get that.
Throw them up.
I mean, I get it, and I don't get it at the same time. Just insufferable twat.
Yeah.
Like nothing. Like he doesn't understand anything. Like he's saying English words, but has no idea what he's saying or what anyone's saying to him.
Who are you referring to? Who are we talking about?
Crit really doesn't like me because I've caught him in multiple lies, so that's why he doesn't want me here.
That's cap, bro.
Damn.
You can't catch Crit in lies.
He
doesn't lie.
even lied about something he pinned.
Yeah, but nothing. You just demonstrated with me that you've got a very limited understanding of what the word lie actually means. So I'm going to take that with a pinch of salt.
Just I make a claim and he demonstrates it in real time for everyone to see.
So here, I'll give you an example that I'm referring to. Crit claims that I claimed that Trump was inaugurated in 2016, and yet he pinned the message that I posted in which I said he was elected in 2016. But Crit continues to tell...
Came into office. Direct
I didn't say... there you go. Go look at the pin.
Video. Play the video.
Go look at the pin right now.
Look at the video. It's in your own words. You think Trump came into office.
Go look at the pin. Crit just lied to you right now. And his own pinned message.
You get the weird definition of lies.
What the fuck is going on here?
What's going on here, Chad?
That's why Crit doesn't like me.
We've moved on from giving up on refraction to reviewing pins.
No, we haven't. I posted 2 different links. I posted 2 different links.
You're a glue sniffer.
Go look at the links I posted.
Go look at the links. Refraction. That's Snell's law. You don't go to a definition to look up natural laws, you dumbass. My God. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your
the definition of refraction.
Go back to your cake decorating forums, dude.
Do you guys really stand behind this quantum eraser guy?
You're a dweeb. You've been
Are you happy with how he represents this room?
Yeah. You've been exposed. Mae West is in the corner blushing. Shut the fuck up.
Are you genuinely happy with how he represents the flat Earth position?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like he's top G.
You guys are even lower tier than I thought.
Okay, so Nuckin,
beside him.
All right, so Nuckin, you didn't post any of the definitions from Oxford like you were claiming, and the definitions you did post, none of them say what you posted originally, so you've just proved us correct. And the second one you posted says deflection from a straight path undergone by a light ray or energy wave in passing obliquely from one medium, such as air, into another, such as glass, in which its velocity is different.
And what does the second definition say? What does the second definition say?
Yes, sister.
The change in the apparent position of a celestial body due to bending of the light rays emanating from it as they pass through the atmosphere. Again, that's not what you're saying. So it's a celestial body. So you weren't talking about celestial bodies. You were talking about the canal, the Bedford Level Canal, and again here atmosphere begging the question, of course.
Yep.
And not saying what you said.
He's not begging the question with the atmosphere. He's invoking a paradox. Atmo is air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, dude. That's not a begging the question, a paradox.
Yeah, it is, Kiwi. It's also begging the question because the formula that they did to do it.
Yeah, I would say assuming the sphere would be begging the question, but yeah, it's also a paradox in itself, the term.
They need their radius to do it. They don't have a radius yet.
That's not saying what the definition he posted originally, saying this is my definition, is saying. So he doesn't work on any level. Nothing. But thanks for that, because that just demonstrated my point. I guess I'm not a liar. I guess I tell the truth, and you must be the liar.
He snatched his own wig off with that second definition.
There you go.
So good night. You're done.
What about Hush? Did Hush ever make it? He was queuing up.
Was he?
Thought so. Hush, you there?
There's another one? I'll keep looking. There's plenty of them out there.
Shut the fuck up. You're done. You can't recover.
I bet you will, Nuckin. We'll see you tomorrow.
Recapping. So I provided the map.
No, we're not recapping. Recapping, you're a twat. That's where. That's
Then you guys claim that refraction to the
You're a
atmosphere
fucking
is
idiot.
made up. That's fascinating.
Shut up.
And then Quantum Eraser
Shut
wants
the
to try
fuck up.
Yeah, we're gonna look for a new person. Or Nuckin, do you have any other arguments for why you believe the Earth's a spinning space ball?
Can't even spell argument.
I could give you another one if you like.
Sure.
Another one.
Make our day.
The very first one. Every time.
The very first one.
Yeah, the very first one. Every time a shadow is cast on the moon during a lunar eclipse, it's curved.
God.
The shadow cast on a lunar eclipse is
always curving.
So when you see a lunar eclipse, that proves to you that you live on a spinning ball.
Yes.
How?
That was how people knew it, like 3,000 years ago or whatever it was.
3,000. So for the first 7,000 years. So for the first 7,000 years, no one noticed that there was an eclipse.
I can't tell you what.
Got him.
Just like 3,000 years ago, someone was like, "Hey, what's that?" Oh well, look, the shadow looks curved. We must be on a spinning ball. Like, come on, Nuckin.
But I know without any kind of technology, without any.
So that would just be an assumption. That would just be an assumption, and a baseless one at that.
Looking around, they always.
How do you know it's a shadow of the Earth?
Because the sun is on the other side of the Earth, and there's nothing in between them.
Do you know that?
Wait, what?
How do I know? How do I know that it's on the other side of the Earth?
Yeah, creating this like shadow type situation.
Because I call up my buddy on the other side of the Earth, and he says, "Yeah, the sun's right above me."
Above him? Oh, like vertically above him. How does that help you?
If the sun is over there and it's not over here,
if the sun's above your friend and not above you, and you see a lunar eclipse,
not under you, ding dong.
that means that the Earth is a ball. Because your friend,
Actually,
it's daytime.
If it's above you, it must be under me. It just makes sense, right?
But that's you understand. That's
the
just
curving nature of the shadow cast on the moon.
How do you know it's a shadow?
How do I know it's a shadow?
Yeah, because your mate sees the sun. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so you're saying, so when the moon gets darker during a lunar eclipse, that's not a shadow?
Sometimes it's
well, how do you know it? How do you know it's the shadow of the Earth?
How do you know it's a shadow?
Because the sun's on the other side of the Earth. That's how shadows work.
A shadow's
What does that mean? So you're just assuming already that the Earth is a ball then, and that they're in a straight line.
Circular reasoning, yeah. It's circular reasoning.
Well, let's compare the two then. Okay?
Compare what? No, just don't make that assumption. And just tell us how you would figure it out.
You guys think both the sun and the moon are above us all the time, correct?
Well, no, if Nuckin, you need to justify you making this claim. I don't. Well, I'm not the one making the claim that this is a shadow of a ball Earth. You are, so you need to justify that.
All right, tell you what. We'll start simply. The shadow is always curving, which means whatever is in between the moon and the sun is spherical. Do you agree with that?
You still haven't demonstrated that it's a shadow cast from an object by the sun. You're just assuming the whole thing in question. You're like, okay, so if it's a ball and the sun's on the other side and it's creating a straight line between them and they cast a shadow, then it must be a shadow and the Earth must be a ball. It's like, dude, what are you doing?
Okay, so you and I are looking at a full moon right now, and then all of a sudden, this dark shadow, I'm going to call it a shadow, this darkness.
All right, and then I'm going to say, what do you mean shadow? How do you know a shadow of what?
Sorry. This darkness suddenly starts to overtake the moon.
Yes,
and then
the moon starts to go dark.
And then a few minutes later, it leaves.
Right. Okay.
And
then I say, what do you think that was? And then you say, well, the Earth is obviously a giant spinning ball, and that's the Earth's shadow. Okay. No. What's the next step then? What's the next step? What's your first step?
I said we'll start simply. So the question is, what got in between the moon and the thing that's lighting up the moon?
How do you know anything came between it and cast a shadow? How do you know it has to be that?
Again, I'm covering all of the options here.
No. You've just restricted yourself into a very specific category.
You won't let me finish.
All the options.
Because
you're just making assertions. You're just begging. You're trying to proceed with a presumption that I'm challenging.
If you're going to interrupt me,
don't let him use that the sun is lighting up the moon. He said the moon is being lit up by something.
He
I didn't hear him say that. Yeah, you'd have to demonstrate that as well.
Let's just be simple and calm and honest, okay? We have one option where something is getting between the moon and whatever's lighting up. We have a second option that somehow the moon is giving off its own light and it decides to get dark for some reason.
It decides.
so there could be a million different mechanisms for what's occurring, and you've just said it has to be this one that I'm saying, or it's this other specific one. And I don't believe that, therefore mine must be true.
Do you have a third option? Are you willing
I don't need to provide options. I don't need to make claims about it. This is your claim, remember, for how you know that the Earth is a ball. I've not made any claims about the eclipse. You're making the claim. We're trying to get you to evidence that it's a shadow. Okay, so what's your evidence for option one? Let's consider that.
Well, I'm going to keep this simple, right? First, I'm going to rule out option two. Because if option two were the case,
just provide us evidence for option
that
one.
Means, okay, so you're cool with ruling out option two. We both agree that
I'm not making a claim about it. You are. So I'm interested in what evidence you have for the claim, not trying to dismiss something that you don't believe.
Okay, so you want evidence right now that the
You're
Earth
saying this
is casting the shadow on the moon during lunar eclipses. You want evidence of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
What would your evidence be for
Just
that?
point to the phenomena.
Stand by.
Standing by.
Please don't point to the phenomena of a lunar eclipse.
It'd be like the blue marble.
Also, he said it again that the first option, the moon's being lit up by the sun, and he has to prove that also.
Might be photos from the ISS.
Why does the ISS have footage of that shit? Why aren't they like, here comes the moon?
Oh, I want to respond to this. During the solar eclipse that I personally witnessed, the ISS took a
I thought you were talking of lunar eclipses.
Yes, we are, but somebody asked about the ISS taking a picture,
Yeah,
and I'm letting you know.
How about don't worry about that?
That's because
You just
he's
go and
trying
fetch
to
your data.
derail the conversation, and we're not going to let him derail your conversation. So we're just not going to talk. We're not going to focus on what that other guy said.
No, I'm going to get your evidence. I'm just letting you know. The picture from the ISS during the solar eclipse in, I think, of spring of 2004 is very pretty.
Pretty.
Oh my god, it's cute.
Sorry, guys.
It's very nice art.
I apologize.
To tell us that something was pretty. What a man.
God.
Aww.
He's got
just
the
got to stop
posters
this
up.
conversation. I've got something really important to do, but I just really need to stop everyone and say, that's really cute and pretty. Fuck off.
Aww, that's so
Stupid meme where it's like
sweet.
feeling cute today, might do something later.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's blown away by the space cartoons.
Thinks that cute and pretty.
Yeah.
Wanna brush his hair?
I understand why Jaren's so just like insistent on having us believe all this shit.
Nah, he made all the videos exposing it. You can't be now saying you just got to believe NASA.
Does anybody find that odd, NASA, that like ISS doesn't take pictures or video of the moon? Like, oh, here's the moon. Here's the moon coming in. Yeah, there it is. Oh, we're zipping by the moon now.
Their rotation, like that southern rotation and northern rotation, Don Pettit showed that observation point, those celestial poles rise with the observer. It's one of the first things I looked at when I was looking at flat Earth. Like, how do you explain those different rotations? And then I looked at the Don Pettit. He's like, here, check this out. Port and starboard observations, time lapse, over the course of how long really he did it, like more than 90 minutes. And it demonstrated that point that north celestial pole is an apparent location. It's not a physical location. It's like imaginary. It's observer dependent.
So he's got his data up there. What do you reckon, Cyclone? He pointed straight back to it.
I don't know. Let me
Remade
check.
his claim.
I'm not in the chat. Let me check. What is he?
Posted a link to NASA Science. Eclipses in the moon. NASA Science.
Science, eclipses on the moon.
So he's restating his claim, basically. That's it.
So that's a whole page of stuff. Is there like a specific part you're pointing to that proved that the shadow or the darkening was caused by the Earth and having a shadow cast onto the moon?
I'm just trying to be thorough. So first I posted a general description of what lunar eclipses are. And now I'm going to get... And now I'm going to get
understand the claim. You've made the claim. That's what we're asking for evidence for. So
I'm just trying to be thorough. Hang on. I'll be back.
Okay. Standing by again.
Hold your positions, chat.
Yeah, so just a restatement of
So
the
far, his
moon
evidence
question.
of his first claim is he's reading another guy's claim.
Yeah, it's the claim again. It's a classic Glober argument.
Being thorough, you guys. Stop being silly.
Being thorough. First, I'll post what isn't evidence of what I'm being asked for. To be thorough. Now I'll post the evidence.
Here's a picture of a bulldozer. It's what an eclipse isn't.
Well, I'm going to be jumping off soon anyway, so someone's going to have to pick up whatever's left of this.
There's nothing to pick up. This is just complete dog shit you step over. Just a road turd you just avoid. Like talking to Nuck and Fox is like purposely stepping in shit that you see on the road. Just step over it.
Okay, but we need to step over it to something else, so we need to get someone else up.
Wheel around.
So before I try to engage any further, I feel like this entire time I have tried to be polite, I've tried to be civil, and all I'm hearing from many of you is just attacks and insults. Is that really how you want to have this discussion?
Go fuck off.
Yeah, I mean to be fair, Crit, come on, he's not being belligerent at this point. So,
I mean, if seriously, like I'm acting in good faith here.
Remember, focus.
Everybody thinks it's pretty too. Everything's
the eclipse
pretty.
evidence, the shadow evidence. Remember, focus.
Okay, hey, I'm talking to Duke Mutum. Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I would be glad to have a conversation with you one-on-one without all of your cheerleaders attacking me all the time.
Please.
Would you be up for doing that?
No, I'm here, dude.
No.
Like, we need to go to a
I'm tired
special
of getting
room.
interrupted and by all of your buddies.
Yeah.
So, would you be willing to have a one-on-one with me?
More get your data out.
Are you willing to do that?
Nah. Definitely not.
You're not willing to do that?
Nah, why would we? I'm here,
dude.
I'm here, and I'm already.
I came in here to try to talk to you guys.
Yeah, we're
about
talking,
this
dude.
subject
We're
that you claim
talking.
to be about.
Nugget, how about you stop stalling time and get on with your data so Cyclone can answer your questions?
Yeah, we're already talking.
Well,
dude.
you
We
should
don't need to, like,
understand
make it a problem.
When talking with somebody who thinks that the Earth is stationary and flat, which means that the sun can't get to the other side of it, I have to explain a lot in order to get you to eventually
Why does the
realize
sun can't get to the other side?
that's your
The sun
belief,
follows
isn't
a
it?
circuit.
Don't you believe that the sun always stays above the flat plane of the Earth?
Why would it go underneath your feet?
Hold on.
Retarded.
When you say that, do you have this mind vision of the sun sitting perfectly still? When we say the sun is above us, do you believe that we say the sun sits perfectly still? Yes or no?
No. You guys think that the sun
So
moves.
it moves. So, right, it moves. So when it's not above my house, it's above your house. When it's not above your house, oh, it's probably coming to or above mine. That's it.
Right. So that wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked was, do you believe that the sun can never get underneath your flat plane Earth?
Why the fuck would it go underneath your feet? That's retarded.
So you believe that doesn't happen, correct?
Why would you believe that happens in the first place?
Are you able to just answer yes or no?
It does not happen. Yes, it does not happen. How's that? The
Okay,
sun
great.
does not go underneath my house. The sun does not go underneath my house.
So, this is what I was saying earlier. When I'm talking with people who do not believe that the other side of the Earth
Why
can be lit up
would
by
you
the sun,
believe that? You don't have any way to justify that.
like you guys just keep interrupting me and you're insulting me. Like, what's
Yeah,
the
because
point?
you keep saying dumb shit.
Why do you guys even invite people to talk to you if you're just going to cut them down and mute them?
You don't have any way to
Right,
justify the sun
Nugget.
going underneath your feet.
Like
Here we are. We're on a plane. We are on a planar environment with topography, and now you're telling. Yeah, this is why then he wonders why that happens. Here we are in a planar environment with topography, and yeah, that's what he wanted. And you question why the sun goes. We say it doesn't go on the other side. What is it? A biscuit in space?
I think he was thinking the disc moves. Then, if he didn't think the sun was moving, then he would think disc moving or whatever the hell he's visioning. What's he thinking?
What he was thinking was when he got pressed for his data, all of a sudden he couldn't find it or prove it, so he had to come in and have a whinge to Cyclone about being hard done by, and he couldn't get a word in. Just to stall for time.
I don't accept any of this victim status stuff. I mean, as a flat earther, we're the only ones with the victim entitlement, so.
You know, it's clear. It's clear. Nuckenfutz, it came out in the end there. He thinks that what we think Earth is a pancake where one half of the Earth is on the top and one half of the Earth is underneath on the bottom. That's what he thinks.
No.
Obviously,
he doesn't think that. I don't think.
He said.
I think he's just
himself.
emotionally. He's just emotionally talking though. He's just jumping from one thing to the next, getting shot down.
Yeah, but
on
he said it. But listen, Cyclone. Sorry, Cyclone. He said it himself. He said, "You people, you flat earthers, don't think that the sun can go on the other side of the flat Earth." What does that mean?
He already knows. He already knows that we're not.
Thinks he's a booger eater.
In space. He's just talking. He's just emotionally venting what he wants us to be arguing for. But he doesn't. He knows that's not actually the case. He's just emotionally called this. He's just bleating. So that's fine. We've heard the spirals. A dime a dozen, isn't it? So. Well, that was fine. It's a fine time to move on to someone else. So,
Well, he
let's
did
keep it
post
rolling.
what an eclipse does. He did post.
So it kind of ended there, yeah, because he just restated the claim and then obviously realised to himself again that he's got no evidence to present. So he tries to change the subject about how we're all mean, except me. So we need to go into a one-on-one. Like, come on, dude.
They couldn't use a real picture either. He had to have stars in front of the moons in the stuff he posted.
Has anyone checked out the pages that he posted? You go in there, it's all CGI.
Of course. It's NASA.gov, isn't it? Anyway, I'm going to peace out now, boys, but it was good to hear you, and I'll catch you soon.
Catch you, Cyclone.
Catch it on the flip side, like Sonny was talking about. Flip side. Yeah. Dang.
Here we go. Now Dazza's putting his 10 cents worth in. That's not the refraction process in the atmosphere. Oh, he's QE on. Oh, he's got his earplugs in. What a shame. Well, Dazza, why don't you enlighten everyone to how it does work? Because in that image, that is what would be required in order for you lot to get your magic bendy ball to exist.
magic bend ball.
What are you talking about? Light rays, parallel, convergent.
Dazza loves clicking on memes and then having a it's not even a meme. Back at 55 past the hour, I
Oh, hang on, I'm gonna have to have a look.
just scrolling.
Oh, right. I see.
Because that's what would have to happen. To get what they are claiming.
Is that it? Dude, I literally stepped away for 2 seconds. Is that it? It's over?
That's right, Flatsy. Exactly.
What the?
We'll need the curvature first. Thanks. No. Just give me the curvature, right? Give me that, please. Let's beg the question with me, just for a minute. Just now, if you can imagine that light is like following that arc, right? Right now, you just get it. See, we're all good now. We're good. That's the globe.
Dude, who were you talking to, bro? Do I have somebody muted?
Me. Oh no, I'm just mocking.
Oh, classic. I'm here being nice. Why aren't you guys being nice? What do you mean being nice? It's especially funny when guys with names like that, knocking farts or fuck Donald Trump, stuff like that. Like Jared. They want us to be nice.
It's got to be.
Oh, does he?
Sounds too
Interesting.
much like Jared.
Did somebody say Flatsy?
Yeah.
Yeah. They probably wanted some sandwiches.
Oh, I just made one.
I'll take one.
I made one for both my boys and then myself. I took care of them first, and now I've got me. So.
I want.
Well, while you're at it,
I've only got avocado and seeds, bread, and the brioche buns.
perfect.
I used to love the look of American sandwiches on Sesame Street, all neat and tidy, and little fucking toothpick and olive on the top. Man, it was like, why does my sandwich look like that, Mum? She slapped me up the head. Eat your fucking Vegemite.
Devon and tomato sauce singers for you, boy. Oh shit.
I don't think the Earth is flat. Prove it's flat.
Is it gone? Is it over?
Oh, here we go.
Can you guys?
Here we go, boys. Lock and load, boys.
Can you guys prove the Earth is flat?
Hold on, I have to comment on something real quick. An actual Vegemite sandwich eater. Amazing. Go ahead.
What?
We're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose them. Guys, lock in. We're gonna lose them.
Prove it's what you experience. Like,
we lost him.
Do you really need that?
Is he gone?
Oh.
You need to get your
Yeah.
shit together, guys.
Vegemite broke him.
Yeah, you guys gotta get your shit together.
Yeah, no doubt.
No Vegemite comments when there's Globers here. That's it and that's that.
What's wrong with Vegemite?
Exactly. Everything.
Everything. You've never tried it.
I don't want to try it.
You should. You might toughen up.
All right, we have Core Vigi, Core Riggy.
It's better
I
than
love
miso.
Vegemite. What up, Core Riggy? What's up, dude? What's going on? You like Vegemite?
Men at work sang about it.
Yeah, they got sued for that.
What? What?
They got sued for that song by the family of the author of Kookaburra Sits in an Old Gum Tree. Yeah.
Oh boy. It's like Vanilla Ice getting whoever under pressure Bowie. There's so many things that sound really similar. I don't know. But they do sound very similar.
Dude, Vanilla Ice sampled it. Didn't play that shit.
No, didn't he get sued or some shit?
Yes, because he sampled it without giving them any credit.
Yeah. I didn't mean like, oh, it sounds. I didn't say I agreed with it. I'm just saying like there are a lot of things that sound very similar that that aren't always.
He cut one of the notes and doubled it. He doubled a note and then decided it was totally different, and that's not how it works.
Oh boy, when I heard that, I was like, well, yeah, that's the song. How can you frickin' den 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 den? How can you frickin' say you stole den 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 den? I guess you can. He won, didn't he? Didn't Bowie win that?
Because you can just listen to the sample and compare it and do a compare on it, and it's the same sample as the song. It's not like it was done on a different guitar or anything different. It's sampled.
Straight up stole it.
Yeah, it's not stealing. You're allowed to sample. You have to give credit and you have to ask permission. He didn't do any of it.
Weird.
Well, he was a freaking thug. He was a thug. Stole that shit. He was nimble with his 9.
Anyway, who's got all the globe proof? Who's holding out on us?
It ain't me.
You ain't no senator's son?
Oh. What is that from? Senator's Son? Is that a song?
Yeah. It ain't me. It ain't me.
CCR.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I don't know nothing about that.
We guessed.
Yeah,
not
no,
white enough.
your white is showing.
Not white enough. Yeah.
Because you're young, Neil Young.
I'm just glad I baited at least 2 people into asking where they're from today. Well, I'm gonna keep doing it this whole week. I'm gonna get people on that one. Where are you from, buddy? Oh, I'm from Germany. Oh, so you're Mexican? Yeah. If you guys don't know, we dropped a new a clip today. Don't worry, I'll bust it out on somebody shortly. Let's wait till the next person rolls in. Got you. Good Michigan here and Hush.
Paraplegic. We don't need old Neil around anyhow.
I was thinking of it that said that they got sued, and I was like, "What, for using Vegemite in the song?" And then you're like, "Nah, Kookaburra." I'm like, "Oh, Vegemite's an actual brand, isn't it? That's like Parquet margarine or some shit like that. It's a name, right? It's not like just like butter and like 5 different companies make Vegemite, is it?" I need Vegemite explained to me. I'm sorry.
I don't know what that shit is.
I don't know what that shit is either.
Yeast extract. CB in side chat for you, man.
Pushkin, no way you haven't heard the song "We Grew Up in America," every single one movie. Oh, Creedence Clearwater Revival, Fortunate Son.
As soon as you play it, you'll go, "Oh shit, it's that song." But anyways, I'm going to have a game of squash or 2 or 3 or 4 if I win. I shall catch you guys late tomorrow afternoon. All right, peace.
Going to play the game with the little ledge, the little stupid ledge. Who came up with that stupid little ledge?
I know.
Yeah, I know. I've hit it enough times.
I know what Vegemite. I know what Vegemite is. It's Soylent Green. It's Soylent Green.
No, that's not how it goes. They don't yell at Soylent Green. Soylent Green is people. You're eating people.
You're eating people. Soylent Green is people. Vegemite is people.
I like the way Sonny said it.
So that no Glovers in the house. We scared the other one off. So.
Yeah, look alive when they come in, chat. We got to look alive when they roll in here. They'll fucking roll out of here. They don't have the attention span to stay long enough. So yeah, remember when that girl rolled in here earlier? She said, "Don't ask me any more questions," and I got like 15 more questions out of her, guys. I don't know if you guys are here for that. She's like, "I'm just here to listen," and then her next line was, "I don't want to talk. I don't have any I don't want to take any more questions. And then she stayed and asked questions. We got like another 20, 15, 20 questions out of her. Yeah, be sharp on your feet, chat. Gotta be ready. Yeah, it was some good riz, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Except for me, sharp. Dude, you talk to freaking Hope all day. That's why you did well with her.
I was ready. Yeah, I was ready to go. She rolled in, and she was Latina. Don't get me started on Latinas, bro. She don't even gotta have a big booty,
that's a hot tamale. So anyway,
exactly.
I had someone from Discord, a girl named Stella, message me. So
nice. Okay,
there may still be hope.
Well, go on your internet date, then, Sonny. Go on your internet date that you just told us about.
Oh, I'm gonna make sure she's fully vetted.
Is that code for something? That sounds.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my research. I'm not trusting. Could be someone Bubba in a federal penitentiary for all I know.
Oh my God!
Wait, who exactly you're believing?
It's still. Wait, what's going on?
Also messaged me.
Wow. Well, I think we got someone new in
Sonny.
chat.
Did Stella message you too?
Yeah, she did.
No, a South African prince or something like that, Nigerian prince, messaged me, said if I send him $25,000, he'll send me $14 million. So I'm going to forward that message to you so you can handle that.
Guys, are we fucking deaf? We had another one join and leave. You gotta pay attention when they fucking roll in here, guys. Holy shit. He said to guys, how does yours what? You guys miss that shit? I'll message him to see if he'll rejoin.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Radwin. I've gotten those messages before. No, don't send me that message. I'm not falling for that crap.
Not falling for that one again?
No, I never did. But years ago, more than 10 years ago, I had this Russian chick emailing me, and we were going back and forth, and I didn't trust her as far as I could throw a freaking I don't know, a hippopotamus. And so then she's like telling me all the stuff, like how good she cooks and all that. And she's like, I want to send you like she tried to get money from me. Then she said, I'll send you these checks. So she sent me these checks, and they were from an American company on the East Coast. So I deposited them into an account and just waited to see if they cleared. And the bank calls me back and says, no, they're fraudulent. They're what is it called? They're like fake. Yeah, they're fake. They were fake. So I didn't fall for that.
Counterfeit.
Thank you. And I reported it to the FBI Internet Crimes Division. So
Wait,
good luck with that.
You put him in there, dude. You were.
Yeah, I put it in there. No, I had to. No, yeah,
he took it.
I had to. No, I didn't. No, I put him in there to see if they would clear. And so I knew they wouldn't. So I didn't try to catch them. I just deposited that. I didn't try to cash them out. So I had to pay like $15.
Did you tell them that before or after you found out they bounced? I mean, you were seeing if they were good, but you knew they weren't?
No, I didn't know, but I wasn't sure. So I just deposited them in my account to see if they would clear, because that's what they do with those checks. Now, if I tried to cash them out, that would have withdrew money from my account. And then, or whatever. I don't know how they expect to get money like that. It's really weird.
Yeah, you were supposed to deposit them and send them $1,000 that day.
Yeah,
you didn't follow the instructions. Well, you fucked up.
Course
you
I
didn't follow
didn't.
the instructions. You would have got more money then.
So I didn't lose $1,000. Is the bottom line.
Did you put them in like your savings account that didn't have any money in it, or like one that so she didn't have access? I don't know. I don't put it.
No, listen. I just deposited. I didn't cash. I didn't cash them. I didn't cash them. That's different. I just said, here's these checks. I want to deposit them.
They don't get access to your account. They don't get access to your bank account just by depositing a check, or everybody would be in everybody's account every day.
Yeah, so they wanted me to cash the checks. That would have withdrew money from my account and then send them American Express the money. I didn't fall for that shit, not for a second.
So you only lost $15.
Sly dog.
We are live. Who was that? That Fush? Who was that?
That was me.
I'm not looking at the screen, bro.
I'm just fucking with you. Kingsley.
That was my second guess.
Hey, you know how that refraction calculator has like a maximum amount? Like when you slide it, have you guys ever messed with that?
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah. Well, like does it maxes out on there, but there was a guy on here like 2 days ago that he said it could keep refracting past that.
Well, he's an idiot.
Well, this is they'll say anything syndrome.
Earth's a globe, then. Yeah, Earth's a globe. Shut that server down, heretic.
Okay, I accept their proof.
I just meant more so like their model. Is there like a max at the end of it?
Well, they're just multiplying the radius, basically, and using refraction as an excuse to do it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
No evidence for it, of course. No evidence for the radius in the first place. They're idiots.
Yep.
So why are they going out and using theodolites and trying to shoot all these angles and stuff, which they think prove a globe, if looking through the atmosphere just makes the globe look flat anyway? You wouldn't be able to tell using any optical equipment.
Yeah, no shit. That's a good point.
The angles? We're not trying to hear all them angles.
It's just the angle. I'm not trying to hear that angle.
That's a meme that I made about the refraction slider. I dropped it. The CD original.
I was arguing with them one day, and they were telling me that like 10 kilometers is about the max refraction from like a 1 foot observer height.
Well, Black Swan better than that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to do. I was like, okay, well, I want to see if you'll see my mirror flash at 11K.
Good. They gave an upper limit. All right. Well, see Black Swan. Globe's defeated.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Quick reminder, we are still live.
Just use the refraction sliders. Not fat, it's just refraction.